Hi everyone, welcome to day 2 of Singapore's first ever virtual home Reno Expo. Brought to you by VES.com. Do you notice we're now in a new premises today? Yes, have you guessed it? Where there is a Barbie collector living in Singapore, and he's Jian Yang.
And he's right here.
Hi,
Hey,
Jian Yang.
hi.
Hi.
Good to meet you.
Wow. I'm really excited to see what I'm in for today.
Okay, yeah. We'll bring you around. Yeah. Any preconceived ideas?
No, honestly, I don't have any.
Okay, good. So I think we'll surprise her a bit or scare her a bit. I don't know.
I'm up for anything.
Okay, steady. Come, ask questions. I am totally open to anything. So
Good.
yeah.
Okay, shall we?
Sure. Also, you want me to bring you around the house?
Oh, should I bring you?
Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, so since this is a renovation expo, right? So I show you the house. So you guys came up a staircase, right?
Yes.
And if you look around the side of the staircase, there's actually no pictures or no nothing on it.
Yeah.
Because what we actually wanted when we designed the house was a clean slate. So you actually don't know what in the world is going to happen.
Yeah.
Then you see this one window, right? Which is basically my favorite toys for the moment. So this display changes. This is my shop window display.
Oh, how often do this change?
Every time I'm in the mood.
Oh.
Yeah, so sometimes, at the moment it's Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
But, because actually it's this actress's birthday.
Yeah.
So I wanted to highlight that one. But then at some point I'll just change it to something else.
Yeah.
So that's the window of the preview window, let's just say. But I'll bring you through the rest of the house before we see more.
Yes, that would be perfect.
So if you look at this, I actually have a regular kitchen, like a regular person, which is good.
Yeah.
Basically a very non-cooking household.
Yeah.
Except now during COVID, I've got some of this stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, kitchen's quite normal. Indoor entertainment area, and then there's also an outdoor entertainment area.
Yeah.
Big balcony outside. If you ever want to have a look or have a barbecue, you can come by.
I noticed you have some dolls and
some dolls. This house is just full of ridiculous dolls. So actually, I think a home having surprise elements that sort of keep your eye entertained is very important.
Yeah.
So I like the fact that I can sit here and have dinner, right? I got Lego Haunted House. I have Peter Pan and Tinkerbell and Captain Hook on my lights. Yeah. So as you can see, I'm actually very much a Lego fan. This one is one of my pride and joy. Yeah.
So you have your meals here, and then you interact. Do you interact?
I don't know, interacting with a toy, but I enjoy looking at it.
Yeah.
So then I love my pop culture. So Beetlejuice is here, and I actually used to work for these guys.
Yes.
So Transformers is one of my lifelines. Keeps me very happy.
Wow.
So it's good to always be able to see something that you enjoy.
Yeah.
So this is actually the back of the showcase.
Yes,
so you'll see I do love my Lego, but these are actually the dolls that I don't really touch. So they're the very collectible, and they just sort of stand there and do nothing.
They're all very dressed up, huh?
Yes. So these are actually the designer series. So it's you've got everything from Coach to Comme des Garçons to Von Furstenberg, Burberry, Dior, Givenchy, Vuitton, DKNY, etc.
Yeah.
My Fair Lady.
Yeah.
So this is my favorite musical.
Wow,
Star
I love
Trek.
them.
And then all the shiny ones.
Yes.
I love shiny dolls. So the shiny dolls here.
Oh yes, I know your most expensive one is actually the
Swarovski
the
crystal
most
one.
yes.
She's done her research, man. But anyway, it's round the front. But don't worry, I don't reveal yet.
Yeah.
These are dolls of myself. Completely self-obsessed person, as you can imagine. So I got some of these.
There are a lot of little details.
Yes. So these are photojournalism of myself. So in 2011, when everyone was wearing the Burberry Warrior bracelet, and I was wearing a vintage Raymond whale, when the iPhone, the time it was iPhone 6 or something, and the iPad, which our boss made us buy on installments, by the way. So none of us could afford iPads, but our boss made us buy it. So it's all sort of on this doll.
Yeah.
Then 2012, I was a Clio Most Eligible Bachelor. So this is his photo shoot, and then I used to go to New York a lot, so I have my New York thing, and like I said, Optimus is my employer.
Yeah.
So, so actually he's here as well. And then the new one, the 2020 guy got fat. That's it. That's the only story I have of him. He got fat.
So I do have one question to ask.
Yes.
How did you decide on this cabinet right here?
Okay, so I didn't decide anything. This was my architect.
Yeah.
So I work with visual text architects.
Yeah.
Very good architect.
Yeah.
And I think to me, right, the more important thing is for an architect to interview you, speak to you, understand you.
Yeah.
So I was living in my parents' house.
Yes.
So when you live in your parents' house, you don't know your own style because you only have your room. And your room is basically your PlayStation, your TV, your toys, and kind of that's it.
Yes.
So I didn't know what my style was.
Yeah.
So the architect is the one that actually sort of developed the style for me.
Yeah.
And me living in this space sort of made that become my style.
Yeah.
I didn't know it, but it's become my style. I never knew I was a slick, urban, modern style. I always thought like I was something like Peranakan boy.
Yeah.
So like, a Peranakan, right? Usually we're afraid of like empty space.
Yeah.
I like my tiles, I like my patterns and everything.
Right.
But
this is very different from Peranakan. Yeah.
So the architect actually told me that because your collection is so in your face, it's so spectacular, right? That your house cannot have any details.
Yeah.
Because everything is basically the canvas and then you put the equivalent of art on it. Yeah, so actually I appreciated that because can you imagine if we design this house so designed already, right? Then you put more things in it, right?
Yeah.
It will become too much.
Yeah. Okay, so actually having an architect who really sits down with you and understands what you need is so important.
Yeah. So there's many details all over the house that you'll see that the architect understands me.
Yeah.
That I need to look at things. I may not need to play with them.
Yeah.
Which is toy person versus toy collector.
Ah.
Yeah. So like actually, right, talking about that, right? I like to bring strangers into my toilet because
I don't
it's
know
stupid,
why I'm going into the
come
toilet.
into my toilet because on that point, right, I love looking at rubber ducks.
Wow.
I'm not going to be a weirdo that sits in the bathtub and plays with 500 rubber ducks. But I enjoy looking at rubber duckies.
You know what? I didn't know there were green or blue.
Yes, hundreds of rubber duckies. So again, architect knew that I wanted to look at that.
Yeah.
So even in my bathroom, right, which is like if you look around, the bathroom is relatively slick and modern and clean, right?
Yeah.
But then there's this one surprise element that
I totally didn't expect that.
Yeah,
I mean,
because you come in like this, right?
Yeah, it's just like clean, plain.
Yeah. So it's very funny because like when my guests come sit on the toilet bowl, then you look at this, then you can hear them laughing in the toilet.
Laughing to themselves.
Yeah, laughing to themselves.
And I noticed you have this Barbie
Masla. This is my brand value, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so
everything is very well thought.
So the good thing about starting your own design of your own house is that everything is curated.
Yeah.
So this house, right, I bought it 1959 I bought a 1959 house when I was 32, which is like 8-9 years ago.
Yeah.
And we knocked down everything. So there were literally only 2 support pillars and everything else was knocked down. So all of these, even the layout of the rooms and all that was designed by the architect.
Yeah. Oh.
So everything is customized. So yeah.
I guess that's what you gotta do if you have like collections.
You must lah. You really must, because I think a collection can overpower a house. Yeah. So later I show you. The living room is here, but I don't show you yet. So
where are we?
Bedroom. This is the bedroom. Again, I like to bring strangers into my bedroom. That's what I do. But very normal bedroom. The mirror art. So I don't know if you guys live TV is weird, but like the mirror is art. So who's the fairest of them all is actually the concept of this mirror.
Who's the fairest of them all?
Yeah, which is basically.
So do you ever look at yourself in the mirror and ask?
In bed?
Yeah.
Yes, all the time.
All the time.
No, I'm not really I try not to be vain.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So the mirror is actually here for the art.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And then again, sometimes toys will overpower. So actually this is where my my bag wardrobe is.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a bag slut and a shoe.
Yeah, I
can't say
can
that.
see that.
Yeah, but I like.
There are no shoes here at all.
Wait lah, got shoes. I have shoes.
Oh yeah,
but
it shouldn't be in the room.
I do like my bags, so they live here.
Yeah.
Because I think it'll look a bit stupid in the wardrobe.
Yeah.
So actually, I
Yeah.
can bring you into the wardrobe as well. 'Cause, yeah. So the wardrobe, right, is a very regular guy's wardrobe lah. Like
Wow, they're very well organized. Huh?
business clothes, semi-business clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, architect knew me very well.
Yes.
Like I'm very particular about things like all the white shirts together, all the short
Yeah.
sleeves together, all the pattern shirts
Wow.
together. So
Yeah.
the sections are all divided that way, and then all my
Yes.
winter clothes are here.
Yes.
So it's also very like
Yes.
curated.
Yeah.
My favorite thing about this room is
Yes.
my first dolls from 1984 all have their own niche.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of people, like when they come here and then they ask me about these dolls, right? It's like, which one was your first doll?
Yeah.
These were them. So Great Shape Barbie, Great Shape Ken, and Dream Glow Barbie.
Yeah.
Yeah, they all sort of live here. So every day when I change, like get my clothes, I see my childhood, which reminds me of happier times lah.
Yeah.
And little detail, but Dream Glow Barbie glows in the dark.
Really?
Yeah, that's her concept. Like all the
Wow.
stars glow in the dark. So
Yeah.
every time at night, right, when I turn off this light,
Yeah.
she glows.
Well,
So
does it
it's
ever
like-
scare you?
No,
the vibes and all?
not in a scary way, but in a beautiful 1980s kind of way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like those are night lights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I love little details like that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine after 8 years of living in this house, right?
Yeah.
Things like that still excite me. They still like keep it fresh.
Yeah.
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 Wow. Now, maybe I should start a Barbie collection.
If you want, you know
I
a
will
guy.
later before I leave, you see one missing. It's not me.
I check your pocket.
No pocket. No.
So actually, the thing about this, right? So
Yeah.
so actually, when you're in the wardrobe, you see these like 9 mirrors down, right?
Yeah.
They're actually storage. So
Oh.
Singapore lah. So Singapore, you need to think about storage.
Yes.
So all 9 closets have storage. They're about like $6 deep. So the box dolls, the stuff that I will never take out of the box, they all live in here. You can actually see the quality is a lot higher.
Yes.
I got like expensive things
Yes.
that all live in here.
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah.
So we already have 2 tips today. One is find architect who will spend the time to actually understand what you're looking for, and give you recommendations as well,
Correct.
right?
I think Singapore architects, interior designers, unfortunately tend to be very templated. Because a lot of us live in houses which are templated.
Yes.
So, especially moving into a place like this where you are able to have free reign over everything, including house circulation.
Yeah.
Because can you imagine, right? You actually came into a house to see a doll collection,
Yeah.
but you never saw it yet.
Yeah.
Right? So all my
Yes,
friends
I've
are actually in this strange circulation where
Yeah.
there's still a moment of amazingness.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will just bring you through one last boring room, which is my
there's
study.
one
So
more?
like study no need to talk about lah, right?
Yeah.
All you need to know is I painted dolls of myself.
Oh.
So this guy
Yes.
I used to live in the Middle East. So in 2011, he was skinny first of all, but he has all his paper doll outfits, and this is like the art that lives in my
Wow.
my study lah.
You
Yeah.
drew them with like
I painted them.
painted
Yeah,
with
acrylic paint.
Ah.
Yeah.
Wow, you're very talented. Huh?
Well, thank you. Yeah, so you see the study even,
Yes,
right? From a
yes.
Zoom call perspective, I still have a nice, beautiful white wardrobe
Yes.
background
Yeah.
that looks semi-professional.
Yes.
And then if you turn a bit, if you turn your computer a bit, right, then you see a bit of this as a background. So it's also like I can show this artsier side
Yes,
of me.
yeah,
So
yeah.
can you imagine an architect being able to tell you all of these things, right? To
Yeah.
say your computer background can be white, it can show artsy,
Yeah.
and you can still have your private space. So like
Yeah.
this is a Salvador Dali.
Oh.
This is a real Salvador Dali sketch. It's a missing
Wow.
piece from the Don Quixote series.
Yeah.
And you don't put this on the main wall because this is for your personal enjoyment. It's something that you don't think about, right? Because when you buy art, you want to put it up immediately. And it's like, oh my god, everybody look at this! It's
Yes.
amazing.
Yeah.
But I don't. So
Yeah.
this actually is my private enjoyment. So when I sit at my study table, I see it.
Yeah.
And my viewers, I suppose, see the nonsense that I painted.
Yeah.
Which I think is a very tasteful detail.
Honestly, I think since coming to this room, right, I feel very settled. Like I really have to take time to enjoy every little thing.
Yeah.
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 So shall I unsettle you?
Huh?
Come.
What? Oh my God.
So this is
Yes.
that big reveal.
Right. I thought it was just the ones in front.
No. You vaguely knew that you were coming into a house of $12,000. So I hope you don't think that the back wall was enough.
It's a bit hard for me to count.
Yes. Yeah, it's like I get it, because like you can't even think about what 12,000 looks like.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Okay, now I can.
So this is what it looks like. So
Yeah.
I've actually brought you on a circulation of the house, right? So you can actually see that it was designed to be very warm, but unwelcoming at the same time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like my friends can feel very comfortable here, but nobody really lingers.
I do notice that even though it's sorry, can you stand here?
Sure.
Yeah.
Live TV, gotta love it.
So I was saying I do notice that even though there's a lot of dolls, I do feel the house is still very minimalist. Like you said, design was kept to be clean and simple and nice, even though there's a lot of dolls.
Yeah. So like,
that's
actually one little detail, right, is the floor is Pantone 219C, which is Barbie's official pink.
Oh.
So again, can you imagine having someone to tell you that you actually don't need to design the house.
Yeah.
What you need to do is design spaces for your toys.
Yeah.
And the only hint that you have that this is actually a Barbie house is the floor color.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I never thought about it. Huh? Like, in your parents' house, like you see like terrazzo floors, you see like parquet and that kind of stuff. And even in your mind, right, you don't think about epoxy as a medium.
Yeah.
My mother joked about it. My mother didn't agree with this. She said, look like Changi Airport car park floor. But I'm like, I kind of like it.
Yeah.
Like, I think it gives it.
I mean, it ties in with the whole theme that you have right here. So I think that's very important. So I do have one question for you. Would you be able to sum up 3 tips that you can give to home owners?
3 tips?
In terms of organizing collection.
Okay. I don't like live TV. I gotta figure this out. Wait, 3 tips. 3 tips.
Or maybe just one at the top of your head. The most important one.
I mean, there's actually a lot, and I'm actually better at thinking on my feet. So like, I think one good detail, right, is look at this wall. Look at this wall. There's probably, what, $4,000, $5,000 on this wall. Right?
Yes.
How this was designed is each of them is in a metaphorical box. So you're able to keep your dolls in boxes without actually having them in the boxes.
Right, yeah.
So visually, right, can you imagine if this whole wall didn't have these breaks?
Yeah.
It would actually be too much. From a collector perspective, I mean, a lot of us like collect Transformers, collect My Little Pony, collect Barbie, collect these things, right? But we never think about where to put them.
Yes.
And a lot of collectors have $129 IKEA showcases, the 4-side glass one.
Yeah.
And the whole wall is lined with those glass showcases. And that's kind of it. And then they have wires running all over the place and these stupid spotlights.
Yeah.
To be frank, that's what my parents' house looked like.
Yeah.
But I wanted it to be like contained.
Yes, I can see that.
And actually visually, like you said, like the shoefulness of this, right, is actually present.
Yeah.
And you don't really think about it, but it does contain it in a way.
Yeah.
So I think, to me, right, that's one of the biggest things for collectors.
Yeah.
Because again, a collection can overpower.
Yeah.
The visual overpoweredness is a danger.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think this is one of those things. I think the other one is find a brand that you love and find something that you can link to the brand. So I love my Barbie, so Pantone 219C is the detail. A lot of people like for example Star Wars. So if they like Star Wars, like, and you had one room with a galaxy ceiling, that would be like, for every toy Instagrammer, taking a picture of Slave One against a galaxy background, right, would keep you very amused in your own house.
Yes. yes, yes.
Yeah. So I think that's also a powerful thing that toy brand people
Yeah.
can like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have also one thing I would like. So in 5 seconds, are you able to just show me your most memorable doll?
Memorable dollar. I think
Five.
I don't know. 5 seconds. Okay,
Four.
five. Nah,
Which one?
nah,
One.
nah. The one wearing lingerie.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Barbie's concept, right, was that she
Mm.
was originally a teenage fashion model
Mm.
that just you bought clothes and you dressed the doll. So
Mm.
when they resurrected the concept using a doll just in lingerie,
Yeah.
and then you buy very expensive clothes and put them on
Yeah.
her,
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that moment in Barbie history.
Yeah.
There.
Wow.
5 seconds.
Okay, you did a good job. It's
Thank
okay.
you.
I'll give you a
Yes.
pass. A star, A star.
A student, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing with us today. Today we actually got a lot of tips from Jianyang, and we are really thankful for you to show us your tour around your house. Later on at 11 a.m., we will be having Davis from Nippon Paint Singapore, who will be sharing with us more about what paint is. It's not as simple as paint. There's honestly a lot more that we need to know about considering the type of paints to use for our house and many other details. So I'll leave that to Davis. So see you guys at 11 a.m.
Once again, very good afternoon and welcome to our Singapore first virtual Reno Expo. Now, please don't forget to visit our www.renoexpo.vehs.com and register for this event. My name is Sylvia. What a great pleasure for me to be here today together with you. Now, do remember, if you were to register, you are going to win some great prizes for yourself. Now, we have got prizes that is worth up to $20,000 up for grabs. Not forgetting something very exciting that I need to tell you about. Now, that will be our ultimate grand lucky draw giveaway. What are we giving away? Now, we will be giving away a grand Mercedes A200. Now, please don't forget, every time you spend $100 with any exhibitors right here at Singapore's first virtual home Reno Expo, now you will be entitled to an additional chance for you to be able to drive the Mercedes A200 home. All right, so do not forget, do remember to register for it. And not only that, we have got lots of highlights and lots of programs and exhibitions for you. Now, when you visit our website, there are over 30 top interior designer and even renovation brands in our virtual exhibition hall. Do remember to click on the chat button and you will be able to speak directly via our live chat system with our exhibitors. Now, there will also be non-stop live webinars from our panel of expert speakers from the home improvement to entertainment and even the property sectors too. Now, there will also be ongoing promotions offered by some of our exhibitors. Do remember to check out all the great promotions on the website. We'd like to thank all the sponsors for sponsoring this virtual exhibition. Now, there's something that's very important coming up next. Have you ever wondered what are the pros and cons of having digital lock versus a conventional lock? Think about it. You can go home without carrying any key. It's going to be keyless. The convenience of it, and not only that, it's absolutely secure. In a while's time after this video, we will be introducing Mr. Ricky Ang. He is a product specialist with Digital Lock. He will be here to share with you how great it is to have a digital lock. Meanwhile, let's take a look at this video.
Undigital Lock, your key to a perfect home.
There you are. You have checked out how wonderful it is to have a digital lock. Without much further ado, right now I'm going to introduce him up here on screen. Handsome young man over here. He is a product specialist with On Digital Lock. Please give it up for Mr. Ricky Ang. Hello, Ricky.
Hi.
Wow, it's a great
Hi,
pleasure
everyone.
to have
I'm Ricky.
you.
Yes.
I'm going to pass the stage over to you, right?
Thank you.
All right.
My pleasure to be around. Thank you. Thanks, Singapore Home Reno Expo, for inviting Undigital myself today. Just a quick introduction on our company. So, Undigital Lock, the name Un derives from the Chinese word of Anqian, Anxing, okay, meaning safe and secure. So, when you get our locks, you will make sure that you have something that is safe and secure for your home. Okay, so Undigital Lock has been around in the market since 2013. Okay, so far we have been in the market for our 7 years, our 7th year already. Yeah, and today we carry 12 brands of digital lock. So we aim to be the supermarket of digital door locks. Okay, yeah, and so back to digital door locks. Okay, a lot of times we were wondering, like, you know, why will people want to buy a digital lock? Okay, why would you need to have a digital lock? Okay, so the two basic theory is that, number one, okay, it is definitely much more convenient compared to using a key. All right. So a lot of times, have you tried to ask yourself this question? Number one, have you lose your keys before? Number two, have you leave your keys out of the house before? Yeah. So these are the very two issues that people are actually facing. And today I'm going to show you like some of the different types of locks available in the market and what are the different access, okay, that a digital lock can offer you. All right. So, okay, so for digital locks, it is actually considered one of the smart home products that you can find in the market, and is as Singapore is moving towards smart nation. Okay, I believe that now is we are getting very easy in terms of our transportation, in terms of how we order our food, in terms of our deliveries. So we have like Ninja Van, we have like a Red Mart. All this makes up the life so conveniently. Okay, and of course, smart locks and digital locks, they are the way to go for you as well. Okay, so what we do have right here, okay, will be two examples of digital door locks. Okay, so the first one on my right, okay, this is from Samsung. Okay, Samsung, one of their flagship product. Okay, so this product, right, actually, if you can see the overall design, okay, this is a push-pull model. Okay, it's a new generation of handle. Okay, so the moment you have actually provided access, after you grant access, you can just push the handle to open up. And we also do have Igloo Home. Okay, so Igloo Home down here, this is actually considered a smart lock. Okay, so what is the difference between the smart lock and a digital lock? Digital locks, right, basically they allow you to have a seamless entry, just to your door, okay, to open up the house. Whereas for smart lock, it have other capabilities, other functions, like using Bluetooth. You are able to remotely, okay, grant access, okay, and you are able to send a PIN code to the visitors, okay, like a one-time PIN, duration PIN, and even a permanent PIN. All these can be generated, okay, using your mobile phone, okay? Yeah, and not to forget, okay, there are access, okay, the different types of access available, okay, will be like the very common one that people will go with right now will be to use fingerprint. You are able to use card access, PIN code, and okay, in case of any emergency, okay, users are also able to use mechanical key to override. Of course, we are talking about keyless. Normally when you go back home, we try to get rid of the keys. Okay, so you see, wow, very big down here. My T-shirt keyless. Okay, so that is the idea behind a digital door lock. Okay, but in the event whereby, number one, let's say your battery goes power failure, there's no power at all. Okay, so you're able to use a 9-volt battery to do a jump start on the digital lock. Some of the locks, right, they also enable you to use a power bank, okay, using micro USB port to supply power to the digital lock. Okay, and of course, we do use keys in case there's any emergency as well. All right? Okay, so let me just show you a quick example of how we are able to use a fingerprint to access to the house. Okay, right now, okay, if you can see, okay, yeah, you can see down here, right? Okay, so this particular portion is where the boat is, where it is actually on lock position. Okay, so when a user were to use fingerprint, so you can just simply need to touch and place the finger. Okay, it unlocks directly, and you can just simply push the door to enter the house. That is how easy it is. Okay, the next one, okay, quickly I will brief through you, will be to use card access. Okay, so there are different card access, RFID access in the market. Okay, first of all, okay, it will be, okay, this RFID card, like a credit card size card. Can you see? Okay, so this is actually the card. Okay, the next one will be the RFID tag access. This is called the fob keys. Okay, fob, F-O-B. Okay, so these are like what we call the tag, whereby you are able to hang it on your keychain, or if you have any wallet or phone, you can actually hang it on them. Okay, the last but not least will be a sticker. Okay, so you can see. Wow, so this is so thin. Can you see? Wow, slimmest slimmest card in the world. No, like this is not a card. This is a sticker. Huh? So this sticker can actually be placed at the back of your phone. Okay, so whenever you were to come back home, you can draw your phone out. Okay, touch the screen, and you can just scan your card to unlock it. Okay, so you can see unlock. So that's how simple it is. And from the inside of the house, okay, when the door is closed and locked, okay, user are just simply able to pull the handle to open the door. Okay, so this is actually where the convenience is. Okay, and next thing, okay, so I've talked about the convenience part. The other the other part will be the security. Okay, digital lock is 100% more secure compared to a conventional lock. Okay, I wouldn't say digital lock is 100% safe, okay, but it is definitely, compared to a conventional lock, it is more secure. Okay, with the built-in functions of the alarm, okay, and the lockup capability. So in the event when a user were to use the PIN code for more than 5 times or different card access for more than 5 times, okay, you will actually lock it out. Okay, so it will stop the access, okay, for a few minutes before before they can move on. Okay, and in the event of any breakdown or in the event of any break-ins, okay, the digital lock will actually gives out an alarm. Okay, so this alarm it won't be as loud as the whole neighborhood can hear, but it's good enough for your neighbors, okay, to be aware of it, okay, and they can take necessary action, maybe help you to look out, okay. So, okay, next thing I will touch on will be all the access, okay, that comes with a digital lock, okay. Currently in this market right now, 2020, okay, fingerprint is one of the most popular functions. Number 2, there is RFID card access. Not only RFID cards, certain brands, okay, they also do allow like EasyLink card access, like the Igloo Home. This Igloo Home Smart Mortise 2 Plus, Smart Mortise 2. Okay, the Smart Mortise 2 enables you to use, okay, EasyLink card to unlock. Okay, but these functions may eventually be removed. Okay, so but you are still able to use RFID cards to unlock it. Okay, number 3, PIN code access. The PIN code access, certain models of the locks enable you to have one-time PIN. Certain models do not require. So is this one of the factors that you will need to know before you purchase? Yes, so this is something that you can think about, okay? And next one will be to use mechanical keys, okay? So these are like the keys provided, okay? So these are one of the examples of the key. So you are able to use key to override it in the event of any emergency, okay? There's also NFC functions. NFC functions means like you're able to use a smartphone, okay, Android smartphone with the access, and you're able to directly tap your phone onto the lock itself for it to unlock. Okay, and the most popular one right now we have is Wi-Fi. Okay, Wi-Fi access door lock. Certain models in the market come with Wi-Fi, but most of them do not have Wi-Fi yet. Okay, so these are the few six access. Okay, and Bluetooth. Okay, so all these actually create a very convenient, very seamless entry to your door. Yeah, so okay, after we talk about the different type of access available, okay, we will also be talking about what kind of information you will need to gather before you buy a digital lock. Okay, so what kind of information do you need? Okay, number 1, okay, you have to understand your door configuration. Okay, do you have a metal gate right in front? Do you have the wooden door? Okay, so wooden door, metal gate. Okay, so you have these two. And the next thing that you will need to know will be the door thickness. Typically, a digital lock, okay, are able to fit most of the main door. okay, with minimum 38 millimeter, okay, 38 mm. Okay, so the next one that you need to understand is what kind of access do you require? Okay, like just now earlier on that what we have went through, okay, users are able to use fingerprint, can use card, can use PIN code, can use keys, okay. Actually, all these like 4 main functions, right, okay, they are available in one single product. Okay, so you need to know what are the access that you require. The next one that you need to gather will be the distance between your door and your gate. Okay, so sometimes, like typically for a HDB resale flat, okay, whereby the door and the gate is very narrow. Okay, so that is where you need to do a bit of measurement before you head down to any of the showrooms. Okay, so in fact, the professional consultants on site, they will advise you from there as well. Okay, last but not least, okay, digital lock, actually they offers 2 main types. Okay, number 1 is a replacement type, meaning your existing door, we are able to remove the existing lock and to replace it with the digital lock directly. Number 2, there is the other one that is called the add-on lock. So add-on lock, they are actually a more basic type of lock whereby it actually allows you to add on top of the current lock. That means you just imagine your handle is at the bottom, and on top of the handle, okay, we will drill a hole and then we will fix the lock there. Okay, these locks, they are basically considered the add-on locks, surface-mounted locks. Some are even called the deadbolt. Okay, it may be a bit technical, but do bear with us. Okay, yeah, and you will definitely get a digital lock of your choice soon. Okay, so okay, what we also do experience, right, as a reseller of the different brands. Okay, we for undigital lock, we do carry 12 brands, and one of the more popular models or popular brands can be Samsung. We have Samsung, we have Igloo Home, we have Philips, we do have Cardas, and Lock Home as well. Okay, so these are the very popular brands and models out there. But however, being said that, Samsung, one of the most popular brands in the market, okay, we do see that there are a lot of parallel import locks around in Singapore. Okay, so they are being sold probably online, okay, certain platforms online. So do be aware, okay, of what you are purchasing. Okay, digital lock is something that secure your home. When in the event that you need support, okay, when you need support, you will be assured that at least undigital lock or the local dealers, they are able to provide you with almost immediate attention. Okay, whereas for parallel imported locks, okay, yes, okay, 100% they may be even cheaper compared to local resellers. However, we do experience many times that these parallel import locks, they are, because of their difference in terms of mechanism or their difference in terms of their spare parts, okay, so they are not really suitable for Singapore condition, weather condition, I mean, okay. And number 2, okay, in the event where you need support, okay, most of the times the seller is overseas, so they are not able to provide you with immediate support like how we can undigital lock, like how we can do it. Okay, so I think I've covered up most of the portions already. Okay, and I would like to also thank Vest.com, okay, Reno Expo, Singapore Reno Expo 2020, for keeping us this slot, 12 at 12 p.m. So, wow, this is a fantastic offer for us. And I think that for those who have yet to purchase or own your own digital lock, okay, do remember to always drop by to Digital Lock showroom. We have 2 showrooms located in Singapore. One is at Sembawang, Gambas Crescent. Okay, number 2, Gambas Crescent. Okay, and the second outlet that we have is at Paya Lebar. Okay, AZ Building. Okay, so we are just across the road from MacPherson MRT. So after you come out from the MacPherson MRT, you'll be able to see us. And not only that, there are also other vendors available all in that particular building. So it's a one-stop building for the different homeowners available. So lucky enough, 12/12, okay, is where we start our first day of our year-end promotion. Okay, we are very glad that Vest.com invited us down, so we are also able to share this with you guys. Okay, so for those who have yet to purchase your door lock, do drop by our showroom. Remember the criteria that you have. What are the different access that you may like to have for your door lock? Okay, or if you even have an image of your door and your gate, okay, together, okay, you can just take a photo, bring it down. Our consultants on site will advise you, okay, with their professional advice. Okay, so all right, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting us.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ricky. And indeed, what he says is true. 12th of December, 12 o'clock, right?
12, 12,
Exactly.
12.
12, 12, 12. Don't forget to
Yes.
go by 40. Yeah. All right. I believe that we have a lot of people right now. They are either on Facebook or they are on YouTube. And there are a lot of questions that are flooding in for you, Mr. Ricky Ang. So let me go ahead with the first question over here. Which digital lock would you recommend me? Somebody asked this question.
Yes, okay, definitely, because there are over 100 models in the market, okay, what kind of digital would I recommend you? Basically, I have to throw this question back to you, okay, like what kind of functions, okay, do you really prefer? Like earlier on, because we have so many different type of access, like fingerprint, we have card access, we have Wi-Fi. Okay, the Wi-Fi capability is actually very strong in the market right now because it's the full control. So user able to use their mobile phone, okay, to generate the PIN code directly to open up the door. Okay, and they are also able to use. So when there's any guest, right, that actually comes into the house, the owner will actually receive a notification. So do you require this type of functions? Okay, that's number 1. And number 2, what kind of type of locks that you prefer? Do you prefer to replace it or do you prefer to add on? So I cannot give you a very straightforward answer. Okay, so these questions have to be thrown back to you. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. So just like what Ricky has said earlier on, just a recap, it depending on what you require. Like what you say, they have fingerprint, key card access, even the Wi-Fi one too, right? I believe door structure is also something that's very important. If you have a handle, you wouldn't need another handle. Am I right to say that?
Yes, some of them, they also do have another one that, fix it up together. So there will be 2 handles.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but it really depends on individual preference. Okay, most of them that comes with a long handlebar, for like condo, right?
Correct.
Okay, they will like do an add-on, just on top of the existing lock. They will just add on one more on top. Or, in fact, right, those who need to have the Wi-Fi, they have to replace the whole locking mechanism. Yeah, so...
I see.
Yes.
Okay. So I hope Ricky have answered the first question. Now we have a few more questions to go. We're going to proceed to the second question. If you could convince one should change into a digital lock right now, what is the crucial reason? I can answer that one straight away.
Yes.
No need keys. You don't need to carry anything with you.
Correct. Like what you can see for the past 25 minutes or so, whatever is on my t-shirt are keyless.
Keyless.
Yes. So what we are trying to do is that we are promoting a keyless community.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what other crucial reasons?
Of course, the other one will be security. Okay, so security part, digital lock most of them, they are armed with alarm system. So in the event of any break-ins, okay, you are able to, find out. You're able to capture the culprit straight away.
Phone.
Yes, some of them that have Wi-Fi, they can do that.
I see.
Yes. So
okay.
厉害
That's cool. All right, the next question is how secure are the digital lock? Would it be easily hacked by the thieves or hackers? Actually, this question I want to ask also. You know, we watch a lot of Korean drama, Korean spy drama. When you key in the PIN number, they put one pinhole camera down there, look at your PIN number. Then how? I mean, is there any way we can like stop from hacking?
Okay, you see, for digital lock, right, okay, it is similar compared to withdrawing cash in the ATM. Correct. Because if you see, this PIN code, right, that you actually enter, they are very visible. Okay, so of course, okay, we try to be smarter, lah. Okay, when you enter the PIN code, okay, try to cover it up, okay, or best if you don't need, or if you don't need to use PIN code, you can just use the fingerprint to unlock it. You know, it will be definitely much more convenient than using PIN.
Okay. Do you have this function whereby, you know, I can key in a few rubbish number before I key in my PIN number? Is there such a thing?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there are many different brands in the market. Okay. Every different brands, they have different kind of features and functions. Yes. I mean, Sylvia is pointed out something that is very unique, and these are available on certain brands like Philips, like Kadas. They both of these brands, they actually offer this kind of functions. Okay, you can actually enter some rubbish right at the front, but
correct.
actually in between, you actually store the proper PIN code. You are still able to unlock it.
So does Undigital Lock actually carry these brands also?
Yes, definitely. We have 12 brands available.
Fantastic. Okay,
Yes.
let's proceed to the next question. Are there any warranty? If yes, how long? How long is the warranty?
Depending on the product itself as well. Okay, so typically a digital lock carries 2 years warranty for you guys. Okay, some product even offer 3 years warranty, like Philips model. Okay, Philips range, they are all 3 years warranty in the market. But however, most of the brands available, they are mainly 2 years. Okay.
Okay.
So,
And-
I would like to add on for this.
Sure.
Okay, for warranty part, okay, this is something that online user would not be able to get. Like para import locks, there's no warranty. You know, so before you even purchase the door lock, do ensure that you buy from the proper channel. Okay.
Yes, I totally agree to this, and I must emphasize again, okay, buy from the proper channel. Like, for example, our Digital Lock, they have got 2 branches, which is Sembawang Gambas and AZ Building, right, at Paya Lebar.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
you know,
right,
you know why
Sylvia.
also, Ricky? Just if you anyhow buy from someone, right, just in case, you know, your digital lock has got no mobile battery or whatever, you really don't know what to do. Then you call the fella holiday in Caribbean. Not going to pick up your call.
Wow, yeah, that's right. So I would add on with that, right? Undigital, we provide 24/7 support,
there you
technical support.
are.
Yes, I think this is the key word that we are looking for: the 24-hour support, and
Yes.
what the users out there they require.
Exactly.
So, I mean, you do
Definitely
not
need
want to
this.
get locked out of the house and unable
Correct.
to find any support at all. Yes.
Absolutely. Okay, let's proceed on to the next question. Are there any tips to take note of when installing our digital lock? Any tips?
First thing first, after you have installed the digital lock, okay, do ensure that you use the proper type of battery. Okay? The
okay.
type of battery is one of the, no, it's not one, it's the most crucial part of maintaining the door lock. Okay, so a lot of times, right, we always highlight to users to only use alkaline batteries. So
okay.
certain brands or certain type of batteries, right, they are not compatible, like heavy duty batteries.
Too strong, is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
lithium, rechargeable. Yeah, those are not compatible to digital lock. We are only able to use alkaline battery. Okay, it's a good question. Okay, from the user out there, and also number one, take note of is the battery, the time, the number, the frequency to change the battery as well. Okay, so say for example, for us, right, even in our invoices, we do always state that, okay, try to change it every 6 months to prevent battery leakage.
Correct.
Yes.
That's so nice of
And
them.
also, the last thing that you need to take note of will be to have a door closer. Okay, so the door closer actually allows the door to close gently. Okay, without
Okay.
slamming. So sometimes if you know, if you don't have a closer, right, when you just have a door, okay, it's very prone to have the door slam when there's a strong wind.
Correct. Your wife might be sleeping and then you go and bang the door, you see lah. Ah.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, going to proceed with the last question over here. Are there any digital lock that is used by a voice control system, like for example, Google Home, Alexa, or Apple, or Siri? Is there such a lock?
Yes, there is. Yeah, there are certain locks, right, that are actually compatible to like Google, Siri, and things like that. For Singapore right now, most of the locks brand, they are all standalone. That means they are not compatible. In overseas, yes, but actually the compatibility to smart devices, right, is rather low in terms of the demand. So right now, the Singapore market have not start to carry this, as frequent as the other companies or other countries out there.
I see. It's a bit dangerous also to use Google Home. I don't know.
No lah, Google Home.
But-
Of course not. Google Home, they are very safe and secure one.
Okay.
But just that the demand, right, is not as strong compared to overseas. So right now, Singapore market is whatever we have, mostly what people are looking for. Okay, like using fingerprint, card access, PIN code, the more commonly used type. These are one of the more popular models or brands in the market. They are all carried under digital lock.
Yes, okay. So please not forget, if you want to get a digital lock for your new home, all right, please don't forget to get it from On Digital Lock. Why is that so? Because they have 2 branches. They have like 24/7 service also. Don't buy from any other places, okay? All right, they have a great service over here. And once again, I'd like to thank Mr. Ricky Ang. Killer, so nice. Thank you so much for telling us a little bit more about
Thanks
digital
for
lock.
inviting us. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Good.
And of course, do not forget, if you have just joined us, once again, very warm welcome to our Singapore First Virtual Home Reno Expo 2020. Now, this is, of course, our December edition, which is also our final edition right here. Remember to visit our webpage, which is www.renoexpo.vehs. V for Venice, E for England, H for Houston, okay? VEHS.com. Now that's where we'll be able to register for this event. And once you register only, you will qualify for yourself a lucky draw prizes that is worth more than $20,000. Now there will also be a ultimate grand draw giveaway. We will be giving away a Mercedes A200. You get to drive it away. Now not forgetting, with every $100 spent with our exhibitors, you are entitled to an additional chance for this lucky draw too. All right, and of course, click on the chat button. All right, that's where you will be able to speak directly via the live chat system with our exhibitors. Now, meanwhile, do stay tuned, because at 1 p.m. sharp, we're going to have a outdoor live webinar for you. It's all about David Hillman. He's going to introduce to us a little bit more about his Disney theme home. Yes, you heard me right. If you're a Disney lover, you will want to check it out. So log on 1 p.m. That will be our outdoor live webinar with David Hillman on his Disney theme home. Meanwhile, we're going to show you another video and see you at 1 p.m. sharp.
Hi there, I'm Ricky. Do you know that technology allows you to unlock your door by the use of fingerprint, card, PIN code, and mobile phone? That's digital lock. Go killers lah! Digital door lock is not only convenient, it is also secure, preventing hackers from breaking in or unwanted party to pick your lock. Hey, what are you doing? Oh yeah, don't worry that you need to spend extra to change to a new door. Because for digital door lock, you are able to use on existing wooden door, metal gate, and even on glass door. With digital door lock, you can go killers man.
Yeah. Good dah.
Good dah.
one, go.
Hi everyone, welcome back. Did you notice what's behind me? Do you know that there's a mini Disneyland hidden in Singapore? Today we're going to take an exclusive tour of this mini Disneyland. So shall we start?
Hi.
Hi.
Welcome to the Disney home. Coming in.
Hi.
Coming in.
So this is David and
Hi.
this
Hi,
is
everyone.
his Disney home.
Yes, this is my Disney home. Welcome to my humble Disney home, and
Yes.
I will take you a tour.
Yes,
Okay,
please.
sure. Okay, let's take a tour from here first.
Sure.
So, I'm a huge fan of Disney,
Yeah.
and I'm a really big fan of the Disney classics. So, this is pretty much all the Disney classics that I bought from online or from friends, or somehow actually I actually bought from the one in Singapore as well, locally here.
Yeah.
So, but this is actually pretty much the classic Disney.
Yeah.
And right over here, you can see this is pretty much like all my Funko collections.
Yes. Yeah.
And this is the magic mirror. I call it the magic mirror.
Can I ask it something?
Yeah, sure. You can ask anything you want. Yes. All right. So, do you have any
So
other
do you
questions?
remember every single detail about them?
Yes, of course. As you all know, that Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is the first animated movie
Yeah.
that Walt Disney creates, and
Yeah.
it became a huge hit. So that's why I put it there, Snow White and the
Yeah.
Seven Dwarfs. And then Walt himself is also the pioneer, is my hero, is my biggest hero ever. And this is actually the miniature collections of the castles.
Wow.
And right over here is all the Mickey Mouse.
Yes.
Right down here, pretty much all the Silly Symphony
Yeah.
during the Walt Disney era. And then this is the Mickey. And behind that, actually, there's a script of the Steamboat Willie.
Yeah.
Yep. It's not
Oh.
original, it's
Yeah.
a replica, but
Yeah.
that is the script
Yeah.
for Steamboat Willie.
I'm sure there are many fans out there who want to read this live right now.
Yes. When it comes to Disney, there's always a
Yeah.
hidden magic. So
Yeah.
if I show you by press this, it will show the lights. It's kind of like a very dreamy.
This mini Disneyland is
Yeah.
very interactive.
Yeah. And yeah, so this is when I went to Family Museum,
Yeah.
Disneyland.
How do you decide to actually place all this over here?
It takes a long time for me to figure out what goes inside this
Yes.
display.
Yeah.
And first of all, because my house is not very big, and I need to find a suitable display that it can fit really nicely with the hole.
Yes.
And also, Disney figurines always have a lot of colors, so you need to find something that's suitable and also complements the character itself. So it takes maybe about 6 months.
Wow.
Yes, about 6 months to find out the best suitable display, and
Yes,
also when it comes to
yes.
budget, I have to think about that as well.
Yes. Yes.
And of course the safety
Yes.
for that.
Yes. So I'm sure we'll uncover more little budget tips that you have
I
for
will.
us. So, this is the living room.
Okay, so this is the living room. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So this is the living room.
Yeah.
This is pretty much I so-called my showcase. So when I actually purchased this house, the owner actually sitting right here.
Oh.
So the owner sitting right here, and then
Yeah.
you actually watch TV. The TV is right here.
Oh,
So-
entirely switched
Yeah,
everything.
so I told the interior designer that I wanted to have kind of a airy space where I can watch TV and also see my collections all together. So literally, I designed each individual of this according to the size of the dolls,
Wow.
and these are 17 inch.
Oh, so these are customized.
Yeah, these are actually customized.
Yeah.
And I wanted to have like not all of them are 17-inch collections. I wanted to have like a bit of the figurines, a bit of that. So it's kind of like mixed between the dolls of 17-inch and also figurines and DVDs, and also it kind of like mixed here and there. But I wanted to be very balanced. That's why the interior design did a really good job for this.
Yes.
And I like white.
Yeah.
So I think white will actually complement each of the characters of
Yeah.
Disney.
It allows them to stand out.
Yes, it
Yeah.
also has to stand out a lot. Yeah, so when we talk about these collections, I pretty much like have all the classic one, and also some of them are very iconic, like this one.
Yeah.
This one I got it from the Disney park, which is online, and this is limited editions. When I got this, is like sold out within like, I don't know, a few days. I think a few minutes. I think. I
So do you camp on the site to like?
Yes, yes. The good thing is like when the US was midnight, in here it's like during the day, so you
Yeah.
can purchase it.
Yeah.
So this limited edition, this from the Disney Park, came out on the Halloween, and the back over there, there's the Disney Fairy Tale collections, which is came out long time ago, and they're like sold out like hotcakes because classic Disney princesses is always the popular.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
this is Maleficent. I got this. First, I thought when I got this, where am I going to put it in my house? Because
Yeah.
it's so small. So when it came in, the box is as big as a fridge, like really big. So I have to go down to post office to pick it up.
Yeah.
So this one released in year 2000. Can't remember. It was really long time ago, and it's still in pristine condition. So I keep it there to bring the magic, and she's also my favorite Disney villain.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that all of them are taken care of very well.
Yeah.
The sign of a true collector.
Well, the tips about when people come to my house, they're like, David, how do you clean all this house?
Yes, yes.
I told them about I like to clean the house so that I can actually see each individual of collections. People have collections because they wanted to admire their collections. They don't want to just like put it there and you see it, but you wanted to like look at details and everything. So it's a lot of hard work. I use brush and I use everything, but I can see there's no.
Yeah. Do you have a Disney brush to clean?
I have two types of brush. I have the bigger one, the smaller one, and a very tiny one, which is to clean the small part. Yes. So moving on to this, sorry.
Yeah.
So moving on to this, I have a lot of these figurines down to the clocks, everything. So when I told the interior design, I wanted to like have a showcase for this, so you can actually see everything. It basically like tell a story.
Yeah.
So because Disney is all about telling a story, and there's one thing about Disney parks that if you go to Disneyland, there's always something that is magical and it's hidden. So I'm gonna show you guys. So this is the reason I purchased. So when you on it, it lights up. and the funny the good thing is
Wow.
So to me, I think this is what Disney is all about. They're very detailed. They're very there's magic, and you can see there's actually Snow White and the evil queens right there. So
Right.
So when I told the interior design, and apparently the interior design that I'm speaking to, she's actually a Disney fan, so she understands what is the true collectors and what is Disney is all about. As you can see on the top of there, I wanted to have a showcase where my biggest hero is on the top there, and then the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, which is the pioneer of that movie. Because of that movie, the Disney studio becomes a big because of that profit.
Yeah, I really like their dual song.
Yes.
I think it's something that I forgot already. I don't remember the exact detail.
Okay. So do you have any questions you want to ask anybody?
I see a very huge Elsa right there.
Okay, so that's sorry.
Right smack in the middle. Is there a reason why?
I think the reason why because they're looking from side to side. And I was looking at this side, Elsa was looking at this side. It was just a perfect.
It was all very well planned.
Yes, it's a well. So when interior design designed this, and I'm thinking, what am I gonna put here? Because I thought it was a figure, maybe it's too heavy. So I thought about just putting these two is actually very nice and balanced. So Elsa is very rare, and she actually came out in 2013. She only limited to 2,500 pieces, and it's very rare. So at the time when people watch Frozen, it's not as big. It was just until the music came out, and then become everything that it's Frozen is sold out like very fast. So so that's Elsa. I didn't get it from the store because it's a secondary market. I pay a little bit more for that one. So
how much more?
Okay, I pay her about $1,000.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't usually say it. And then Anna is about 800 US dollars. Yeah.
I actually see a few Elsas around.
Maybe
Is
because
there-
of the blue.
Is there a particular character that you resonate most with?
I think the characters that resonate more to me, it's probably Beauty and the Beast because first animated movie that I watched
Oh.
in cinema in a big
Yeah.
screen, and I'm just totally mad in love with
Yeah.
the Beauty and the Beast because of the story and the whole 360 experience, the
Yeah.
music and the animations.
Yeah.
But before that, of course, I know Disney movies like from Snow White, Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, Pinocchio's, and Dumbo.
Yeah. Yeah.
But all of them I actually watch on TVs, like a small TV. But then, like when it comes to Beauty and the Beast, it's like the first experience. So I get one piece here.
Yeah.
I know this is maybe nothing, but this is actually the starting of my collections.
Oh.
As in, like,
you mean the first?
not technically the first, but the first of its merchandise from that movie.
Yeah.
Because at that time I haven't actually experienced flying. So after I watched Beauty and the Beast, I've actually bought this cassette. And I still have it with me. So this is actually released after a few days after the movie.
Yeah.
And I did actually listen to this every single day before I go to school.
Wow.
And I feel so bad because Chris, if you watch this, Chris is my cousin.
Yeah.
I forced him to listen to this. I forced him to listen to this soundtrack almost like when I was actually spending the night at his place.
Yeah.
And I forced him to listen to like Be Our Guest and all this kind of thing. And he thinks that I'm like a geek. So I forced my parents,
Yeah.
my brother to listen to
Yeah.
Beauty and the Beast
Yeah,
because
yeah.
such a cool music,
Yeah.
and everything and
Yeah.
the story. So
So they
Has a lot
didn't
of
they
memories
didn't
of
fall
it.
in love with it.
well, to be honest, when I watched Beauty and the Beast, I've actually watched it alone.
Yeah.
I was 12.
Oh, you were in the movie theater.
Yeah, I was
Wow.
alone. So I told my parents I want to watch this movie,
Mm.
and can you help me buy tickets? 'Cause I
Yeah.
don't have money. So I said, why do you want to watch cartoon
Yeah.
in the cinema? I said, well, I want to watch it. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be great. So
Yeah.
it was breathtaking.
Yeah.
And then since
Yeah.
then, so this is, and I'm so glad I still have it.
And
Probably
it's
it's still
you actually have a cassette player.
no.
Oh.
But this is the actual thing that I don't know whether I can still play,
Yeah.
but I've
Yeah.
listened to this every single day, and I
Wow.
memorize it like every
Yeah.
part of it. So
Yeah.
because it's
And I love how it's like you can really see the colors. It's already
see the
Kept
color is
for a
like
long
already
while.
like yellowish. I'm pretty sure that people who
Yeah.
have this, it's like to them is a memory.
yes.
It probably meant nothing, but to
Yeah.
me it's
No, to me, if I collected all this and
yeah.
I had that, to me that's like very special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's actually the starting of like so-called collections.
Yeah.
But at that time, because I was born in Indonesia, to be able to get any Disney stuff is almost like very hard to
Yeah.
find, and it's like very expensive.
Mm,
So cassette is probably the first one.
Yeah.
Not until I traveled to Singapore,
Yeah.
then I got another figurines for
Yeah.
the very first one.
So Beauty and the Beast is the main movie that actually got you started to
Yes.
to
Yes.
How what was that moment actually? Which part was there a specific part in the movie that you were like, oh, I resonate very much with?
I think it's about transformations.
Yeah.
When Beast, the face as like a beast, but then has a heart of
Yes.
gold.
Yeah.
So in life, it's all about transformations.
Mm.
I was somebody who really loved Disney so much, and I never thought that I could have a home full of Disney collections.
Yeah.
And so it's all about transformations. And
Yeah.
the things that resonate me through that movie is the biggest learning is don't judge book by its cover. You need to discover the person, and then you need to find the heart of gold of each of the
Yeah.
person itself. So it's a great story, and it's good for learning for the kids nowadays, and for us as well, for me as well, when it comes to like judging people, so I think it's great lessons.
Yeah, I am sure a lot of us who watch Disney movies actually learn a lot from them. They
Yeah.
always have a learning point in all their shows. Yeah,
True.
yeah,
Okay, so as you can see, some of this is all pretty much like designed by the interior. So I told them I want to have a big mix of like books or things like figurines. So over here it's at the back there's a lot of like books right there, but it's not really important. But the most
Yes.
important thing is this. He is my hero. And over here, so this is pretty much like, sometimes from time to time I rotate the collections. because I don't usually keep like this all the time. So I move it, like for example, now it's Mickey Mouse, you know. Then maybe one day I change to all Snow White collections.
Yeah.
And this thing,
So this is the main area that you always
Yeah.
switch around.
the switch around.
Mm.
This is from McDonald's.
Oh, what?
I think you probably guys seen this before. This is, you know, McDonald's used to give a really cool gift.
Yeah.
So you see how old it is?
Yes,
and,
I can see.
And it's like Mickey Mouse March, which is, it's a very old classic.
Wow, I've never seen
And
this.
and it's like, see, to me, it's like every collection that I
Yeah.
put it has to
When
be,
was this?
I can't remember when it is. It's like really long time ago, maybe like in the
Lo-
90s.
locally or
I think it's
Indonesia?
locally
Oh.
back in Indonesia, but it's under McDonald's. Yeah, so this thing right here, this is actually from Japan.
Yeah.
So the good thing about this is like when you turn it on, it actually lights
Oh.
up. So this little thing about Disney
Mm.
details, there's a hidden magic out of it. So
Yeah.
it tells a story. So that's why I like Disney collections
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah.
And like I said, Interior did a good job. It fits nicely in
Yes.
here.
Just nice.
Just nice.
Was
So-
it actually
no, it was,
yeah. Just
yeah.
magic. If you have a Disney phone.
And this thing right here,
Yes.
if you can see,
Yes, I do.
so this is actually the Mickey shape, right? So I actually got this from Typo.
Oh.
So they sell this for like $3 for $3. So actually, you use it for opening up the.
Was it a
things.
recent purchase or?
It was like maybe a few months back.
Okay. So could be a possibility that it's still there.
Hopefully, it's still there. But
Yeah. And I see this as well.
this is this is all my thing, like stickers and
Yeah.
everything. So I basically, this is all like from Crystal Jade when they gave me.
Oh.
So I pretty much, when people come to my house, they're like, everything really actually like fits nicely into the whole thing of this. It's like, yeah, because I need to find things that it fits.
Yes. And I see a whole collection of dolls behind.
Yeah. So this is the hardest part because we living in a country where like humidity is always very high. So when it comes to these dolls, usually it becomes like sticky or things like that.
Yes,
But
yes.
thankfully, because these are high quality dolls, so they actually stand quite strongly. So it's not sticky or whatever.
Yeah.
But because my house actually don't have any direct sun,
Yeah.
so it's not really hot. And when I'm at home, I actually turn on the aircon and everything
Yeah.
to actually keep
Also,
it
there
warm.
is a temperature that you have to keep them.
Yeah.
What is the what are the main conditions to actually keep them? You mentioned about like temperature, the sun
Yes,
as well.
temperature, the sun.
Yeah.
And because the thing is that I don't have a lot of space for me to put all these dolls. So what I do, this is a trick for every doll collectors you have at home, right?
Yes.
If you have this doll like this, I usually cover this with a shower curtain.
Oh.
That's the magic trick, nobody knows it. So I put a shower curtain, but underneath the shower curtain is all the cardboard. I know it doesn't look pretty, but actually to keep your dolls safe. And underneath this, okay, I'm gonna take out Rapunzel. So that's the hidden magic. So so I cover everything so that
so the back cannot
Yep.
be exposed.
so otherwise your back of this will be faded because of the sun. And the sun are very tricky. They can go through any kind of area. They can really, you know. So I understand when HDB probably designed this house, they wanted to have a lot of lights, which is, I agree with that. I love lights. But I think when it comes to this doll, they don't really like lights. So I have to literally build a tent for them so that it doesn't have the fade, everything. So initially, I think this one is actually for people to sit. Yeah. So,
So we have seen a lot
Yeah.
in this living room.
yeah.
That's so. And I also know that you have more magical stuff in your.
Yes, sure.
Oh,
Um,
before we go into the room, I see a lot more here.
A lot more here. Okay, so this is my so-called another big showcase besides that area. So I got this from locally here.
Yeah.
So they're very good in have this all this for specifically for collectors.
So do you actually Oh, you mean it's a shop that sell displays especially for
Yes,
collectors?
for collectors.
Do you recommend homeowners who are collecting to actually store in fixed cupboards or wardrobes or
I think
how do I put it? Non-fixtures.
I think it depends on how you're gonna showcase it. To me, if when I display this, I want it to be like at the store.
Yeah.
Not saying that I wanted to have like, but to me it's like the way I display it has to be like when you go inside the store, and you know when you go to the store you want to buy things because of their visual merchandising is amazing. So that's what I actually did when it comes to displaying the collections.
Yeah.
But when I saw this at the Facebook, and I said, okay, this is perfect, so that I can build this thing. It actually comes with like 4 tier, but because of my this and balance it out. So I recommend for those people who collectors who need to get this display to keep them from dust and to be able to enjoy them 360 instead of just like in the box, you know. And colors as well. It's very important. Yeah.
So specifically look for a display that's for...
Yes. SG toy display.
SG
Toy display. SG toy display. So I know the owners very well. So, so SG toy display specifically designed for collectors. They have a different sizes and in the corner side, whatever. So you can always discuss with him when it comes to that. Yeah.
What other surprises do we have?
Okay, before we move to that, I was talking about this, right? A lot of people asking me about how to get these acrylics. To be honest, it's not cheap. It's very expensive. One piece is cost about $70 for one, but usually they get like a really good quality. For people who actually get this, they wanted to actually display the case, the collection. So these are not cheap, but it's good for collectors. Yeah. There's a lot of places you can find this actually online, Facebook or other places, locally here as well. So yeah.
Are there anything to take note for them when looking for this display?
Material and sizes. Make sure that you get the correct size.
Yeah.
If you want to have this, you don't want to actually close to the top of that. Otherwise, it's really funny. So you need to have a bit of a space.
You mean
that
requires some space.
Yeah. So actually, this is the correct size. That one actually slightly mistake because of it's close to the edge. So this is the perfect size. So right over here, see, I see a lot of acrylics to keep them in pristine collections. Your phone. And yeah, sure, you can just buy it. It's not on, but it's usable. I didn't plug it in. There's another hidden magic here. So if you can try to press right here. Yeah, just press it. So the Tinkerbell is actually, so you believe in fairies, so actually it works. So that's why when designing a theme for me, it's like when I look at Disneyland, it's not just a theme park. Disneyland is a place where, you know, families can join together. They also have a magic touch to it. So from the display to the lightings and everything, there's full of magic, you know. And if you go to the Disneyland park, there's before you go to the rides, they always have a queue rides, right? They always have a little magic display, whatever, right? It actually to tell the story. So that's why I try to build that into this house.
When you were actually designing and planning for all your collection to fit into the house, were there any obstacles that you faced?
Obstacle, yes, because of I wanted to have the house mixed from Disneyland Park and Main Street USA and Fantasyland. Main Street USA was the area where there's a lot of shops, you know. That's the area when you're going into there's the big castle. So I want to mix those two. The obstacle for me is probably to get those things that is from the park. It's so difficult and it's very expensive, and you can never able to get that unless if you work for Disney parks or whatever. So the obstacle is probably get those magic of figurines or whatever, you know, like maybe a plug or sign about Disneyland. I wanted to put it in my house. That is really hard to find.
Yeah.
It's really hard
Is
to
there
find.
one here?
No, I wouldn't be able to afford it. One piece of that is probably about $3,000, close to $4,000.
Yeah.
The only thing that I wanted to add on to this house actually is the train. Walt Disney is about the train, so I want to actually build the train that goes around here. So that is actually my idea.
Like,
I wanted the train that goes around or something. So, but then It's a lot of work. I need to think about it.
Yeah.
Yes, but
So every time you buy a doll or a figurine, does it take you very long to decide?
yeah.
Like you stand there and think for very.
Yes. Disney have a lot of merchandise. One thing for sure is like you need to know, especially for people who like Disney, make sure that when you get stuff for Disney merchandise, make sure that it's really like what you wanted. Like, like you have to see yourself like, I'm buying this because of I liked it. I'm buying this because of I need it. It's not something that it's not, I buy it because of I like Disney merchandise, but you have to be very picky when it comes to
Actually,
that.
that's a very good tip, even for all homeowners, not just collectors. Everything that we buy in the house can clutter the house a lot.
Yeah.
So we have to take note that every little thing that we shouldn't buy based on desire, but something you really feel and really want and makes sense in the house as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
So designing a theme home, especially for homeowners, before you design a home, you need to be able to think about your individual persons and what you like. And the thing is that home, that's why I call it, my home is my kingdom.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to people, when they come to the house, and it feels like this is my house.
Yeah.
And when people come to the house, that means they coming into your world. So to be able to cut it short, it's like if some people, my friend likes old childhood, so he create the house based on old kopitiam house, all the house, because to them it makes me happy. So whatever that makes you happy, that is actually part of the theme of the house. So Disneyland, that makes me happy, so that is actually part of the theme.
And I noticed one more thing, actually, as I walk into the house, there's a scent.
Yeah.
Specific scent that you use. Is that linked to the Disney theme? Or
Well, like I said, Disney is very detailed.
Yeah.
It's not just a movie that creates, it's a 360 experience.
Yeah.
So for me, the obstacles, what you say, Disneyland Park, I can never get things from Disneyland because it's too expensive. Then what should I do? Okay, I fill it up with Disney collections, the things that I like. And also, I fill it with scent. So when people come to the house, they feel like, oh my God, I'm at the Disneyland Park, I'm at the Disneyland somewhere, or like a Disney, something feels like you are actually out of the reality.
Yeah.
So Santa is actually one of the most important things in my life. And the tips that I probably have to tell, I go to Bath Body Works. They have a lot of stuff there.
Yeah.
And they have a different kind of fragrance. But to be honest, they are seasonal. So once it's sold out, that's it. So you need to be able to get it like
So
quickly.
once you like that scent, do you buy like?
Yeah, my friend called me I'm a witch. I have a full potion of that potion, the smell. But I wanted.
When you smell it, it reminded you of the Disney theme, or just you just felt resonated.
It's just magical.
Yeah,
It feels
just magical. Yeah. So the whole theme is generally magical.
Disney magical.
Yes. Yes.
All right. So
Alright.
we're moving on to the bedroom. So this is my bedroom. It's very big. It's So this is, I got it long time ago, and it's the only last one. It's the last one. So I try to think of it in the resort of the Disney resort or somewhere. So this I got the ideas from Disney Grand Floridian Resort and Spa. So the whole idea was contemporary looking classics of Victorian mixed with the modernity. So as you can see, the wall itself is not actually entirely white. It's actually pretty much like a really light Tiffany green. Like I said, also it actually pops out the colors of the Disney thing, the merchandise, and the poster itself. So I like this better compared to curtain.
This is blind.
Yeah, Venetian blind. The only thing about Venetian blind, they're very easily to get dust. So you have to do a lot of hard work. I can dust here. So,
So how do you like maintain them?
I clean my house once in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Right. So, but when it comes to this, from time to time, if I say doesn't just like use the feather duster or whatever.
Yeah.
One thing I like about this because I can control the lights.
Yeah.
That's the thing about Venetian blind. And
Venetian, right? This is Venetian
Yeah,
blinds,
Venetian
the ones that allow wind,
Yes.
more wind to come into the room.
I think it's more towards like you can control the lights.
Ah.
Because when it comes to curtain, either you close it or you open it, right?
Yes, yeah.
You can never like close it in between.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Venetian blind, it has that kind of like moods,
Yeah.
During different timing is a different lights.
Yeah.
So that's what I like. And the interior designer said, why don't you choose this black? I said, I don't want, I want it to have white. So it feels like you're at the resort. So
Yes.
that's the whole idea.
Yes, as I came into the room, it really felt
Airy.
like another
Yeah.
new space that I'm
Yes.
in.
Oh, another tips for the
Yes.
homeowner. This is very important for you guys.
Mm.
If you buy the house, you can see the bottom of this part. I don't know what you call this. What's the term of this? I'm not too sure. Skirting, right? The older house is always black.
Mm.
So if you told the interior designer, I want to have the white, it makes the house look what's it?
Longer?
Not longer. Taller.
Oh, not yet.
Height-
Elongated.
height elongated.
Yeah.
So when I move into this house, they use, as you can see over here, right? This is all white. Before that was black. It makes the house really like short, very small.
Yeah.
So once I put it white, it was just like really, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So that's the tricks that I'm telling people. I know white is really hard to maintain, but then if you can maintain it well, it actually looks really nice.
So that's why it was a good idea to go with the light Tiffany. I mean,
light
it's
Tiffany greens.
close. It's not exactly white,
White.
but it's close, and you
Yes.
don't have to manage it as much.
Yes.
Yeah.
And one thing for homeowner, you need to find the color that can be a timeless. It cannot be like for just a one-time thing. I saw the house when they painted all gray. To me, it's like I'm fine with gray, but then like, is it long-lasting? Is it timeless? But to me, this color is timeless, and it's actually can falls into different generations.
Yeah.
Boys, girls,
Yeah.
you know, everybody likes it.
Yeah.
Kids likes it. So
So a color that you would want to look at for a long time, and
Yeah.
you'll still be happy looking at it.
yes,
Yeah.
long term as in like, well, you can paint it again, but then like you will still go for that paint
Yeah,
colors
yeah.
because colors gives you a mood.
Yes.
You know, you want to come home to a relaxing house. You are very stressed at work. You want to come home to rest your head, to give the positive energy. Positive energy is very important. And then you want to come home to relax, to give you positive energy for the next day.
Yeah.
So colors is very important. Even the ceiling as well. Actually, I bought it out because I wanted to have everything white. This is the problem.
Oh.
You can see a lot of things. So I've actually, when I install this aircon, they put like 2 bulb here, and it's another 2 bulb. So it looks like a pagoda. It looks like a pagoda. So I told them I need to come to fix it because I don't think that you need another extra pipe or whatever.
Yeah.
So they come and fix it, and it looks nicely now meshed together. And so I maintain it since I moved in here.
Yeah.
Although this kind of thing I can't fix anything, so I just
Yeah.
need to clean it up. But the good part is everything is in white, so it's good.
Yeah.
Any-
Let's go to the bathroom.
Okay, the bathroom. Oh my god, I cannot believe I'm bringing you to my bathroom. Okay, so the bathroom itself, it's quite challenging.
Yes.
So let me close this. Okay, so when I move into this house, the owner pretty much don't have this.
Yeah.
I don't know what you call this. Is it a duck, right? Something. Okay, so before that was like when you shower, the water is like go all the way there. It's all wet.
Yes.
And so I told.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I told the interior designer I want to have this. And I don't mind with the glass. They recommended glass, but I don't want glass because glass very hard to clean. Otherwise, it become ashy. So I like to use a shower curtain, so you can always
I think
change
it
it.
helps to make the space feel
Yeah.
bigger as well because
Yeah.
you can open and close.
yes.
Because with the glass it's fixed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only problem about this, because of this is the shape of this, right? So I have to put that cable there. So otherwise, this it will go like
Okay.
because it's heavy right there.
Yeah.
Right. So those are the things that I need to take note when it comes to, you know, but at that time I'm just like, okay, but I think it's quite nice.
And I see something that fits into the theme.
Yeah. So I need to have a magic terms of castle. So this is pretty much like a Disney castle motif. This is came from the interior design. So she told me that you need to have this kind of thing. Otherwise, if you have all this in here, it looks like kitchen.
Oh.
It looks like kitchen.
Yes.
Right. So it's good to have this, and it gives
Yeah.
that feel of
Yeah.
it. So.
There's a lot of little touch like the Mickey Mouse.
Yes, all the Mickey Mouse towel.
Yes.
So this is from the Disneyland resort.
So do you
parks.
like reuse?
Yes.
Like refill?
One thing I like about this because it's a smell.
Yeah.
Disney have a very authentic smell,
Yeah.
which I cannot tell what it is, and it's only Disney that have the smell. So this have a very authentic smell. It feels like at
Yeah.
the Disney hotel.
Yeah.
This thing I bought it locally. So all you do is like when you put your hand, it comes with
Soap dispense.
it's like a. It's actually it's a Mickey shape. by
Oh,
the way.
really?
Yeah, it's a Mickey shape. Okay, one more time. It's a Mickey shape. Anyway, it's a Mickey shape, but because my hand is wet. So I think when it comes choosing this thing, right? See, after years, you will see a lot of this, but then there's nothing I can do about it. You need to change it or things like that. But so this is my bathroom. I pretty much mix between contemporary and the Disney charm to it. So I put a poster, put the lights.
Yeah, the lighting, the mirror,
lighting.
and the poster actually really brings that whole theme together.
Yeah. So the theme is very important when it comes to.
So actually,
designing
theme is not just considering; it's really every single corner in the house, even your bathroom. So.
I mean, I try to put my high standard into Disney. But Disney has a very full of detail, so I need to be able to portray that into things like that.
Okay. Shall we head into the beauty and the
this is the clock.
Oh yeah.
So this clock is the Alex clock. So actually, when you press, so it came out. So this is another hidden magic of part of my collections. But I turn it off at night because I try to save the battery. And secondly, the cat is kind of spooky at night because it's light up. But I think it's overall, this is the most beautiful clock I've ever seen.
Where do you found this?
In US.
Oh, in US.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's this company called Bradford Exchange. They do a lot of clocks. I know some of my followers on Instagram locally here. They're asking me where I get this clock. I actually get from US.
You flew there, or was it online?
Online. Online. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So this is the kitchen.
Yeah.
I decided to put a door here.
Yeah.
Before that, the owner, actually used the curtain, which I don't like curtains. So I want to have the door because sometimes when I don't cook usually, but when I do something, I don't want to have the smoke comes up.
Yeah. So and where do you get this? Were they stick-ons or like stick-ons?
Yeah, it's a stick-on.
Wow.
This is homeowners. This is from Daiso. I didn't actually buy this from Disney. This is actually from Daiso. This is how creativity comes alive when it comes to designing your own house.
I guess that's where your love for the theme, right, can really help you to expand your creativity and really look for budget stuff. I mean, it's not always about spending a lot of money. It's about finding something that really suits the house, fits the theme, and the budget as well.
You doesn't have to pay like $100 or $300 just to get what you wanted. But eventually, sometimes you need to spend a bit more. But then, like, okay, this is my kitchen. There's also this smell of the Christmas smell because I know we are closing to Christmas, so I felt like maybe some false. So this is the smell I'm talking about.
Oh.
So this is actually from Body Works.
Yeah.
So they have a different smell, and I have lots of them.
Also, the smell inside the kitchen and outside the.
Yeah, I wish you guys can be here because you can smell the like frosting.
I don't smell food. This is the first kitchen I've stepped into that I don't smell.
Okay. These are all the stuff that I got from Hong Kong's, and I just need to have a bit of the magic of Disney magic. So even the fridge also. When it comes to buying a fridge, I wanted to have this end on the bottom.
Yeah.
And because some people like confused, because now they have a lot of design of fridge. One thing about is because I live alone and I don't cook much, so to me, I think this is more important than this.
Yeah.
So I think it's fine by me.
Yeah.
And
I see a lot of little and a popcorn machine.
Yes. So okay, welcome to my kitchen. This is where I basically work. And this is basically when I do sketches. So I always wanted to have a toy for me when I do video calling. With,
so you mean this toy changes?
Yeah, it depends on the mood. So this is the popcorn bucket. So this is pretty much like, it's really hard to tell what is Disney kitchen. Even people who collect Disney, they can't really tell what is Disney kitchen. To me, it's like, as long as you have that kind of feel home and with a touch of Disney, I think that's a Disney kitchen already. So even down to a little thing here and even to the mugs that I got from my cousins and families who travel Disneyland, down to the towel that I use. And this kitchen actually I didn't renovate. It's actually
the original
kitchen. I like it because the previous owner keep it in the pristine conditions. And it's very white and it's very clean. And it's
you
very
kept
easy
this as well, just to add that little touch.
So this is to add a little touch. Yes, correct. So, and okay, I want to show you guys one thing. Okay, so I have this. So this is actually for the toilet thing. So I got this online, and it's such a beautiful thing, but it's just that I won't be able to find how to fix it. This is the magic lamp.
The
It's the magic
Aladdin
lamp.
magic lamp.
You see how cool
Or
is
is
that?
it
You
the
can touch it.
genie?
Yeah. So this actually, the reason why I haven't installed this because this is actually comes with a two thing.
Yeah.
And most of homeowner in Singapore they only have like one. I think usually one like that. So it's really hard to find those two. So until now I won't be able to install this because I need to find suppliers that can help me do all the
But once you install
Yeah.
it, the whole kitchen will
Yeah.
come together.
yeah.
even
So
more.
this kind of thing.
Wow.
So
Oh, this
actually,
is for the sink.
yeah, for the sink. So that's why they came up with the
Wow.
two different
I love
two different
it.
one.
Mm.
Yeah. So those are the kind of thing, the obstacles, like I said, when it comes to like creating a Disney home theme. I
Yes.
wanted to have this kind of thing, which is very nice, but because of we don't have much of the luxury to have a sink that with a two only hotel.
Yeah.
So that's probably one of the
Yeah.
obstacles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So before you buy this, did you consider that it may take a while? You didn't.
I love it, and then I just okay. I just have to have it. I don't care
Yeah.
how if it's hard to get it or
Yeah.
whatever. But
Yeah.
I think it's I just wanted to have it. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, so it's not very big. It's a small house, but
Yeah.
to me, I felt like home every time I come home, and I just imagine myself woke up in the morning and the dreams continue, and this is how it feels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just have one last question to ask you. And earlier I was having a chat with you, and you were saying that your collection is really motivated more on the love that you have for Disney, and all the sharings you've done is for the love for Disney. Do you have
Yeah.
like last messages for maybe people who have been following you for a while, or just anyone general audience like
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I have a lot of things to share. I think recently you probably seen all the articles about me, Disney collectors, but I think the most important thing is the love that I have for Disney, and I'm sure everyone also loves Disney. I think it's all about the storytelling at the end of the day. For me, I resonate a lot with the Disney movies because I found the true happiness with Disney. So if I can build a house which feel as happy as I am when I enter to Disneyland, then why not?
Yeah.
So I think the most important thing for homeowner is like you need to find the true happiness of yourself and how you're gonna build the home. Because I live alone, so I practically built this. It's just for the sake I like it.
Yeah.
But for people like families, right? I think you need to be able to think of like this house is for you and your kids and for the next generation. So I think it has to have a positive energy. So that's
Yeah.
how I felt about Disney.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, David,
Yes.
for your sharing with us.
You're welcome.
We have learned so much today on how to really utilize space with collection and how to build your team home, the obstacles that you have shared and tips that you have shared. So we are very grateful to have you today.
You're
This was
welcome.
a really very beautiful moment for me as
Yeah.
well.
That's
So-
why I want people to come into my
Yeah.
house to feel as magic as it
Yes,
possible.
I can really feel your love for Disney. And so that's all we have for you for this tour. Later, 2 p.m., Ningpei from 99.co will be sharing with us. So do stay tuned, and we'll see you at 2 p.m. Bye.
Bye.
Wow, I hope you have watched that Disney home earlier on. It's absolutely beautiful. And of course, right now, welcome back to our Singapore First Virtual Reno Expo. Do remember to visit www.renoexpo.vehs.com and register for this event. Now, why is it so important for you to register for this event? Because you will stand a chance to win prizes that is up to $20,000. Not only that, we are also having a ultimate grand draw giveaway whereby we are giving away a super duper Mercedes $200. And for every $100 that you spend with any exhibitors at our Singapore's first virtual home Reno Expo, you will be entitled to another additional chance for you to walk home with the Mercedes A200. And of course, coming up next, we will be having somebody over here, a very beautiful, pretty lady. Now, it's all about the ultimate FAQ on home buying, renovation, and interior design. Now, we have an agent marketeer here from 99.co.co to answer your most burning questions on renovation, design, and property. Without much further ado, let us welcome Ning on stage. Ning, hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks
Come
for
take a
having
seat
me.
over here, no problem. And you're an agent marketing manager from 99.co, right?
That's right.
All right, I'm going to pass the screen over to you.
Thank
Ning,
you very
please.
much. All right,
Thank
let's
you.
get right into it. Right, so thank you everyone for tuning in and watching our live webinar today. So our topic for this webinar is on the ultimate FAQs for home buying, renovation, and interior design. So basically, we took in all the questions that came in from you, from the audience. So you asked, we answered, and we passed it along to the experts to give us the answers. So for any home buying tips, we have our experts in-house at 99.co who gave us our answers for me to share with you. And then for any of the renovation and interior design tips, we have experts from the UI Home interior design as well as the Rest and Relax interior design. So for home buying tips, let's go on to that first. Right, the first question that we have here is from a couple. We're 48 years old, and is it worth it for us to try for a BTO, or do we go for resale again? Am I considered a first timer if I have a resale flat? Now, our in-house expert says that if you've never taken a grant or if you've never ever used your CPF money for housing, then you are still considered first timer. So that would be great news if that's for your case. So if you're deciding between a BTO and a resale flat, it all comes down to whether you are able to wait for your BTO flat to be complete, as well as the space requirements for your family, as resale flats are typically bigger, especially the older ones, because we do know that there is a trend for newer condos or even newer HDBs to kind of be getting smaller and smaller in size. So that's something that you need to take note of. Now, next question we have from someone who is currently staying in an EC. Now, if they are able to still apply for a BTO and they do plan to sell the EC when the BTO has TOP, meaning reaches the achieving the temporary occupation permit. Now, our in-house expert says that no, they have to sell their EC and then wait 30 months before they can apply for a BTO again, because ECs are considered private property. So if for any owners out there who are also owning a private property in terms of condo or land, do ensure that if you want to go for HDB BTO, try to sell off your apartment first or unit first, wait for 30 months, then apply for your BTO. Now, next question. So, how long should they wait after the valuation result is out before the buyer exercise the balance OTP money? Right. So this is independent of the valuation result. The OTP by the guidelines or by the rules from URA, it's that the OTP must be exercised by the buyers within 14 days of issue. Now, next question, right? So this is actually quite recent news from September this year, right? So the URA has announced that they won't allow developers to extend your OTP period anymore for any buyers out there, right? So what happens then if you want to buy a condo but then cannot dispose of your HDB in time? Now, what you can do is appeal for an extension, which will be considered on case-by-case basis. But do understand that you will not then be able to get a ABSD remission. Now, this is quite a common question a lot of people wonder about when they're buying a property, especially if they're buying an HDB property. Which loan should they get? Should they get an HDB loan or should they get a bank loan? Now, for our in-house expert, he says that for lowest interest rate in the next 3 years, bank loans would be preferable. But then it's also about whether you are able to pay the higher down payment required for the bank loan, which is usually at 25%. So this is for you to weigh your options, right? Think about your finances, plan your finances. Are you able to pay the higher down payment that you need to put down immediately? Or would you prefer to have a lower interest rates? Or are you willing to pay off a higher interest rate but have a lower down payment required? Next question, should I pay off my HDB loan ASAP or maximize the loan tenure? Now that's a question that a lot of homeowners or home buyers have as well, right? What is the best way forward? Now it's all about planning your finances again. So if you can put your cash on hand, the money you have on hand, towards a better use or investment that can generate higher return than the average home loan interest rate, then go for it. Maximizing your loan tenure will ensure that you have the most wealth at the end of it. But it's also down to you playing with the numbers or just doing your math, making sure that whatever investment you are going to put your money towards, it's worth it. So next question. Now, is it worth buying homes in undeveloped areas? We do have several undeveloped areas that are up and coming. One of it is Tengah, right? These are one of the new areas that the government or the URA is quite developing right now. But at the moment, it is still somewhat undeveloped. So in the past 2 decades, what we found is that the price growth of private homes in the outside central region, or what is commonly known as the OCR, has outpaced other regions, right? So what happens is that the development of these undeveloped areas, right, has this price upside, but more immediate considerations are also quite important. So, if it's too inaccessible in the short term because the MRT is not up yet or the bus routes are not up yet, the own-stay buyer will have to incur transport costs, right? Because you have to take cabs or you have to arrange for alternative transport to your work or for your kids to go to school. And then the investors, right, who are looking to rent out the apartment, right, they might have difficulty finding tenants in the short term. The next question is, what are some of the hidden costs of owning a home? So this comes from someone who is currently still probably living with their family, their parents, or they're currently renting. Right. The thing is about owning a home is the cost of not being aware of the potential new developments can affect the home's livability or resale value. So this is why we strongly advise any buyer out there or anyone who is considering owning their own home to look at the URA's master plan, right? So where you can go for the master plan, go onto URA's website, and it's quite easy to find a master plan, find a plan for the area that you are interested in. Look at what are the upcoming developments in the area and how that can affect the livability, as well as if you're looking to rent out the apartment in the future, right? Think about the rental potential. Are there any business parks, or is it close to the CBD, or any transport options that are nearby the development? Right. So also on a micro basis, if you're looking to own an apartment, you have to budget about $1,000 for the upkeep of a 1,000 square feet home every year. So this also includes like the maintenance fees for condos, or any wear and tear repairs that might be required. Now, are there instances where I should not take HDB grants? Okay, so our in-house expert says that if you do not want to incur any accrued interest on the grant amount, which will then require you to return to your CPF account more money than you've taken out, right? If you're fine with that, or you need the extra financial boost, do take the HDB grant, but the idea is to avoid using grants to buy a flat that you otherwise, you cannot afford. Okay, so now we're moving on to the more exciting part, right? The part that kind of requires our right brain, where we have the renovation and interior design tips, right? We have quite many questions sent in from you, and then we have our experts, our designers answering that as well. So for the first question, we have someone asking, how much do I need to budget to renovate an entire HDB 4-room flat? Now, this is definitely, the numbers here are for reference. The prices would definitely differ from interior designer to interior designer. So, as well as the different size of the flats, HDB or condo or BTO or resale. So, you do need to take all that into consideration as well. And there is our idea also says the same. There is no specific price to renovate a house. It also depends on the individual homeowner's interest and style. But we do have a very standard, the ID, they have a very standard full package for premium and standard HDB flat price starting from about 12K onwards. And again, I repeat, this is for reference. It might differ based on the kind of design that you like, the states of the flat, as well as what your size of the flat is, right? So the idea also says that their package is quite comprehensive, right? From planning to hacking and haulage service, flooring, ceiling works, painting works, all the way until the final haulage service as well, right? So there's something for you to take note of if you're interested in hiring IDs. Next one, this owner has a 2-bedroom condo. Now, the condo owner is considering between hacking down the wall between 1 bedroom and the living room, right, to make additional space or to create additional space because they want to install in a pool table. Now, is it possible for that to happen if they knock down the wall? Yes, the ID says yes, you can put in a pool table. Most probably, the space will be enough, but there's probably going to be not enough space for a billiard table, which is much, much bigger, right? So, I am a pool player myself, or I used to play a lot of pool, right? So one thing that you have to know, if you want a pool table at home, you have to make sure that aside from having enough space to fit in the table, you have to have enough space for you to walk around and bend over and play pool, because the queue needs some space for you to draw back as well. So that's something that you should take note of. And also, right, you don't want just a pool table in your home. You do need other accessories or any other furniture in your living room, like your dining table, your sofa, your TV. So you have to take all those into consideration as well. And different condo developments, the sizes for the living room as well as the bedroom differs too. So it's not standard. All right, so you have to look at the floor plan, right? My suggestion is to look at the floor plan, look at the size of the unit as well as the size of the room and the living room before you decide whether you want to hack down the wall or not. Of course, the best option is to ask your ID about it. They can look at the floor plan, they can look at the space and advise you the best option because some walls are not hackable too. Now, the next question, right? This is from a DIY lover, right? What are some things I can DIY to save money on the reno, right? So our ID says that you should carefully scrutinize your scope of reno works and determine which areas you can DIY. So do it yourself, right? So general rule of thumb is to leave more specialized tasks which involve the gas or electrical structure or even plumbing works to the qualified renovation professionals. And this is so, so important because you don't want to accidentally screw something up and then have to pay even more to fix it afterwards, right? You have to wasted your time and you would have wasted a lot of money. So leave it to the experts for those things, right? So what you can do, for instance, for yourself, is you can save money by taking up simple tasks, right? Simpler tasks like painting, right? Painting the walls, which I've done before. It's quite fun, really, right? You can even come up with some very unique or special designs yourself if you like to, or you can just put up the simple shelves, right? But the thing is, and this is what I said earlier as well, be aware that, if you make some mistakes, you might have to spend some more money to recover from those mistakes. So that's something that you need to take note of. Now, next one, right? Sorry about that. Let's do. Okay, so next question. Why should I hire an ID over a contractor? So the thing is, the lack of markups and lower costs have made engaging contractors quite an appealing option these days. And this is especially because they look quite affordable on the surface when they quote you the costs that they would charge you. But the thing is, you need to consider: are you really saving money, time, and effort when you hire a contractor over an ID? So you do need to break down the math to discover if it is actually quite as worth as much as they seem. So the saving cost factor, it is definitely the biggest pool that many budget-conscious owners they do like about, right? It's the biggest appeal for them, and it is true that the ID would usually charge more than a contractor, but they are charging more because they provide a better service in terms of giving you a 3D design. They provide detailed drawings. They also do project management in terms of managing the contractors for you as well, so that you don't have to spend your time and your effort to do those things, right? So what they are charging, contractors are charging you is the cost price for the labor and the materials and nothing more. Right, and our ID also says that it is true that the ID price markup can range from anywhere from 10% more to double of the contractor's quote. But also you need to keep in mind the additional services that the ID is providing you, as well as the time and effort that they can save you. So this one is from someone who has had a recent BTO or condo, and they are asking, what they should look out for when they are doing their BTO or condo checks, right? And can some of these issues be fixed during the reno? So the ID suggests that you need to look out at the floors and tiles, doors and gates, windows, plumbing, electrical, toilet accessories, and the clothes drying rack. So to make sure that all these things are in place and all of these things, they work as they should. So, test the switches, turn on the taps, make sure that everything is running the way it should be, that the water is not too weak, and the electricity is running on every single plug outlet. And then for condos especially, because they usually come with several appliances that are white goods that the developer will provide you, you need to check that these appliances work as they should as well, right? Especially the aircon, because these have a warranty period too. Right. And then for minor defects, like the walls and ceiling cracks, they can be fixed during renovation. So next question. Right, what are some of the expensive but common reno mistakes to avoid? Right, so the most expensive but common reno mistakes that people will make is with the carpentry detailing works. Right, so it is important to make sure that all the details that you've discussed between the designer and yourself, right, and agreed upon, right, you must enclose it before any commencement, right? You must, you have to make sure that all the details are right and as you want it to be. So this is to prevent any error in the carpentry. And, in case, if there's any mistakes, they have to dismantle it and install a new set of carpentry again. So you want to avoid all of that, because it's not just about the cost involved. It's also about the time and the effort. If you're thinking about moving in at a certain date, but then you realize that, oh, this is not done right, this is not done the way you want it, and you want it to be fixed, then that means that's delaying your move-in date as well. So next question is, what advice do the designers have if someone wants to have a loft design in their condo? And this is especially tempting if your condo unit comes with a very high ceiling, right? Because you can maximize the space, and loft condos can look, loft apartments can look really attractive as well. They can look really nice. But the thing is, it's very important to plan carefully whether you should or should not design a loft for your condo at all. So what what are you going to use it for and who's going to be using it. So usually what happens is the loft is built or is installed in the living room or the bedroom or one of the bedrooms. So the BCA requirement, right, they have a requirement about this, is that the loft has to be done within 5 square meters. And that is very important because it is a rule by the authorities, right? And beyond 5 square meters, it will require approval from a registered professional civil or structural engineer, or what is commonly known as the PE, to comply with safety requirements. Now, this is our last question with the Reno and ID tips, right? So when we're choosing the size of a house, what should I consider? So this is from someone who is currently still looking for an apartment on the market. And this is quite important, right? Because it's for our in-house expert, right? Their recommendation is that you should not only consider the size, but you should also think about the layout, because many units out there, right, they do have a larger balcony. And if that's not your thing, if you're just looking at like maybe 1,000 square meters and the balcony takes up like maybe 20% of that or maybe 10% of that, even it is a huge balcony that eats up into the usable space indoors, right? So that's something you need to take note of, as well as where the AC ledge is. That's a common thing as well that people do not pay attention to and then regret afterwards, right? So you need to consider what the layout is going to be like and whether that's a functional layout for your purpose or your family's purpose at all, right? And then our ID also says that the main deciding factor is about how many people will be living in the house, and also what is the habit, living habit of the individual. So for someone who likes to cook, they might want a bigger kitchen, for example. Or for families with children, you might want a bigger living room area for the kids to run around in or to play in. Or you might even require a study, because especially now a lot of us, we're all working from home. So having a study where we can, set up our work area would be great as well, right? So do you also need maybe an additional room or turn the spare room into an entertainment room or study or guest room? So that's something that you need to consider as well. What are your needs of the apartment? Right, so that is all for FAQs or for our section, for this section. Right, so thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. And of course, that will be Ning. This is Ning from 99.co. Okay, Ning, you know what? I was sitting there, I was listening to you, and it was very exciting, especially the part whereby you say, you want to put a pool table in the room, but you've got to take into consideration, you've got to pull back your queue and everything, right?
Yeah.
But these are something a lot of people don't think about.
Yes, so it's not just about putting the table there, whether it can fit in the room or not. You have to think whether you can use the table or not, right?
Exactly. If not, you can use it as a dining table.
Oh, yes, yeah, you put a piece of glass over it. Or there are some like dual purpose ones out there that you can buy.
Yeah, but
so
if not, you're going to shorten your queue.
Yeah, buy a kid's queue, the baby kind, is it?
Yeah. All right, I think we have some Q&A from our audiences. The question will be, is it important to prepare questions or do research before approaching any renovation companies, interior design companies or realtors?
Yes, definitely it is important to do your research, especially look out for testimonials for the IDs. And I think this is also, you can go onto the website to find out more about the different IDs, what they specialize in, as well as there are many blog articles available out there about the different types of interior design styles. So you also do need to know what is your style, what kind of, do you like minimalist, do you like Scandinavian, or do you like something that's like more Victorian even, right? That's something that you might want to consider.
Yes, because there will be a lot of home buyers who know when they buy the home already, then they go to an interior designer, but they have no idea at all what it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you need to do your homework and find out which is the right designer for you.
Exactly. All right. Thank you very much, Ning.
No worries. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you for coming on to our show. Thank you. And of course, if you have just joined us, all right, now please do not miss out on all our wonderful programs that we have right here, which is our Singapore very first virtual home Reno Expo 2020, all right? Now, do not forget, do visit our webpage at www.renoexpo.vehs, okay? V for Venice, E for England, H for Hong Kong, S for Singapore.com, and register for this event. Because the moment you register register for this event, you stand a chance to win lucky draw prizes that is worth up to $20,000. Yes, you hear me right, $20,000 worth of prizes that is up for grabs. So please do, all you need to do is to register at www.renoexpo.vhs.com. All right. Now, and of course, we are also having a ultimate grand draw giveaway. What are we giving away for this grand draw? We are giving away a Mercedes-Benz A200. Yes, okay, Mercedes-Benz A200. You get to drive it home in style. And for every $100 spent with any exhibitors, you are also entitled to an additional chance for the grand lucky draw for you to drive home our Mercedes-Benz A200. Now, do click on the chat button too. We have a chat button over there. That's where you will be able to speak to our exhibitors via our live chat system. So please do not be shy. Do click onto the chat button and talk to them. And of course, do stay tuned all the way till 3 p.m. because at 3 p.m. something really exciting is going to happen. You know how housing are getting smaller and smaller in Singapore, right? So we are very happy to get Ashley from Rest and Relax Interior Design. Now she will be sharing with us how to tackle space constraint issues. So do stay tuned. 3 p.m. Ashley from Rest and Relax Interior Design. See ya at 3 p.m. Hello and welcome back to our Singapore First Virtual Home Reno Expo 2020. Now, this is, of course, our December edition, all right? And, of course, please do not forget to visit our www.renoexpo.vehs.com. Remember, V for Venice, E for England, H for Holland, S.com, all right? Now, that is where you'll be able to register for this event. Now, why am I asking you to register for this event? Because if you register for this event, you will stand a chance to win lucky draw prizes that is worth up to $20,000. Yes, you hear me right. $20,000 worth of prizes up for grab. And not only that, we will also be having our ultimate grand draw giveaway, whereby you have the chance to drive away our Mercedes-Benz A200. And on top of it, with every $100 spent with any of our exhibitors here at the Singapore's first virtual home Reno Expo, you will be entitled to another additional chance for you to participate in the Grand Lucky Draw. For all you know, you might be the one who will be driving home with the Mercedes-Benz A200. Now, coming up next, we're going to speak a little bit more about space constraint in Singapore. You know, our average housing size shrunk over the years, and of course, homeowners are facing issues on how they can inject style and functionality without making the house look too cramped or maybe too cluttered. Now, this, of course, next up will equip our homeowners with knowledge on how to tackle the space constraint issues by understanding space planning. All right? Now, without much further ado, we're going to bring on to you Business Relationship Executive, Rest and Relax Interior Design. That will be our Miss Ashley Chan. Ashley, come on up here. Hi. It's a great pleasure.
Yes.
Come stand over here.
Yep.
All right. So, Ashley, you're going to tell us a little bit more about how you can understand space planning so that our home will look bigger, right?
Yes,
Other than
correct,
putting
correct.
mirrors, I'm sure there are more things than that. Right?
Definitely, definitely.
All right.
yes.
Okay, great. So I'm going to pass the stage over to you, Ashley.
Thank you very much.
Please do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So this is Ashley from Rest and Relax. So today I'll be just sharing a bit more on how the space constraint on average housings, that what you guys can be done, or maybe some tips to show you guys that when you talk to various ID or even to find other contractors itself. Yep. Okay. So just a quick introduction. Okay, this is Mr. Wilson Tay, the Executive Director of Rest and Relax, also the founder of Rest and Relax, my boss. Okay, so he's in the industry for 20 years and also the proud father of 5 and a member of RCMA. Okay, so we have been in the trade for 20 years and we give lifetime warranty itself, 100% insurance bond, and also under the ISO Quality Award and also Case Trust. So we also equip with builder license. So we also do rebuild, reconstructions, and A&As for all the homeowners. Okay, so this is some of the preferred IDs that we actually done at your house. One of them I think everybody will know is Miss Chen Xiuhuan. And also this is singer, one of the 中国好声音 Lin Kai. Okay, so I go into the real topic of the today's talk. Okay, so understand the types of materials. Okay, so sorry about it. Okay. Okay, so there's different kinds of material. Let's say, for instance, for homeowners, like maybe for HDBs or condos itself, right? Sometimes you may want to change your floorings for the house itself. Okay, the one of the very popular ones that we actually seen right now is actually the tiles. Tiles actually there's different kinds of tiles in the market itself. One of them is the homogeneous tile, you can see, and also another one is the ceramic tiles. So the difference is between the two of them is, right, Basically, right, homogeneous tile, we see that a lot of shiny and also the matte finishing materials, okay, and it goes by various size. So for ceramic tiles itself, right, usually is for the 3D prints itself. You can see like more like a Peranakan style that maybe in lately all the kind of designs that you can see. Okay, another one that which is also quite popular nowadays for this years is actually the vinyl. Back then, right, previously before the vinyl actually came in, right, it was actually laminates. Laminate was quite popular because of the cost saving and also the time that they actually get to install. Because for like a whole house, right, to build, to actually install tiles versus vinyls and laminate itself, right, for like tiles itself, right, probably you're gonna really spend about maybe like 2 to 3 weeks itself, depending on the size of your house. And for vinyls and laminate, usually it will take up the maximum about 1 week itself. So that's why, right, most of the homeowners lately, right, they prefer to use cost saving and cost effective vinyl that you can see in most of the houses. Okay. So another one that I think this is something that maybe most of the homeowners may not be aware, that vinyl actually upgraded to actually able to install in the bathroom itself. So right now, right, the technology, when they advance into something that you can not only, right, let's say for homeowners who is rushing to move in and saving the hassles to actually hack the whole entire bathroom or kitchen itself, right, they can opt in for vinyls to overlay, just like as shows in the picture above, okay? And of course, for some of the houses, they want something very nice and real feel will be bucket and timber. So these are also some of the popular ones. But for each case, right, this is mostly seen on the condo itself and perhaps some of the HDB. Then, of course, right, goes into another kind, epoxy flooring. I believe that this is something a little bit new to the homeowners. Okay, epoxy flooring is something like paintings that actually puts on the flooring of the house itself, okay? So they don't have, one of the good things that you can see on the picture is this, that there's no gouting that you can see. So everything is very neatly done, and everything, like, let's say for instance, you like a marble feel or any of the designs that you actually preference, actually you can make use of using the epoxy floorings to create the kind of effect. Okay, so you can see, for example, that let's say before and after that we are using the epoxy flooring for the old bathroom. So this one is actually also a cost saving and time effectiveness, because right, once they do it, it takes maybe about 1 week plus to actually make it dry, and it can be done in quite a very quick manner. Okay, another one that also, this is something that also in the market, but also not very common, which is a hardener paint. It's almost similar like the epoxy flooring itself, but if you take a look, right, you still can see the gouting itself very close, and the fine lines of the gouting. But as compared to the epoxy flooring, like, there's totally no gouting lines that you're able to show. Okay. So, okay, we are finished up the flooring, so we go back to the kitchen. Okay, kitchen itself, I think, is all the homes, right, is a must place to have it. Okay, for kitchen itself, right, okay, let's say for nowadays, quartz is something that is very common in the market itself, you can see. So basically, right, you can see that it's very shiny and usually it's bright in colors. So of course, right, if you take a look, right, the most popular ones and the most well-known one is Caesar stone. Okay, the next one will be granite. Granite is quite a very long, old kind of people actually knows about it. But if you take a look as compared to quartz itself, right, it comes with various kind of color because it's actually 100% natural stone. So whatever they takes the colors of the natural stone itself. So that's why as compared to quartz itself, quartz is actually they have a bit of the man-made component itself. So that's why, right, they can make the color as light, as bright as like you know what you see is like a marble. Okay, so another one that we actually also came into the market itself, which is also the Compact Plus. Okay, I believe that some of the homeowners actually seen it as compared to quartz and granite itself, right? That is a certain thickness itself, right? Usually about 15 to 20 mm. But for quartz itself, right, actually the maximum thickness is only 6 mm. So it's something like, you know, when you're wearing a jeans, it's actually a slim fit cutting itself. So right now, this one is also very popular. It's because this came into this market is due to their sleek design. And of course, for costing itself, right, as compared to quartz and granite itself, right, the cost is actually much more lower. So, and plus, for the recent trend of the theme itself, like now, there was one period of time that people goes for wooden, modern, or Scandinavian style. So this is very suitable as compared to stones itself. So stone is always creating a very cold and modern and luxury feel. Then we go on to curtains. Okay, curtains itself, right, is every homes that definitely will see in the market. Okay. So there's different kinds of curtains itself that you can see. One is actually the verticals, the rainbow blinds, and also of course for the normal roller blind itself. Okay. So these are the three popular blinds as compared, let's say for instance, that there's some homeowners that they doesn't want to choose curtains itself because due to the constraints that you have to wash, have to remove, have to put back. So right now, right, a lot of trend that you can see that most people choose to opt in for blinds because for blinds, right, it's very easy to maintain. You just have to use a clean cloth and some soap to just clean it off. Then of course, as technology goes by, it goes for like a top and down up blinds itself. Okay, this is something that using remote itself. So actually you can actually using the remotes to actually adjust the blinds itself, like, you know, the various opening that how you want it to be done. As you can see from the picture itself, right, you can see that we're using the remote to actually adjust accordingly. So for some people that they prefer, like maybe for some of the condos that they're staying in a level 1, so they want a bit of privacy, as of course some of the natural lights to come in. So that is where, right, they're using some of the technologies to actually adjust according to their preference. Then blind itself, right? Okay, so another one in the market is really very popular nowadays that I believe that everybody knows about the zip blinds. It's or you can say it's like a automatic blinds itself. It's actually almost similar as the manual blinds itself, but the only thing that is actually controlled by a remote or electrical itself. As you can see, that different kinds of blinds is really based on the preference of the homeowners. You could have 100% blackout, or 70% blackout, or even 50%. So most of the time, right, in the market, so in some homeowners, they may not aware that they able to choose different kinds of motors or the blinds itself. So this is something that I hope that it can help you guys. Okay. So as you can see from the picture itself, right? Okay, this one is also showing that, okay, I believe that sometimes, right, there's some families, they have kids itself. So sometimes, right, they might be wondering, okay, what if I install the motorized blind? So what about the invisible grill? Does it look weird or does it looks funny? So this is something that we show that you can see that there's two types, okay? One is the one with the invisible blind, okay, the grill. So another one is without. So both of them actually have the same kind of zip track, And as well as like right now for perhaps for some of the condos, they have a bigger space like the penthouse. So you can see that if you take a closer look at that picture on the left, that the roof deck itself also creates something like a blind. So you can actually open up as when as you want to, or even when you don't want to. So these are some of the examples that you can see that right now in the market that zip track is very popular in terms of condos and also the landed, that people are actually replacing it rather than using the trellis instead. Okay, so this is some of the examples. Okay, for like terrace areas that some people might want to put this instead of the normal manual blind itself. Okay, so of course that sometimes, right, there's homeowners that actually bought old flats itself, like maybe resale condos or resale HDB. So there are certain things that you might want to save some cost without tearing everything, because probably the existing condition or existing carpentry is still in a very good conditions. So this is something that maybe I can share with you, that what you can do to overlay to save some cost instead of hacking everything and redo everything. Like for instance, for like kitchen itself. So kitchen itself, right, what we can do is we can actually overlay the carpentry doors itself. Like let's say for the laminates, you don't like the current existing color theme, so you want something that which is more modernized. So you can opt in for this kind of laminate itself. So the next one, so it's something like that. Like for instance, for this kind of wardrobe, okay, so it's like a black, it's a white and a red one. So perhaps the previous owners prefer this color, but the current new owner doesn't really likes the color. So the site is actually some of the samples colors that, you might want to change the outlook of the carpentry itself. So you can actually opt in. The cost itself, right, it doesn't going to cost much, is because, right, existing wise, right, we don't have to pay for the cost for dismantling and also the redo of the carpentry itself. Okay, so we go, just now previously we talked all about the kinds of material. So now we can talk about a bit more on the space constraint. Okay, for some of the condos or maybe for some of the small houses, okay, so sometimes, right, you may have a very small living room with no proper dining area, or perhaps that you might feel that, having a dining table actually took up a lot of space in the house. So that this is something that you can show you that, you can have something like a TV cabinet with a pull-out dining table. So this is something that nowadays that some of the homeowners, they want something more effective and space saving. Okay. So another one, this is also one of the examples. Okay, this is actually a studio apartment itself. So they have a very small kitchens and a very small dining area. So this homeowner is actually a bachelor. So he doesn't want to actually spend having a dining tables that take up all the space. So when he came to us, right, he actually asking to do the kitchen top was slightly higher with actually a movable dining table just for himself when he needs proper dining space. So you can see from the picture above, right, this height of the kitchen is actually slightly higher as per the normal one, because, right, we actually incorporate with a sliding hidden dining table itself. So as he doesn't want to use it, he also can keep it. And also, he actually, if you see, right, the kitchen space for preparation is quite limited as well. So it also not only acts as a normal dining area, it also acts as an additional preparations tabletop for him to prepare food that if he wants to. Then, of course, for some of the condos or HDBs, they have a very high ceiling. So sometimes, right, you may want to do something like a loft itself, but because of the space itself, you don't know, you might not know where to actually allocate your staircase itself. So this is where, right, it came into the designs that we do a movable or a storage staircase. So as and when they really needs the space itself, right, they can actually pull out the staircase, if you can see from the pictures above. So this is a high ceiling place, like most of the like penthouse or some of the condos that we can see, or even EC. So from there, right, I believe that most of the high ceilings homeowners, right, they prefer to max up the air space that they actually bought. So one of the ideas that most of the homeowner will know is loft. Okay, for loft, right, most maybe just to share with you that for the BCA ruling, right, we can only keep up to maximum 5 square meter. So sometimes, right, some of the owners will ask, oh, okay, what is the space of a 5 square meter? A space of a 5 square meter is estimated is about a king size bed itself. So it means the landing space itself. So this is actually the requirement from the BCA. So over the 5 square meter itself, right, you can't build over it, and also you need a PE to endorse for doing up a loft. That means that they need to actually acknowledge and give a chop that, oh, okay, based on your drawing, you're actually fitting the requirements and the weight, the decent weight space for the loft itself. Okay, this is some of the example for one of the condos that we bought, we done up. Okay, so you can see that 5 square meter is estimated is about there. Okay, so you can see that from the staircase we make use of the depth itself. So we do some storage, and also, right, to make it more aesthetically nice, right, we're using glass finishing as the railing so that it doesn't look so bulky and look so thick itself. For this case, right, the homeowner actually using this above as an additional study area. Okay, so another one that maybe perhaps that I believe that some of the houses that you can see, it's actually a pull down bed itself. For instance, for this case, right, this house also that is also very small. It's only a 2 bedrooms itself. So one of them, right, the owners actually stay alone. The master room, she use it as for herself. So another room, she use it for study areas and her walk-in wardrobe. So she actually came to us and tell us that, oh, you know, I need, sometimes I may have guests coming to my house and they would possibly stay over at my house. So that's where, right, we come into the pictures, right, we do some storage for her, and as well as a bit of a pull-down bed. So as and when she has guests coming in to stay with her, stay overnight at her house, so this is the space that she able to use it. So if she doesn't, right, she can just put it up, and then, you know, the other side you can see that it's a very small little kind of pull-down study area. This is something that, you know, sometimes that she might want to do a little bit of the work. Okay, so she just use it for like a 2-in-1 functions. And of course, why we are using mirror finishing is because due to the small houses itself, right? So we're using the doors as a mirror finishing tools to enhance the visual effects that making the house look a bit wider. Okay, so another one you can see also, this is actually studio itself, also a pull-down bed, also a similar case like what previously you have seen. Okay. And this is one of the mahjong room. Okay, so this owner actually say, oh, sometimes I have friends are coming in to stay with me, play mahjong until early morning. So right, they are very tired to go back home, so they want to stay over at my house. So this is where, right, we put a slightly bigger. Just now you see previously was actually a single bed. This is a queen size bed. So she wants to make her guests to sleep more comfortable instead of having a small bed. Okay, so and then of course got some of the condos, right? You can see, right, they have actually bay windows. So bay window is something that is actually a structured bin itself. Sometimes, right, when the room is too small, so sometimes, right, the owners will be wondering, oh, you know, the bay window is to eat up the space. If you can see that what we're actually converting is actually a platform pool. It's actually a platform blade which is starting from the bay window all the way stretching out itself. So you can see that basically a small room, right, we can actually put some storage, a study table itself. And of course, for some cases that if you take a look, right, why there's a little bit of staircase there is because, right, the bay window height is very high. So it will be advisable to add on a little bit of staircase. So usually for the kids itself, to actually go up to the bed. So this is also another one. This one we call the 麻岁虽小五脏俱全. Okay, so you can see that we have the platform bed, the little girls ones, a lot of storage, even the study table underneath, right? You can store maximum or some of the bulky items that into it itself. So another one, this is also a platform bed. You can see that just now you see some of the designs concept that you can be using. So this one is to show you that, you know, once you do the platform bed, why is it that most people actually likes the platform bed? Because you can take a look, once I pull out everything, right, I can store the maximum out of it. When you know that, you know, some of the houses, especially some condo, they doesn't have a proper decent storeroom itself. So this is where, right, come into the picture to do a customized platform bed with storage. Okay, so this is that's about it. So I hope that this a bit of tips and sharings will help most of the homeowners.
Thank you, Ashley. I've indeed learned a lot from you. From how a mahjong room you can pull down a bed, you know,
Yes.
and also how even a staircase up to a loft, you can hike the staircase.
Yes.
Wow, this is how awesome our Ashley is from Rest and Relax Interior Design. All right. So please, if you have just got your keys to your new homes, don't forget, look out for Ashley from Rest and Relax.
Thank
all
you
right?
so much.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank
you so
you.
much. And if you have just tuned in, remember, do not forget to go and log on to www.renoexpo.vehs.com to register for this event. Now, why is it so important for you to register for this event? Because you stand a chance to win our grand lucky draw of prizes that is worth up to $20,000. Now, on top of it, we also have a ultimate grand draw giveaway whereby you will have the chance to drive home a Mercedes-Benz A200. For every $100 that you spend with any of our exhibitor over here, you get an additional chance for the grand lucky draw. Now, do not forget to click on the chat button there also. Now, by clicking on the chat button, you'll be able to speak directly to our exhibitor via our live chat system. That's so exciting, isn't it? Please do not forget, go and register and you might be the one walking home with the Mercedes-Benz A200. Now, coming up next at 3 p.m., something that's very, very exciting. I believe that all of you will have to actually go and watch this live stream very importantly, yeah? At 3:30 p.m., in fact, I'm so sorry, yeah? At 3:30 p.m. Now, why is that so? Because CJ from PropNext, he will be sharing with us using a proven blueprint, blueprint of our land, to spot your next best move in real estate for 2021. They are what they call the lottery effect. All right? So please do stay tuned. Once again, 3:30 p.m., CJ from PropNext telling us a little bit more using proven blueprint to spot your next best move in real estate in 2021. All right, so stay tuned. I'm going to see you at 3:30 p.m. sharp. Welcome back to our Singapore First Virtual Home Reno 2020. Now, we have lots of webinars that's ongoing for the entire day, something that's very, very exciting for you. Now, earlier on, you have seen that we have our Barbie house. Yes, the entire house filled with Barbie dolls. We also have a house that's filled with Disney. We also have our Ning and, of course, our Ashley, who came on, tell us a little bit more about how, from a small house, we can actually make it look quite big, you know. Now, coming up next, something that's very exciting, especially for me. I'm really very interested in this topic. It's about the proven blueprint to spot your next best move in real estate for 2021. Now, this is all about picking up several tricks about the real estate, which will benefit you in 2021 and beyond. Now, what will we be talking about? We'll be talking about 3 strategies to identify good deals. Very important when you buy a house, you need a good deals. Fact versus myth on supply gap. How about planning your retirement ahead with systematic strategies? Now, up next, we're going to have our Senior Advisory Associate Branch District Director from PropNext, CJ, will be right here to help us. Come on, everybody, let's welcome CJ.
Thank you.
Hi,
Thank
CJ.
You. Well, it has been a very long while since I stepped onto a stage platform.
Yes, and you know what? Today, you coming up here telling us all about the tricks about how we can benefit from it. That's very, very important.
Right.
Something that I'll be very interested.
Yes.
I'll
yeah,
pass the
all
screen
very
over
excited
to you.
share.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the
Please
introduction.
do.
Thank
Yep.
you. Okay, so very good afternoon to everyone. So today I'm going to share a little bit about this proven blueprint to spot your next best move in real estate, especially for upcoming 2021 when during this pandemic, we have already highlighted to many consumers out there that we have a lot of inadequate supply. Okay, and because of the sharing, I think many consumers out there have already taken action. And as you can see from this 3 quarters result in 2020, we have already surpassed 8,000 units sold for the brand new launches. So today I'm going to cover some of the findings that we have and really appreciate all of you for tuning in today. So let me see my slide right now. The first most important slide is this is a disclaimer slide that whatever we're going to share today is definitely not going to ask you to buy or sell, but more importantly as a reference for you and for educational purpose. Okay, and of course we would like to share as much as possible based on our learnings and our own findings, and of course from some of the websites like URA and also HDB websites. Okay, so we will touch mainly on 3 different things. First will be the 3 must-know strategies in order for you to perform assets progression. Next will be how to determine the sweet spot for upgraders. And last but not least, some of the myth and fact on oversupply issue. And many of us have already understood why the supply is getting smaller and smaller, or so-called reducing in terms of the supply. So today we will touch a little bit on that. Now, and of course, when we are faced with this pandemic, a lot of people will ask, hey, what happened after this circuit breaker? Will there be a recession? And as you can see, we are already entering, almost looking forward to the phase 3. We have already crossed phase 1 and phase 2. And Singapore government has done a great job in making sure that all of us are traceable through Trace Together apps and all these measures that the government has implemented. And also, we'll be looking into COVID-19 situation at this current moment. And, if there's any prolong, okay, what's going to happen to the real estate market as well. Now, the next key question, I don't know whether you guys can actually type in, can they actually reply us online? Can they do that? They can, right? Okay, so if there's any engagement that you would like to post your comments, please feel free to post your comments because we're going to ask, is the property price going up or down? And as you can see from the few months, okay, since April itself, when we have the COVID, this circuit breaker, right, in place, you can see that a lot of articles, and I'm going to show you some articles, in fact. So you can see that there's some resilience in the market. Of course, basically, for those of you who have been monitoring the market very closely, you can actually see that the take-up rate for some launches is really, really tremendous in terms of the take-up rate. Okay, some of the articles that I'm going to show you very quickly, just going through, is that we have already transacted in July alone more than up sales in home sales up by 8.2, and of course more than 1,000 over units was transacted, and of course new home sales surged to a new high in 11 months in August. And, our minister also came up and shared that, the construction cost may be going up. Now, there's a lot of considerations that buyers out there actually understood, okay, and I've already put it down in some key forms. Okay, so basically a construction cost is definitely one of them. Next will be the long-term investment horizon. So knowing the fact that all the measures are already in place, I believe many people, when they buy their property as an investment, right, or as a second or third property, usually they will have thought about the process as a longer term investment portfolio rather than a short or quick turnover, or maybe to flip the market or whatsoever. But this is something that I believe a lot of people have been looking at, and also because of the low interest rate environment, and we're going to touch a little bit on that as well. And many people have realized that during this, in fact, some of my friends, talking about this passive income, some of my friends who have affected by pay cuts, okay, or even some lost their jobs, right, which is possible, okay, through different various industries, right. The fact of the matter is that some of these people who are affected actually own other properties. That means not only their own stay, but another property that is giving them passive income. And because of this, right, they actually realize the importance of having an additional property that is giving them passive income. So while we also on one side, a lot of people are thinking that, hey, what if my mortgage is affected that I'm not able to repay? But on the other side, there are people who are affected yet appreciating the fact that property is giving them passive income as well. So this is one of the very key importance. And of course, space constraint, where we have faced with all the work from home and home-based learning. So many people out there is actually wanting some extra space where they can do all this home learning, right? So definitely one of the considerations that many people have been, looking for properties to buy, and also the depleting stock, as we mentioned. And later I'm going to show you some facts and figures. And of course, it's a stabilized price due to the cooling measures, okay, because the consumers have also realized one thing: the property price didn't fluctuate much, okay, whatever it is, it's not going to go up significantly fast, and it's not going to come down significantly as well, because there's actually a holding period that you need to wait out. Okay, and of course, the global real estate market comparison to the global cities out there, Singapore remains as very competitive, as well as also one of the most affordable in terms of the housing. Okay, so this is one of the key factors that why it is able to be affordable, because of the high acquisition cost for foreigners. They have to pay hefty ABSD in order to buy and acquire. So with hefty ABSD for foreigners, I think it more or less stabilized the property price in Singapore. So with that, let's look at the resilience in terms of not only the residential property market, but I think in terms of HDB, in terms of the price factor, it has also gone up quite a fair bit in terms of third quarter. And in terms of fourth quarter, from the market hearsay, there have been quite a lot of transactions, as well as cash over valuation in terms of the HDB resale market as well. And this is something that we have never heard of since many, many years, since 2013, after the regulations were out, right? HDB has been very rarely heard of in terms of COV, but this year itself, we are getting more and more units having COV in terms of cash over valuation. So let's take a look at this pipeline in terms of the resilience of the market in 2020. We are definitely looking at a very positive transaction volume. Not only that, but last year we have close to 10,000 transactions for the new launch. And in terms of this year itself, we are already having surpassed the 8,000 benchmark in the third quarter. So which is a very healthy sign. And the resilience of the real estate market continue not only in the private sector, but as well as the HDB. And HDB, I just read recently that there has been one unit done close to 1.25 million, which is the record-breaking price for HDB as well. So I think the government also did mention that they want to do something about the HDB that's crossing $1 million benchmark. So let us wait and see how this HDB over $1 million can actually stand out from the rest in terms of the upcoming years. All right, so let us go back to our very, very basic conditions or requirements that when we look for properties, right, most people actually very, I would say, focus on their personal needs. So while we are focusing on the personal needs, right, one of the key factors about Singapore is that a lot of people or investors, especially for longer term investors, they actually look at profit margin or potential upside in terms of not only their needs. So that is one area that most people make a mistake. So while we are looking at this slide, we really urge everyone to, make sure that you don't just base on your own needs, because most common mistake is that when people base on their own needs, right, they actually mix very different decision from what the investors will make. So this is one of the key challenges, especially in terms of current market situation where you want to know what is best for you in terms of potential upside. Then there have to be a balance between your personal needs and the profit margin or potential upside. And of course, next, we are looking at regulation that is also, I would say, very controlled environment, because regulation can be tweaked every now and then, but regulations affect decision making. Let me give you an example. If a typical investor who is very wealthy wants to buy a second or third property, it's very high chance that they will keep and they will buy. But because of the situation, let's say I'm having a $2 million property, but I want to upgrade to a $4 million landed, it's very unlikely for me to buy a $4 million landed while I need to pay close to $500,000 worth of stamp duties. So that's the key question. Regulation changes the behavior of the consumer. So they probably need to let go. And when they let go, this becomes a supply in the market. So the resale will have their own supply. And when they want to upgrade, it's definitely based on genuine needs rather than people who just keep buying without selling. So that's also one possibility. So with that, understanding why it's more challenging is also because a lot of people has faced the challenges of CPF affected, their LTV affected for second or third properties, and many other factors. So I'm going to give you some examples why only a few privileged people can actually buy a property as a second property while they are having their first property, and also that is with an existing loan. Meaning to say it's a second property, second loan. And first, we need to look at the 12% cash upfront, which if you take a reference from just a $1 million purchase, you already need to come up with additional buyer stamp duty of $120,000. And that's quite a lot of money to spend on stamp duty, right? Next thing, your cash capital outlay has to be 55% down, which includes of the cash component and the CPF component, or 100% cash. Whichever it is, you still need to come up with the 55% down payment. And the LTV, which is the loan to value, is only at 45%. So because of this, you can see that the total debt servicing ratio, you need to be able to fulfill as well. Your CPF minimum requirements sum also need to be observed and set aside. And also very important, if you want to buy first and sell later, you also need to be at least a first matrimonial home and also Singapore citizen in order to fulfill the claiming back, also called the refund for ABSD, in time. And that's also a 6-month time frame. And so the next question is also, what if you cannot sell on time? And all these challenges are very real, because if you need to claim back the refund from IRAS, which many people will opt for decoupling if they still have that name to use for decoupling purpose, but not everybody is in the luxury of, each one having their own loan. Okay, so some people need the household combined income to take up the loan. So with that, you can see that this particular privilege checklist, very few people actually have the honor to actually buy the second property without selling their first, especially with their loan. And of course, all these are actually thinking out of the box. You also need to have accommodation. So the best possible move, probably, if you ask anybody who is doing this upgrading, right, will be thinking of maybe renting a place to sell their current one while they have some time to actually think about where to exactly settle down, okay, for their next purchase. So this is one of the key challenges. And when people go and rent, also there will be a healthy take-up rate for the rental market. So this is a very smart move from the measures perspective, where all these measures actually curb speculation, okay, which is the objective of the measures. Now, then there's another group of people who own multiple properties. And to be very clear, they may not be old in terms of the old rich. They very matured in the time they bought. Meaning to say they have already bought back in the maybe 2000 or maybe 1990s, and they have been acquiring more and more, but without all the regulations in place. Meaning to say previously when they bought properties, they don't need to pay additional buyer stamp duty, they don't need to fulfill TDSR, they can show some funds from the bank, they can actually reach out and they can actually do a lot of things. But the key question here is there will be one group of people who are owning more than 3 properties. And today, if you ask them to sell, they will be very reluctant. Why? Firstly, if they sell already, they want to buy back something, right? They need to fork out ABST. Secondly, after they sold, they stop their passive income. Thirdly, after they sell, they may not fulfill the TDSR factor or the rest of the LTV and also CPF factor. So many factors combined, as we have mentioned. And all these are actually real challenges on the ground that the old rich will not consider selling. Now, while they are not considering selling, meaning to say there will be a shortage of supply for the resale market, and which also partially explains why the new launch take-up rate has been pretty healthy in terms of the current situation. Now, so there are actually 3 major types of buyers out there. First is the upgrader. First is the first-timer, which means you have no property yet. Second is the upgraders market, which currently you're holding 1 property. And last but not least, you are having more than 1, and especially 1 with passive income or more. All right? So with that, you ask yourself, which group do I belong to? Because first, you need to understand your risk appetite and your personal portfolio before you assess whether this investment suits you or not. So with that, the old rich, they are not keen anymore, as we have mentioned. The ABSD doesn't make sense. This if you are belonging to this group, you probably can understand. You probably have burst your TDSR and won't be looking at any kind of purchase. Okay, unless you want to buy under trust. Maybe you fully pay and you want to put it under your children's name, etc., etc. But there are many this kind of situation. And also, previously, you may have used your parents' names, and you probably have been a guarantor taking some loan. And while your guarantor scheme doesn't work today because the owner has to be the mortgager, so you can't possibly grant the loan if you're not the owner. So the guarantor scheme has also been scraped, and it affects this group of people who are having a loan, right, from the banks as a guarantor. And also the overall rental market has been pretty healthy over this 1 year, and these are also some of the things that this group of people are looking at. And moving forward, you can see the real estate movement based on the crisis, right, has been always a major fall. Then, when nothing happens or probably recovered, they will go up. Then, this is what the government wants to avoid. And since the regulations after TDSR has been rolled out, SSD, the stamp duties and the additional buyer stamp duties has been rolled out, you can see that there's some consistency. Meaning to say whether there's a global market, whether there's any trade tension, whether there's some other countries are having some major things happening, right? You can actually see Singapore real estate market has been pretty consistent, slow and stable growth, which is what the government is aiming for as well. Now, looking at the overall price in terms of not only the price but the volume, you can actually see that the volume has been pretty consistent. Comparing to last year, year on year, although I can't really read my chart from the stage here, but as you can see from the slides that we wanted to show you, right, many of such examples are actually proven that the take-up rate is very healthy. And also to showcase to you, right, that is a very short period while everybody can't leave their home because of circuit breaker situation, no visitation allowed. And during phase 1, there's no viewing and no conducting of the business unless it's remotely or virtually. So you can see the take-up rate has slowed down during the first phase. However, you can see a big jump that is coming back from July onwards after the circuit breaker phase 1. So the overall transactions from Jan till August is about 6,000 plus. And you can see the latest, which is the third quarter result, is actually on the 10-month, you can actually see more than 8,000 units sold. So now we are having these 2 months, and these 2 months, November, December, we have some pretty healthy launches. So just to mention a few, we have Key Residences, we have Ling at Beauty World, we're going to launch probably a Landmark, and we're going to launch this Clairvon at Clementi area. So you can see all these launches, the take-up rate probably is very healthy. And while we are having this healthy take-up rate, it all tells you that at the end of this year, we are still going to expect close to maybe 10,000 or maybe even surpass the 10,000 benchmark set from last year's record. So with that alone, you can actually see that, you know, the overall price, this is talking about the foreigners, has been also pretty decent in terms of the percentage is around 20% thereabout. It has all the while been a big pie, especially for the core central region, has been a big pie in terms of the foreigners coming in to buy. But especially after all the regulations, right, you can see the foreigners take-up rate has been lowered, and Singaporeans are actually taking advantage. The reason is very simple. Now the affordability is better for them. The gap between the HDB and the private is not so far off. So with this not so far off, at least there's a chance, there's an opportunity, there's an opening window where upgraders actually can top up a bit in order to own a private residential, which is what a lot of Singaporeans has been taking advantage of for the recent years. And you can see from this new home sales profile also, sorry, I can't really read from the slides because it's too far away, but I can actually see that this slide, you can see the buyer's profile, right, has also been significantly on the upgraders market. Okay, so this is something that we really, really want to share because we don't want you to miss out the boat while we are talking right now. The take-up rate has been so healthy that, you know, even for the many, many projects that we are working on, we can see that there's always a momentum of sales. And due to that, later when I show you some pictures of the statistics that we have collated, I think it's important for you to understand so that you can make an informed decision based on your coming years. All right, so with that, this is an uptrend of foreigners, okay? So there's a healthy uptrend, but in terms of the actual numbers, this is because it's percentage based. But in terms of actual number, it's still within the healthy range of maybe 50 packs or more than 50 packs per month. Okay, so this is a healthy trend. And I think after this traveling ban has been removed, we will see a surge for foreigners coming in to buy. The reason is very simple, because other country investors are also looking at how Singapore has performed, not only in terms of performance, in terms of real estate market trend, but in terms of how Singapore deals with the pandemic. So with that, it provides a lot of confidence from the ground and also the global market that people who want to buy overseas as a maybe second home or holiday home, they will strongly or maybe consider Singapore as definitely one of the top choices if you are talking about Asia countries. So this is something that I believe after the traveling ban has been removed, the rebound will definitely be back. Okay, there'll be more foreigners purchases as well. So as you can see from here, the public housing in terms of how stagnant it has been over the years, it has been pretty much going up, also go up with the private residential market. Going down, when it comes down, it also similar trend. But you realize one trend that is very different direction is since the 2000, I think about 3 years, 4 years ago, you can see that the trend has starting to divide. In terms of one going down, one is going up. The reason is very simple, because that happens when one is having restrictions, which is the HDB market having restrictions, but on the other hand, the private residential has already been in place for all the measures, so it is progressing slowly. Otherwise, the gap would have been very, very big. So you see, the government is also perhaps tweaking the policies, right, to make sure the trend of upgraders is still affordable. So this is something that I believe government is aiming to do. And next, you can see that there's been a healthy uptrend. I can't see the green line tells what, but based on what I can remember, the overall private residential market, you can see on the green line is actually quite healthy. Okay, so this is what I can remember. Okay, and I'm going to share with you these 3 proven must-know strategies as they one of the key importance, right? First thing is we must buy where there is genuine demand. Now, for how we learn about genuine demand, especially in today's market, the behavior of the consumers have changed, the selection criteria have changed, the market outlook as keeping a property have changed. So with all these changes, right, how do we know whether there's genuine market? One of the key indication is upgraders market. Because upgraders, there's always an aspiring to, go from HDB to private. It has always been like a Singaporean's dream. And so buying that is one factor, but not forgetting some other factors, the safe entry price consideration, and also the next one is the affordability check, so that whether you know that there's an exit possibility with a potential upside. So this becomes one of the very key importance strategies that when we look into properties, we always look into these three components as a big picture gauge rather than our personal needs. All these will be a priority in terms of our searches. Now, your next question may be asking, CJ, so where is the next spot or sweet spot? Now, you can see from here, the sweet spot generally lies between a $1 million product all the way, even if I include the bigger units, right, all the way to 1.5 million or slightly above. Now, you can see that the bulk of the purchasers buying during the pandemic shows very clearly that this particular range is the sweet spot. And to give you a bit more insights, the size do matters, but the size already has been accepted widely, right? That, even in Singapore, size in terms of the comparison, right, it has been very, very spacious. Okay, the reason why I say spacious is it depends where you're comparing to. Now, if I'm a landed owner and I come in and I'm comparing to my 5,000 square feet of land, obviously when I go in and buy a 1,000 unit, it's considered small. But if I'm talking about a general HDB upgrader, or maybe if I'm comparing global to Japan, or some other like Hong Kong, like the kind of houses they make is so small, right? So because of the size, we are talking about a very reasonable or very big size. But in terms of comparable to the HDB upgraders, a typical HDB 4-bedder is also about 90 square meter, which is also around 900 to 1,000 square feet. So you can see the acceptable range has always been in around 1,000 per square foot or 1,000 square feet range. Okay, so it's easier to be absorbed because even if it is 1,003 per square foot for 1,000 square feet, it's only at 1.3 million. So it's within that range of affordability. So the size plays an important role to actually attract the correct buyers or the upgraders market. Now, from here, you can see the sweet spot in terms of the median transactions, so which is around the 1.2 to 1.4 million range and averaging out at 1.3. So if you're buying 1,003 per square foot entry price in the OCR market, you can be very rest assured that that is the affordable range. And if you look for a typical potential upside that is going to exit in the next maybe 5 to 10 years time, you are looking at a decent exit point of maybe, I'm just giving an example, maybe perhaps 200,000 range in terms of the potential upside. So that is very doable because it has already been done, transacted, and proven that it can be done. So with that, you can see that this is the sweet spot for our consumers that is buying today. And of course, next one is in the 1990s, where people actually give birth more. Okay, I can recall back then we have more birth rate. The population per household, we also have about 4.25. But you can see that from the recent statistics, okay, it has dropped to about 3.2. So only a household, a typical household or average household would have a parents and a child. That's probably about it, okay, or maybe 2. So it's at 3.25. And it has dropped significantly over the past few years. So we are talking about smaller household nowadays because once we know that smaller household, actually we do not need to have such a big house eventually, okay? And it's easier for maintenance, it's easier for the upkeep as well. And of course with that, let me just quickly go through, this is talking about the cash that Singaporeans are holding. There's ample of local liquidity. And as you can see from I would say any kind of crisis that happen, the people will sell everything they have back then. So they sell everything they have, they will keep cash. There's always a saying, cash is king. So when you can see so many events of crisis happening that is in a line, the graph shows that the more the cash is kept in the bank. But that has changed. What has changed? Take a look at since 2009, okay, since 2009, when there's an uptrend in terms of cash that people are holding, actually a lot of people are having a lot of cash liquidity. The main reason is also because regulations, so now they don't want to buy more properties, they keep cash. And once you have too much cash, sorry, my slides were blank already. Is there? Oh, sorry, thanks. Okay, so once we have this challenge of too much cash, right, there's also another issue. What's the issue? Very simple. They need to make sure they spend on something. So that's where you can see luxury goods started to move. Okay, and of course, luxury items, when people can afford, they actually start to move as well. So this is something for you to consider, that since the affordability is there, when you want to exit, this liquidity in the market can definitely come in to support the growth. Okay. And next, we also talk about the increase of household income over the past 10 years. You can see that there's a stable growth of averaging 4%. And this growth has been a significant part of affordability, which is also why the HDB and the EC income ceiling has also increased over the years, okay, because of the policy tweak, because of the increase in household income as well. And the average net worth is ever increasing as well. So typically people are holding close to 100,000 in cash, and combined with CPF more than 300 over thousand. So that is a typical average Singaporean portfolio. Okay, so with 300,000, I can actually share with you that there's a lot of $1 million purchase in the OCR market that you can actually consider. And with that, it is definitely something very safe, because OCR market is not catered for like speculation or investment, more for personal needs or more for leasing out, as you know, there's more demand in the OCR market where people typically want to live, work, play in that particular vicinity. Okay, so next thing that we look at is also there's no overexposed in housing investment, and as you can see from here, definitely there's so low risk. The average of so many years, you can see that we are now below the average. Okay, so there's no overexposed in investment, even in the when you do a mortgage, right? The banks will also ask you, is this for own stay or for investment? You can see very naturally that investors who are having a second property portfolio is only 20%. It's not a significant numbers. So most people who buy OCR or maybe even their first property in the private residential market, they don't intend to own more than one, which is what we call the genuine demand of upgraders for the aspiring Singaporeans. And from here, you can see that there's very low interest rate environment for many, many years already. I think the highest that was back then was 2007, okay, 2007, highest in the recent years, not back in 1980s. Because I can recall in the 1980s, there's one time close to 7%, but in the recent years, I think the highest was 4.5%, because back then there's still no regulation, firstly. Secondly, if you take a 90% loan, which is possible back then, 90% loan will command a 4.5%, and 80% loan will command a 3.5%. So the MAS have also this regulation to set at 3.5% for calculation purpose, for approval purpose, which is why right now we are very, very low in terms of interest rate. And generally, all banks are below 2%, generally. Yeah? Okay, so this is something for you to look at. And when we talk about low interest rate environments, what does it translate to when we talk about cash savings? So you can see the SIBOR rates as well. Okay, so I'm going to share with you how it converts to savings. Now, imagine I'm taking a loan. I can't really read from here again, so sorry. But if I'm taking a typical loan of 25 years, okay, I would expect it's 25 years, versus, okay, at 2% versus at 1% there's 1% difference. You can actually see that there's a huge amount of differences if we are talking about the difference interest rate, and it could save you a possible of close to how much? Is it 100 over 1,000? What did I write? Oh, 300,000. 300,000. Am I right? difference of 300,000, right? Yeah, so sorry. Yeah. My eyes, because the screen is very far. So sorry, usually we do this via Zoom. Okay, so while we are at this, you can see that this is something that it really triggers a lot of interest, especially when we are talking about so much in terms of savings. Huh? So why owners do not have any more fire sale? Now, in fact, during COVID period, a lot of people has been asking us, hey, CJ, you got any fire sale? Let us know. Fire sale means what? Okay, so it possibly means if a property is at 5 million, it could drop 20% to 4 million. And if you're talking about the same percentage drop, we are talking about a property that's 1 million, drop 20% to 800,000. So far, okay, during this pandemic, so far we have not witnessed anything like that. But as you know, buyer always want to buy cheap, which is very common, and seller also always want to sell high, right? So we have to understand where the market trend is heading, which is why we have come up with all these statistics. And you know, the developers, the buyers, whether it's developers, whether it's buyers, the government has given them a lot of leeways in terms of the relief for the measures, whether it's a postponement in terms of the mortgage, whether it's a postponement in terms of the handover dates, etc., etc. So all these, government has already catered a package for them for temporary reliefs. Okay, so with that, we have very proud to announce the government support already close to 100 billion. And this support, it comes in very handy because of the pandemic itself, which affects quite a fair bit of people. But generally, when we speak to people, they still feel that it is important to be invested. Okay, so this is one of the key indication from the ground that people wants to stay invested no matter whether there's a pandemic or not. Okay, the reason is simple, as I highlighted over the past few slides. And why this time round is so special, because firstly, as I mentioned, the liquidity in the market, the holding power is there. There's no speculation, so there's a lot of anti-speculation laws that has already been rolled out. Affected by TDSR owners will not want to have anything to do with selling, and then the urgency to sell, because that will conflict their interest in terms of wanting to sell high. Okay, and of course affected by the ABSD, which they couldn't buy back, and the reduction in the interest rate, etc., etc. So all this helps. It contributes one way or another to this time round during this pandemic. There's no fire sales out there. Okay, and as you can see from here, okay, what is this slide? Let me see. Overall unemployment rate has also been up a little bit, but again, I want to emphasize, while we are having this unemployment rate up a little bit, there's a lot of grants out there that the government is throwing in for employment. So while people are having problem, having a problem to get jobs and all this, right? Government is throwing out grant to encourage companies to, employ more employees or to keep their current employees. So this is something that the government has worked very closely with all the Singapore companies, SMEs, and all the companies as well in terms of how to help them. Okay, so with that, when we talk about the global market, once again, you can see that Singapore has remained a top destination for investors, mainly because of its competitive safety and all the aspects that world-class global city is how it's supposed to be. And Singapore remains top spot as the world's most competitive economy as well. Then you can see all the big tech giants like TikTok, and let me see what else. Okay, so there are many global players out there also coming in. So this is just part of like what we have mentioned, where the renter is coming in. As you can see from here, Tencent is also coming in other than TikTok. And then also there's a flow of China tech firms to China because of the previous trade tension. And just to mention about the trade tension, has been there all the while for many decades already. It's just that recently, because of the governance, right, there's more challenges during this period. Okay, so with that, you can see that a lot of companies from China or India actually opt for Singapore because they feel that Singapore is a safe, and a lot of maybe not only entrepreneurs, but I think more of their employees or their workers are keen to work here. Okay, because everybody wants to work where they're safe. Okay, so here's a stable, proven private residential housing in terms of the demand, and it has over the past few years has been seeing a steady growth in the lease, and it has been all the way pretty healthy. If you're asking me, even for rental market, you don't get a lot of vacant houses. The vacancy rate is very low. Okay, so with that, you can see that all the, the rental which provide the passive income for investors are actually there. Now, so let me just quickly go through the unsold inventory, because what interests a lot of people out there is actually the unsold inventory, and what does this unsold inventory means to you as a consumer. Okay, this is from second quarter, we have about close to 27,000. Third quarter, we have about 25,000. So we are at the depleting stocks, and we have cleared close to 18,000 from past 2 years. Okay, so this is something that everybody needs to know, because at one time when we have 38,000, that was like 2 years ago, right? Everybody is like quite shocked, because 38,000 will take quite a while. But not forgetting, the take-up rate has been proven to be healthy. So with 10,000 sold, eventually all these stocks, right, will not be there forever. So the unsold inventory has also been very, very healthy in terms of the take-up rate. So you can see from here, let me just go through the next slide, okay, where I can show you some of the average land bid price. You can see in 2017, okay, actually, in fact, 2016 was the beginning of the en bloc, and once 2016, the en bloc started to kick off, 2017 was the average en bloc pricing, and 2018 was the heated en bloc pricing. So with that, you can see the OCR market has already increased based on just the land cost, close to a 25% already. So not to mention the rest, which is also has significantly increased. But OCR market has been proven to be one of the potential higher increase due to the demand. As I mentioned, you want to buy something, you buy where there is demand, right? So the demand is definitely there, which is why even the recent land sales at Tanah Merah is already transacted at 930 per square foot for land cost. So this is something very interesting, because everybody needs to know what to expect in the future pricing. And once you know the future pricing, it's very easy for you to make a decision whether today's pricing, is it suitable for you, or you prefer to wait out, all right? Now, and the prime east we are talking about, prime east are all 100% en bloc, because the east, to be very frank, right, the big eastern part of Singapore is the Bedok and Tampines, but the smaller eastern prime part, which is nearer to the city area, is actually the Marine Parade, the Amber area, and so on. But you can see Marine Parade, Amber area, Mayor area, 100% of the products in the market are actually from en bloc, which means the price will definitely cross 2,000 and above per square foot. Okay, so typically for upgraders market, to buy a 1,000 units at $2 million is very unlikely, okay? Because the upgraders market usually prefer the sweet spot, which we highlighted in the range of 1.2 to 1.4 million, and a $2 million budget would definitely not be something along the appetite of the upgraders market. So with that, you can see that this is the average. We are talking about the average, right, for a sweet spot for people to consider. But you can see, because of the eastern side of Singapore is so 100% focused on en bloc, there's no land sales at all. And due to this fact that there's no land sales, which the government also reduced the land sales, there's only one revenue other than land sales, which is the en bloc. And you can see, due to this depleting stock in the unsold inventory, right, it is only natural that the en bloc will come about in the next 1-2 years, because there's no more stock, unless the government changed their rulings and started to provide more GLS as well. So with that, you can see that the price comparison has also increased over the years. Okay, and these upcoming products in the OCR market has also been proven that it's going to be launched at a slightly higher price. Okay, because all these are purchased during the peak of the en bloc fever. Now, this is the en bloc statistic itself. Last time, right, because there's lack of regulation, right, last time en bloc is 10 years different. So you have en bloc fever from 2006, 2007, then we jump to the next one. En bloc is 2016 onwards to 2018. So you can see that it's a 10 years gap. But because of tweaks in terms of the calibration from the policies makers, right, you can actually see that right now, due to the fact that there's lesser land sales, the en bloc market is bound to come back very soon. Okay, so I'm going to show you some statistics. Okay, these are some of the recent land sales that is dropping. You can see in terms of this year, it has been the quite the all-time low for the past decade. Okay, and en bloc fevers has also dropped because of the fact that government has also changed its regulation from the non-remissible 5% increase, right, for 5%, right, and then the total is 25% for the developers, so it's a very hefty stamp duties, and with that, the en bloc numbers have dropped as well. So you can see from the next slide, when do developers start to buy back? So we take reference from last time. Let me just quickly see. Last time, okay, you see the last time that in 2006, 2007, when developers start to buy back, right, is actually when the numbers is still very high. Why? Because first, back then, the transaction volume is also high. Imagine I have 40,000 inventory unsold, but 1 year I can sell 20,000. So it's like half of my inventory. But today, take a look at the previous buying, which is 2016 onwards to 2017. It started to, developers started to buy around 18,000. And as we are talking right now, we are having less than 25,000 unsold inventory, which we are very close to the 18,000 already. Now, once we hit the 18,000, eventually the developers need to buy back somehow, whether it's from government land sales or from the en bloc resale, right? So you can see that this article also stated very clearly, calibrated GLS falling condo inventory could revive on the market analysis of the schemes of coming back for en bloc. And this is something that I need everybody to pay special attention to, because remember, en bloc will need to have higher costs because you need demolition costs, you need to buy back from the resale market, which is at a higher cost compared to the current market, and you need to do a lot more in terms of perhaps the development charges and so on. So all these cause the price to be higher. And once we talk about en bloc, right, it's very uncertain what the cost may end up to be because of a lot of guidelines from all the relevant parties, right, to be adhered to. So with that, you can see developers are keen to buy again. And you know, the recent, as I mentioned to you, the recent land sales shown so many bidders. Okay, when we take a look at the number of bidders, especially when the price that they bid are actually quite competitive, you can actually see that, hey, why are developers now keen to grab back some units? And all the developers out there who has cleared a certain numbers of their inventory will be keen to take back some land banks. And you can see the how keen the developers are just through the number of bids, through the price they bid. Okay, and as you can see from one of the latest one, Tanah Merah, as I've highlighted earlier, is $930 for OCR market. All right. And of course, with all these government land sales, as I mentioned, has been dropping, it's proven. We are looking at long term, and when we talk about long term, we talk about transformation as well. So in the next 10 years, there will be a lot of transformation, and transformation does not just evolve around real estate. Transformation also evolve around the amenities, around the housing estate, around the new MRT lines, and you know the future of what the landscaping can change. Take a look at this. I don't know whether you can recall a bidadari. Bidadari was another transformation. Tampines is another transformation. So there are many kind of transformation. But due to time constraint, I'm not going to go through every transformation in depth. But I just want to highlight that in the past 10 years, it has been proven. Okay, proven. In the east, a new launch would have increased on an average 86%. If I buy $1 million back then, it would have been 1.86 million 10 years later. This has been proven. And of course, in the prime area, as I mentioned, if I buy 1 million, it could probably cost 2 million right now. So that is one of the key indication of why transformation helped in the property price as well. But of course, back then was no regulation. But today, with the regulation, take a look at the Morgan Stanley research. We are also having this forecast conservatively in the bearish market of about 70% and in a bearish market more than 100% increase in the next 10 years. Mainly because of all the regulations that is in place, gives the confidence to consumers, give the confidence to investors. Also the transformation that's going to play an important role to invite new people or new, I would say foreign talents, new incoming people to actually be Singaporeans, part of Singapore, right? So with that, you can actually see the increase of housing is needed before we can do the expansion on the population growth as well. So in line with the white paper, you can actually see that the population growth is always there. Okay, so that will be another topic, but let me just complete this transformation first, because in the next 10 to 15 years, it's going to be so exciting. Singapore has actually planned out in terms of the master plan for the next 10 years. We have different sectors. So for those of you who are keen to understand each sector, please go and Google from the URA website under the urban transformation. And then you can see from the transformation map where exactly Singapore is going to transform into. And in the next 10, 15 years, eastern part is definitely one of the very, very interesting place that you can actually consider. And why do I say that? Because not only Singapore is ranked the most beautiful country, but I think most importantly, if you look back 20 years ago, my friend, 20 years ago, you can see Singapore is really almost like nothing, but today is really transformed. If 20 years ago you see Marina Bay and 20 years later you see Marina Bay, right? I think given the opportunity back 20 years ago, you would have really go all out and make sure you can buy one unit there. Okay, see the transformation. Okay, so the mass market going rate has been increasing over the past few years. Right now it's averaging between 1,003 to 1,005 range, but in the upcoming years to come maybe even higher due to the en-bloc pricing. So if you can find anything in the 1,003 to 1,005 per square foot range in the OCR market, is deemed as the market price today. Okay, and anything below is definitely a good buy. Okay, so this is the average pricing as I highlighted to you. And why is it proven is because in the EC segment, which is the executive condo segment, you can also see that the executive condo has been performing very well all across $1,000 per square foot. Not only for launches, not only for upcoming launches along Tampines, but also because even in the resale market, it has already been accepted in terms of the OCR price tag. So you can see and take reference from some of the east side projects has already crossed 1,000, 2,000, 3 in terms of the benchmark of averaging transactions. You can also see that it has been matched in terms of the new launches. Buyers have already accepted that price tag. And more importantly, existing EC or even the resale EC has also crossed the $1,000 benchmark island-wide. Now, today I'm just going to give you a very small little intro, but it's just for you to potentially speak to your agents, okay? And this is a limited period where you can still get good deals that is priced along the 2 years or 3 years ago pricing. So I'm going to show you this property at Tapestry and Treasure. You can see that they are both around average transaction of 1,003 plus per square foot. Today, you can still get as low, for the bigger units, you can still get as low as 1,180 plus per square foot. But for the average 3-bedders is around 1,003 to 1,004 range per square foot. And for the smaller units, close to 1,004 to 1,005 range per square foot. And you can see that it has been performing as one of the top seller. As I mentioned, it wouldn't be the top seller if there is no demand. And because it has been consistent, top seller for not only 2019, but also the top seller for the first 10 months in 2020, you can see that the consistent for the take-up rate is definitely there. And therefore, it has been ranked a top seller number 1 in second quarter 2020. As mentioned, it has been very consistent. And also for the first 8 months as well. So this is a tabulation, but more importantly, there's very limited products in the East. Now I'm going to show you why it's limited, because there's increasing demand from the HDB market. Over the years, you can see a 10 years comparison, right? It has increased close to a 10% upgraders market in the general housing dwelling. That means out of Singapore's 1.35 million thereabout housing, right? You can actually see that it has increased in the private housing demand, okay? So with that, the genuine upgraders come from the majority of the East. So we have tabulated a few estates combined in the HDB dwellings. You have a total population of about more than 700,000. And obviously, this can be formed part of the HDB market for the upgraders market. Therefore, the demand is high and the supply in the in the Tampines area is low. In the Bedok, there's no more land. Okay, so in Tampines area is because there's a transformation in Tampines. So you can see Tampines at the existing, there's only 10 projects. It's not a lot, very little in terms of the supply, and which is why it's proven in terms of price tag, it's proven in terms of everything else. So with that, almost an hour already. I quickly end my session, and just to share the treasure at Tampines right now, we have a very low entry price, in fact the lowest in Singapore, and there's also a treasure grant for you to take advantage of up to 60,000. And for anybody who is keen to look at this product, please feel free to call any of the PropNext salespeople, and you can, just visit the product by appointment with the PropNext agent. All right. So thank you very much, and I'm going to hand over before we talk about Q&A. I'm going to hand over back to the host. Thank you very much,
CJ. I think that is very, very interesting. I'm totally glued to the screen, for the past 1 hour. Okay. There's a few questions over here. Is 99 years leasehold not worth buying if it's more than 10 years? If one has a 99 years lease private property, right, should one sell before a certain number of years?
Okay, so of course, eventually 99 years will turn to perhaps $0, especially we talk about decaying lease, right? But if we are looking at overall different criteria of selection criteria, you can actually see that if it's a very popular spot. Let me give you an example of a popular spot. For example, Rochor. So the very colorful HDB blocks in the Rochor will undergo the SIRS program, right? But not every HDB is privileged enough to undergo the SIRS program because of its location. So when we talk about 99 years, right, it's also, we have to talk a little bit more in terms of the location and also what kind of surrounding transformation that we have installed together with all this.
I see.
Yes.
Okay, so location is important. How about if someone have a 99 years lease private property, should one sell before a certain number of years? Is there like a limited years, like, you can only stay for 5 years and you better sell? Is there such a thing?
Okay, from the banks, the reference is 30 to 60 years. There's a reduction progressively for the CPF usage. So when you reach a 30 to 60 years range, it's best, if you cannot afford to hold it, it's best to let someone else take the risk. Because it's going to affect the number of people coming in to buy.
Yes, because there will be a barrier to entry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, how about the second question over here? Strata within a condo is definitely cheaper than a landed property, right? Will the profit gain from selling a strata within a condo be lower than of a landed property?
It is very highly possible a strata condo is not as pricey as a landed. Because you see, as a landed owner, I can do anything I want.
Correct.
Because the land belongs to you.
Yes.
But as a strata, it has involved the MCST, and everything that I need to do have to have permission from the MCST. And including whether it's going to be en bloc, whether it's, I can sell off, but I can't sell off as en bloc. So you can't have the 100% decision unless 80% and above in a strata landed agrees to it.
Okay.
And so because of this, right, it's going to be something very restrictive in terms of your decision making.
Okay, and how about the normal saying that people always say that, foreigners cannot buy landed property with land, right?
Yeah.
So will there be a demand for strata within the condo because of foreigners coming in? Because earlier on you're saying that after this pandemic, there'll be a lot of foreigners coming in. What do you think about this?
I think foreigners who can afford will also want to buy something. So they will probably look into buying. If they cannot pass the LDAU's approval for buying landed, they probably consider buying condo. And so if they really need the space, they may consider renting, which is why if you see the strata landed, the rental market has always been very healthy. But in terms of the sales, in terms of the transaction, whether the price and the affordability, it has always been pretty stagnant, a very slow growth compared to the landed segment itself.
I see.
So this is something.
Now I know why strata within condo is cheaper than the landed property.
Yeah.
Okay, next question over here. Which one do you think is more important? The value of the estate, which is like looking for cheaper alternatives, or how contented the customer is with the estate? I think it's a very personal question.
Yeah,
right?
it's a very personal question. But I think the selection criteria, once again, right, should be on the entry price and the demand and supply in that vicinity, rather than a lot of people will base on their own personal needs. Yeah. So when the key mistake that people make is when they do on their own perspective of what they need, is probably not what the general public may need. So that may be one of the issue of exiting in the near future.
Correct. I absolutely agree to it. Okay, what is the best way to source for a good and trustable realtor? Oh, come on. This is, of course, our CJ. For the past 1 hour, I've been taking down notes. I've been print screening all your slides, you know.
Alright.
Now, when you look up for personal opinion, when you look up for a realtor, not only a realtor have to be able to answer to your needs, I believe that the realtor have to know what is going on with the market, which is something that you are tip-top in doing it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. I think all the PropNext salespeople are very well trained in that sense. I think I'm definitely not the best, and there's so many people who are very good at it. But the thing is, we share what we know, and we wanted to benefit the consumers at large. So with that, I think it's important to find someone whom you can trust, that who is willing to share more insights, more details, and is more personalized service. Is also very knowledgeable, and doing marketing is also very good at outreach. And all these things plays an important role for, selection as in how to, whether it's good for you, representing your sales in the highest purchase in your life.
Yes, that's going to be a biggest item that you're going to buy in your life, right? So definitely you need a very trustworthy realtor, like our realtor from PropNext, of course. Thank you very much, CJ.
Thank you so much.
It has been a very, very meaningful, and I must say it's very impactful too for you. Thank you very much. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you. I'll take my leave. Thank you.
All right. Hi, and once again, very warm welcome to our Singapore first home Reno virtual show 2020 right here. Now, if you have just joined us, please do not forget to log on to www.renoexpo.vehs.com and register for this event. Now, why is that so? Because you will stand a chance to win lucky draw prizes that is worth up to $20,000. And not only that, we also have our ultimate grand draw giveaway, whereby you will have a chance to drive away a Mercedes-Benz A200. Now, with every $100 that you spend with any of our exhibitors over here, you are also entitled to additional charges, whereby you never know, you might be the one walking home with all the great prizes. All right? And of course, do not forget to click on the chat button also. Now, this is something that's very fantastic. You get to speak to our exhibitors via the live chat system. All right? So if you have any question, don't be shy. Just click on the chat, speak to them. They're already there to prepare to answer all your questions. Okay? Now, and of course, at 5 p.m. coming up next, we will be inviting Eric from Daikin Air Conditioning Singapore. Now, he will be giving us some guide and some tips when to how selecting our Daikin aircon. All right? So do stay tuned. 5 p.m. Eric from Daikin Air Conditioner Singapore. They will be coming on here. So stay on. 5 p.m. I'll see you. Wow, and of course, a very warm welcome back to our Singapore First Virtual Home Reno Expo. Now, do remember to visit www.renoexpo.vehs.com to register for this event. Now, registering for this event is very important because you will qualify yourself for a lucky draw whereby prizes are worth up to $20,000. Not only that, we also have our ultimate grand draw giveaway whereby we are giving away Mercedes-Benz A200. For every $100 spent with any exhibitors here at the Singapore First Virtual Home Reno Expo, you will be entitled to an additional chance for the lucky draw. So do remember, log on to www.renoexpo.vehs.com and of course to sign up and register for this event. Now coming up next, something that's very exciting, which is how much do you know about Daikin Aircon? Now what do you look for when selecting air conditioning system? Something very important you need to know. How about the maintenance of air conditioning system? How often do you maintain it? And on top of it, we're going to learn a little bit more about Daikin Pro Shops too. So without much further ado, I'm going to invite on screen over here, which is Eric from Daikin Air Conditioning Singapore. Eric, please. Hello, Eric. It's such a great pleasure to see you right here.
Thank you
Today,
very
we're going
much.
to find out a little bit more about air conditioning.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to pass the screen over to you.
Right, thank you, Sylvia.
Please do.
Right. All right. So, very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Eric from Daikin Air Conditioning. Well, I believe Daikin, the brand Daikin is a major brand in Singapore, which everybody knows. All right, we are a subsidiaries from Daikin Industry, from Japan. All right. So now I will move ahead with the presentations for today. All right. How much do you know about Daikin Aircon and its services that we provide? All right. Okay. There are three topics that I'm going to share with you in this segment. All right. First of all, what do you look for when selecting an air conditioning systems? All right. What does homeowners look for? All right. What are the deciding factors for selecting a good air conditioning system? Maintenance of air conditioning system. Well, after using the systems for months, years, right, you have to take note of the frequencies of maintenance, all right, to ensure that your systems works properly and make sure that it gives you proper cooling. And lastly, I would like to share with you our exclusive Daikin Pro Shop, which you can actually seek for professional advice in terms of air conditioning needs. Right. So, what factors will you consider when selecting a air conditioning systems? All right. So let's take a look. Okay. There are a few factors that I will share with you today, but not all. Of course, the first one is it energy efficient. So how efficient is efficient? All right. So how do you look for air conditioning that is really efficient? All right. Air purification capabilities, right, especially during this pandemic period, all right, it is very important that we, get our indoor air qualities maintaining in good condition. All right, and how do we do that? All right, is it equipped with smart control? All right, as the nation moves towards becoming a smart nation, it is important that all our developed machine, all right, or our air conditioning system comes with such convenience features for all users to, control and monitor the air conditioning system. All right, and of course, can it provide maximum cooling? Right, you have to make sure that you select the correct unit to be able to cool your room. And finally, all right, is it aesthetically pleasing? All right, I'm referring to the indoor unit. All right, there are a lot of models in the market. All right, indoor wall-mounted units, cassette unit, right? But I guess the most popular model will be the wall-mounted, especially for residents living in HDB. Right, so introducing our Daikin Ice Mount series, all right. So with that, this actually will address all your air conditioning needs in terms of the concerns that I've shared earlier. Right, is the energy efficient, right? Is our unit energy efficient? So in this case, how do you know that the equipment is energy efficient? So as a homeowner, basically, right, the easiest way is to look at the energy label, all right? So you can see it, at our machine or at the catalog, all right? So what you need to look for is the number of ticks, okay? So the highest number of ticks currently now will be 5 ticks, And looking at the screen over here, all right, our iSmile series achieved all the models having a 5 ticks rating, right? That is the highest energy rating that you can get, all right? All right. Next, the features on smart control. So is it equipped with smart control? You know, as I mentioned, right, we are moving towards being a smart nation. So everybody is looking at how smart equipment will be. All right, we'll be able to control via our smartphone. All right, conveniently. All right, the thing is, smart equal to convenience. All right, so with our iSmile series, basically we have a built-in wireless adapter being inbuilt in our air conditioning system. All right, so with that, users can actually use our Daikin mobile app to control and monitor our air conditioning system anywhere, anytime. All right, and I just want to highlight one of the good features using this app is the weekly schedule. All right, so using the app, it actually comes with, it allows user to use this particular function, weekly schedule, which you can actually set 6 actions, all right, in a day. All right, you can set different timings at different times of the day, and you can even perform on and off. All right, so this makes it very convenient for user, especially, you know, you will not want to get up and change the temperature as and when it's cold, you know, so you can actually pre-program it beforehand. Right, next, air purification capability. All right, so especially during this pandemic, as I mentioned earlier, there are more people getting more health conscious. All right, so we have prevalence of contaminants like PM 2.5, bacteria, viruses, and so all these allergens in the environment actually impact people's health. All right, so generally we need to maintain the indoor air quality. All right, and with the new norm, all right, currently with the new norm, we have more people staying at home, all right, because more people are working from home. So it is more important, all right, even more important to maintain the indoor air quality, all right, at home. All right, so it's therefore very important for us as the developer, right, to the manufacturer, to develop something that can actually purify the air, all right, for the benefit of the user. So Daikin has actually added the PM 2.5 filters into our air conditioning system. In fact, all our iSmile series indoor unit is equipped with the PM 2.5 filter. So it actually significantly, right, improved the air qualities in the room, which actually promote good health for users. All right. So I hope that covers a little bit on the selecting factors, all right, for the home users, all right, on how to get a better consideration, all right, to select the air conditioning properly. Right, next what I would like to go forward, right, will be on the maintenance part. All right, so maintenance is a very important part, right, of the air conditioning system. All right, you do not want to, you know, at the end of the day, right, the aircon just break down and you're not able to use it without any cooling. So in countries like Singapore, right, aircon is basically an essential item. All right, it is a need rather than a luxury item, right, which we want. All right, so it's important to keep it moving, all right, and operating always. So first question, why does aircon require maintenance? So as I mentioned, maintenance of the air conditioning is important because it expands the lifespan of the air conditioning system, all right, reduces downtime, which is most important for us, all right. And selecting a proper maintenance program is important, all right, it's important. Wait, let me just, okay, there's a little bit of technical error, right. So as I was mentioned, right, selecting of the maintenance program is important to keep the aircon system working properly. So good maintenance, all right, will basically prolong the life and increase the cooling efficiency. So this is what we need, all right. If you do not maintain the air conditioning system, right, basically if your filter get choked up, all right, there'll be no airflow or poor airflow, and this result in poor cooling efficiency, all right. And of course, with that, okay, with good maintenance, it will also increase, okay, the with the good maintenance, right, it will actually decrease the power consumption, all right, because the compressor will not need to work harder in this case, All right. So on the other hand, if you do not select a good maintenance program, or you do not do proper maintenance for your air conditioning units, your unit basically will be, the life will be shortened. All right, because the compressor will have to work harder, and in this case, result in higher energy being consumed. All right, and of course, the cooling efficiency will be affected. All right, this is not what we want. All right, so do select a proper maintenance program, which I will share with you some of the points over here. Right, so what are the typical maintenance program, all right, which we usually see on the market? So generally, there are two kinds. Okay, we have the general maintenance, all right, and we have the chemical flushing. All right, so usually we will recommend general maintenance, right, because it involves regular cleaning of the air conditioning system. All right, so the frequency range between monthly, bi-monthly, and even quarterly. But the frequency will also depends, all right, on the user habits, all right, and his lifestyle. All right, take for example, okay, if a user, all right, likes to use a lot of aromatic products in the home, all right, so you have all this smell coming out. Wow, it's very good smell. But then in this case, right, it will actually affect, all right, the operations of the air conditioning system. All right, and also smokers. All right, of course, I'm not discriminating smokers over here, but if you are smoking at home, all right, all this smell from the cigarette will actually affect, all right, the life of the filter as well. So all this has to be taken into consideration, all right, when we select the frequency of the maintenance program. All right. So as I was mentioned, that the frequency involves monthly, bi-monthly, and quarterly. So it depends on the habit. All right. And what are the jobs that's involved? Right? What are the jobs that's involved in the typical general maintenance? So we have things like cleaning of the air filter, which is very common. All right, cleaning of air filters, and then we have the drain pan. This is where all the drainage water actually comes down with. All right, so it goes in the drain pan, and it has to be cleaned regularly to prevent any algae from forming in the drain pan. And of course, blowers. That's the long fan inside, what we call it the blowers. All right, and of course, not forgetting the evaporation coil, or the silver color aluminum fin. Right, that's the coil. All right, so this is a typical components or maintenance that will be done by the contractors or the maintaining staff. All right, and finally, after all this maintenance, all right, they have to make sure that the unit is running properly in a good conditions. So normally for Daikin service person, when we go over there, we will ensure everything is done properly and hand over to the customers, and make sure that the customers acknowledge that this system is working properly before they left. Right. And well, next, let's go to the chemical flushing or cleaning. Well, what is that? Right. So basically, chemical cleaning or flushing, it is done, right, when the unit get badly clogged up. All right. Right. So basically, when you open that panel, you can see that, oh, it is black. The coil is black. All right. So in this case, right, you may need chemical cleaning. All right. Or in the case, if you hear that there are erratic airflow, all right, normally it comes with inconsistent sound. You may hear like, all right. So these are strange sounds coming out from your air conditioning system. Right. You may want to take note, right, because it actually is a symptoms that the unit is blocked up or choked. All right. So the chemical flushing or cleaning actually involve the use of alkaline solution. All right. The use of alkaline solution to dissolve all the accumulated dirt that is on the fan coil, right, or the coil, right? So this is actually quite bad for the aluminum fin, because as time goes by, right, any residue of the chemical that's in the coil, right, it will actually degrade the aluminum fin. So eventually, it will just break down, right? So it is not recommended to perform this chemical cleaning regularly, all right? It is not recommended, all right? Right, some of you may be familiar with these components over here. All right, so this is more visual to let you see, some of the components that is being cleaned during the maintenance program. All right, so for home users, there are more prompt to cleaning the unit by yourself. All right, the least that you can do basically is to clean the air filter. All right, which is easy. All right, open up the frame, the panel, or the front panel, remove the filter, and you clean it with mouth soap or detergent and with lukewarm water. All right, so this is the least that you can do. All right. Other than that, as you can see, the cleaning of the fin, all right, the blowers and the drain pan, leave it to the professionals. All right, because they are trained to do that, and they'll be able to do that with ease. All right, especially when you dismantle and put it back. All right, this has to be done by the professional. All right, so safety first. All right, leave all this maintenance to the professional. All right. Okay. Earlier on, I mentioned about chemical cleaning, and I do not recommend it to be done regularly. So what can we do if the unit is badly choked? All right, so in this case, well, we have another options. That is the steam cleaning. Well, steam cleaning is a more eco-friendly kind of maintenance that can do similar cleaning as the chemical flushing or cleaning. Right, so as I said, it is eco-friendly. Basically, it's using steam, high pressurized steam. All right, so basically, this service, we have it in Daikin. All right, you can engage us and we can go down and do the steam cleaning. So it is eco-friendly because it doesn't use any chemical. And the best thing is it is safe for your aluminum fin, which is evaporator coil. So basically, for this, we recommend you to do it during every servicing if you can. All right, so this is to maintain cleanliness of your coil. And in fact, for steam, because it's a high pressurized steam, it can also kill all the bacteria that that's inside your coil. All right, so you can look at the pictures over here, the before and after. All right, so this is how it works, right? Using high pressurized steam. Okay, and last but not least, I would like to share with you our exclusive Pro Shop dealers. All right, so basically we have specialized Pro Shop, Daikin Pro Shop all around Singapore. All right, so you can actually seek all the professionals' air conditioning needs or advice from them. All right, so they actually, all the service persons are trained by Daikin. All right, so they come for regular training and they know, all right, how to service the air conditioning properly. All right, and of course, in the Pro Shop, you can actually see all the latest product, all right, which is displayed over there. Okay. And of course, currently now we also have the ePro Shop, right? So you can also visit our online ePro Shop to get necessary information, all right? So they'll be able to advise you, give very good advice. Okay, so as I said, our Pro Shops is all over Singapore, all right? So we have a total of 7 Pro Shops, right? We have a total of 7 Pro Shops. So as you can see on the map, right, we have one in the north, one in the west, and one in the central. Okay, and we have 2 Pro Shops each at the northeast and the east. All right, so do visit them and get your air conditioning advice from them. Okay, so and of course, for a new home owner, all right, if you were to purchase our Ice Mount series, right, or our air conditioning system, so do join our Pro Shop member, all right, because you will receive exclusive and attractive rewards, things like referral rewards, and we have extended warranties for you, all right, promotions, and even invites to a special occasion. All right, so these are some of the benefits, right, that you can get being a Pro Shop member. So do join us and be part of our family. All right, so with that, I will end my slides. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eric. And thank you very much to Eric for telling us a little bit more about what we should look out for when we select an air conditioning. And I'm surprised that, for the Daikin, you can actually record up to 6 different actions, right?
Yes,
You're
yes,
saying
yes,
earlier
yes,
on.
correct. Using the apps,
wow, that's very fantastic. And not only that, the air cone also comes together with air purifier. right? Air purification.
Air purification,
Yes.
filter. Yes, yes.
Yes, which is so important, especially now with the midst of the pandemic
yes, you're
also.
right,
Yeah.
definitely, yes.
And also, thank you very much to Eric who tell us a little bit more about our Daikin Pro Shop too. So remember, do sign up as our Daikin Pro Shop members because there are a lot of benefits out there.
Yes, definitely.
Yes. Okay. Thank you once again, Eric. Thank you
very
so
much.
much. Thank you for joining us for today. Oh, sorry, Eric. I forgot about Q&A. I got a lot of Q&A. Yes, I just saw the question just came in. All right. Okay. We have quite a few Q&A from the audience. How does Daikin offer absolute comfort?
How does Daikin? Well, this is a. How does Daikin?
Offer actually, to me, I feel that the name Daikin is already absolute comfort. Right? Yeah. Who doesn't know Daikin? Who doesn't know Daikin is very strong in Singapore? The aircon is very good. Yeah. So that's how I feel.
Yes, I mean we are the one of the aircon specialists.
Exactly.
Yes, correct. Because we only focus on air conditioning system.
Correct.
Nothing else. Right.
Correct. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. The second question will be: what house design would be best for my air conditioner to get the most comfort and energy saving?
Well, I think for house design, it really depends on the size of your house, and most importantly is the layout. You have to put you have to place the air conditioning system, or in fact the indoor unit, at the correct location. All right, to enjoy the most comfort in terms of cooling. All right, and energy efficient.
Correct, absolutely. All right, next question we have over here is how many times should air conditioner be serviced by a professional? I think Eric mentioned about it earlier.
Yes,
right?
yes, I did mention earlier. So the frequency of in fact, the general maintenance depends on the lifestyles and the habits. All right, the habits of the user. All right, as I mentioned. So for a general guideline, if you are using the air conditioning system like for 8 hours or 6 to 8 hours a day, right, generally a quarterly maintenance will be good enough. All right.
Yes, and I believe Eric also spoken earlier on that, you know, if you're a smoker, you smoke in a room, then you actually have to maintain it even more frequently.
Correct. You're right. Yeah, because all this smell will actually get sucked into the filter. Right, so in this case, it is bad for everybody, and you will in fact smell the all those smell when you turn on the unit, which is
I remember when you say switch on, the smell come out. Oh, you're gonna faint. Yes. All right, another question. I am currently using other aircon brand. Wouldn't it be a hassle and high cost if I were to change it to Daikin once? Trust me, when you change the Daikin, you save even more.
Yes. I think if you look for the professional advice from our pro shop, right, they will be able to give you very sound advice, all right, on how you can replace. Yeah.
Yes, because on the long term, I believe using Daikin, you'll save even more.
Yes, correct.
Definitely for sure. All right, next question. What are the features that Daikin has but other brands don't have?
Well, I think currently the one that we have, as what Silva has mentioned, right, the apps. All right, using the apps, we have these special features on the scheduling features. All right, so currently I think we are able to have these 6 actions per day.
Yes.
All right, which, others may not have that yet.
Yes,
I think, yeah.
correct. So you can actually switch on the aircon at any point of time remotely, even when you're not at home, right?
Yes, correct.
That's an action. So you can switch it on when you feel that your dog is warm, but it's hot or whatever,
Yes,
switch it
correct.
off again.
Right, before reaching home, you can even get the room cool down. So when you reach home, well, you will be at the comfort of, a very cooling room. Yep.
Exactly. All right, next question. Does the frequent maintenance require additional charges?
Frequent maintenance, well, that really depends. Well, if you're talking about general maintenance, this is, as I mentioned, normally done quarterly. All right. Of course, the quarterly charges will not be so significant if you do it, quarterly rather than you wait until the day when it breaks down. Yeah.
Yes. It's the same kind of theory as like maintenance of a watch or whatever, right?
Yes, correct.
If you don't maintain it properly, and of course over time it breaks down, you have to pay even more. Yeah. All right. Last question over here. How long can Daikin aircon last on a usual daily usage? Let's say, for example, only on during at night. Can I share my experience?
Please.
My aircon Daikin one on 24/7. Never spoil. 2 years already.
2 years. Oh. Mine is over 15 years.
You see, I just shifted in ma.
Okay. So I think generally most of the air conditioning system will last more than 10 years. If you have proper maintenance. All right, you have proper maintenance.
Yes. Okay, there you are. We've answered all the questions. Thank you very much, Eric. It's such a great pleasure to have you over here today.
Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, now once again, if you have just joined us, this is our Singapore first virtual Home Reno Expo 2020, our December edition, and of course, this is the finale edition. You have got to join us. Now, do not forget, all right, to log on to www.renoexpo.vehs.com to register for this event. Now, why am I encouraging you to register for this event? Because you will qualify for yourself to participate in our lucky draw, and our prizes are worth up to $20,000. Not only that, we're also giving away a Mercedes-Benz A200. And every $100 that you spend with our exhibitors over here, you will be given an additional chance for the lucky draw. So you might be the lucky one who's going to walk home with our Mercedes-Benz A200. Now, don't forget to also click on the chat button, all right? This is something that's very special. You can actually talk to our exhibitors via a live chat system. Yes, you hear me right, okay? Now, you can just click on the chat button at the comfort of your home, and you'll be able to talk to all our exhibitors or ask them all the pressing questions that you've always wanted to ask. Now, and of course, do stay tuned all the way till 6 p.m. today. Now, why is that so? Because Ivan from Challenger, now he will be here to share with us how homeowners can integrate smart home products from Challenger into their homes. So if you're into smart home products, do stay tuned. 6 p.m. I'm going to invite Ivan from Challenger. I'll see you at 6 p.m.
Very good evening, everybody. Allow me to put down my phone. It's a live show. Firstly, a very good evening. Welcome to the Singapore first, guys, it's the first virtual home Reno Expo. You can visit the renoexpo.vehs.com and register for the event because register to stand a chance to win the prizes. Lucky draw prizes worth up to $20,000. Watch me. It's $20,000. Ultimate grand draw giveaway, Mercedes-Benz A200 for every $100 spent with any exhibitors at the Singapore first virtual home Reno Expo. You'll be entitled to an additional chance for the lucky draw. So please, guys, if you're watching this live or watching this replay video, please visit the website to get yourself registered. Okay, firstly, guys, a big thank you to the organizer for the Reno Expo, VEHS.com. That's off the record, just to let you know, because me and my team, okay, my team are not Challenger team, really think that they deserve the loudest round of applause. Wait, let me clap for them first. It's very innovative and a very initiative expo, and it's brought to you by VEHS. And also a big thank you to Challenger for asking me to be here, especially JK and Jason and Google team for setting up all these, gadgets for us. Thank you, Google. And because this segment, guys, is brought to you by Challenger, please visit our Challenger booth. Click on the banners for the promotion. This segment is all about smart home ecosystem. Let me put down all my things first. We're still waiting for more people to come in. Okay. So firstly, guys, just to let you know, let me talk a little bit about smart home ecosystem. When I talk about smart home ecosystem, including my friends, and most of the customers will think that smart home. They will think that they need to install a lot of products. They will think that a lot of wires. They will think that they need to spend really a lot of money. No, you just need necessary gadgets, guys. It's necessary gadgets. And these necessary gadgets will improve and enhance, okay, your lifestyle for enjoyment, excitement, including convenience. So we're going to introduce and recommend a few of the range products for today. So without further ado, if you notice, guys, there's a mobile van. And this mobile van is brought to you by VEHS.com together with Challenger, because all the smart home products in the van is brought to you by Challenger and is installed by Google, definitely, powered by Google, I should say. And this mobile van has been to MBS, Sentosa, and right now, currently, if I'm not wrong, it's at Toa Payoh. Toa Payoh, 对不对? Toa Payoh, 哈? 那个 van 在 Toa Payoh, 啊? Okay, so, yep. So, go ahead and take a look as well. Okay, so right now, guys, we can introduce you the smart home, range of smart home products. And all these gadgets, like I mentioned again, we're going to spray it out. Because first thing, we talk about smart home. You will need Wi-Fi. We talk about Wi-Fi, we talk about mesh Wi-Fi. A lot of people still don't know what is mesh Wi-Fi. I'll just give you an example. Your router usually is in the living room. In the living room, okay? In the living room. Then you say that, hey, I close the door, you walk to your room, you close the door, no Wi-Fi signal. Or maybe the room furthest away from the router. Okay, Wi-Fi signal is weak. It's not as good, as strong as it should be. That's where mesh Wi-Fi system comes in. Because mesh Wi-Fi system is like a web. Every corner, Wi-Fi signal. Get rid of all the Wi-Fi state spots. Okay, every corner, you have strong and reliable Wi-Fi signal. That's the most important. Seamless roaming, which I explained to you. Now, a few products which I recommend for this show. Number one, guys, we have the TP Link. Before I continue, let me see first. 我跟你讲这个 live show 人来了 Sorry, guys, I totally forgot this is a live show, because of the stage. Y'all know not how many months I did not step on the stage. I thought it's a show, until I got an audience here, the crew members, Sylvia, the MC. I told her, hey, sister, just sit down, relax. Let me do the talking. Then the organizer all at the back. It's like an event, So I totally forget it's a live show. Oh, thank you all the supporters. Thank you, Steven. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Eddie, brother. Thank you, June. Thank you, Elizabeth. Eric, y'all know me when the host. I totally like the chat to spam. Spam the chat, guys. Spam the chat. 你不 spam the chat, 我跟你讲我会讲2个钟头啊 Then we got Sing E. Thank you. June A. Florence. Hello, hi. 啊，跟你们讲嘛，你们不要乱讲东西哦，这个是别人的 platform 啊，VHS 我跟你讲，他们 block 你，我不知道啊。来，谢谢。Nice stage. Stage is not bad, right? Look at the products here. This is mesh Wi-Fi. Okay, hey, JK, you're watching this, you want a screenshot or not? The view. Okay, over here. Hey, I'm sorry. Google. I'm sorry. Google Nest. I'm sorry. Oh, 對唔住啊. Okay, we have also this. Then we got smart plug. We got this. I love these guys. Lutron Ratu Select. Lutron, repeat after me. This is Lutron Ratu Select. I will explain to you. IP camera and so on. Thank you for the views. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, I'll read the comments later. This is all about live show. Okay? That's the reason why I come in. Continue, guys. Spam the comment. Today, guys, there is no giveaway. But today, we're going to give away all the things I know to make your current environment a smart home. Back to the smart home. Where was I? Totally forgot. 我讲到哪里啊？第一个东西，我看我又忘了，他们问我会不会 overrun 呢？我拿回答他们呢。如果我照着 script 走我180% overrun。我讲我自己的话我一定 overrun。他们要上工，你懂吗？Guys, they're 3 days event, 10 to 10, 10 to 10, 3 days event, Friday, Saturday and tomorrow. So once again, clap for them. If you are watching from at your couch, don't know where you're watching, maybe at toilet, online streaming or wherever, please clap for them. 太棒了. Alright, so I'm here to talk about smart home, right? Oh, sorry, back to here. Okay, so before I start about smart home, guys, 还有多几句话. So please, okay, for those who are watching, register at their website because every $100 spent, you get to drive away a car. Okay, if you don't have a mesh router, who is that? Comment 不用这样 type, guys, 不用这样 type. 我跟你讲这个 stage 很好. There's a big TV. You know, I always like to turn the camera and show all the hardworking crew. Then they were like, no. Wait. Leave a comment. Got buffet? Don't have buffet 啦 Eddie. Where got buffet? 没有 buffet. 今天没有 buffet. 只有 gadgets buffet. Then we have a good router. Do you have if you don't have a mesh router, you have a mesh router. If you don't have a mesh router, you have a mesh. 我不懂他在讲什么，哪里？在讲什么东西 ？OK， 不用紧，等一下我解释啊。等一下解释。What I do is I'll log out. I explain to you later. I use my my Facebook to explain to you later. Eve lah. Because all you need, guys. Okay, back to here. A smart home. Now, when people come to talk about smart home, you don't need, guys. You don't need. Okay, firstly, you don't need the whole house to be smart home. You don't need. Because you may think that, whole house I stay in 5 room, my living room, my kids' room, my mom room, my dad room, everybody. You can just start from your room. That's the one thing important. Okay, I'll come to it later. But of course, if you are the 一家之主, you say, come on everybody, let's get a smart home environment. Okay, so everybody get a little bit. Sorry, my sound. My show, okay. So let's add on some enjoyment, some fun, and some excitement at home, and the most important, some convenience in the lifestyle. That's when all the mesh Wi-Fi system and all this gadget comes in. Okay, let's jump into the topic right now, the whole topic. Okay, guys, first thing, like I mentioned again, you need, mesh Wi-Fi system. But of course, you already have a router, internet, everything at home. You think that you don't want to get a mesh Wi-Fi, it's okay. But we Challenger highly recommend mesh Wi-Fi, but it's okay not to get, okay? It's a add-on plus thing because mesh Wi-Fi get rid of all the Wi-Fi they spot. Really from far, that corner, 很远啊, it's okay. That corner will get Wi-Fi signal and Wi-Fi power because the coverage, this range is cover 2,800 square feet. It can go up to 10,000 square feet. 10,000 guys, 10,000 square feet. If you're staying at that kind of environment, trust me, you won't be watching this. You will be like, hey, where am I? Okay. Anyway, back to here. Okay, this is the cover. Cover is brought to you by D-Link. But before we start, I should talk about TP-Link first. 太多了, huh? Okay, first one, the slide. Slide 是什么? Okay, TP-Link. First slide. I'm seeing the first slide. Oh gosh, did I overrun? I totally overrun. Okay, I'm sorry. First slide, guys. Okay, 讲正题啦. First slide is the TP-Link Deco M4. This is one of the mesh Wi-Fi system. They're giving away a free Tapo P100 smart plug. The smart plug is for you to, how do you say, that for example, you have a fan, or maybe you downstairs, you go to your 五金店, you told her, Uncle, I want a fan. Then uncle say, what fan you want? Just a fan, 990 fan. Then you buy the 990 fan, you go back, you put it there. Then you're thinking, how to make the 990 fan or 590 fan a smart fan? You just need the smart plug, which I'll come to later. I come to it right now. Okay, the smart plug is this. Plug this to your wall, and the fan, plug it to here. Okay, and it will be a smart fan. I will explain to you later. So it's so simple. So like I mentioned, you don't have to spend tons of money, a lot of money just to get this. No need. It's really, really simple. Firstly, back to here, still at the first product, mesh Wi-Fi system. I'm sorry, crew, I'm sorry. Okay, TP-Link Deco M4, 2-pack, that means two, okay, 2 blocks. Usual price is $119, right now it's $99. You can carry all the Wi-Fi dead spots, seamless roaming, connect up to 100 devices, easy to set up, parental control, coverage up to 2,800 square feet. The speed is 1,000 up to 1,200 megabits per second. When you buy mesh Wi-Fi system, I totally understand, If I walk into the store, I'm thinking that, hey, so many products, I'm very blind, Let me explain to you guys, you don't need, I repeat, don't need to know everything. You just need to know the simplest, basic thing. When you buy internet product, you see the speed, the number up to 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. The more it is, the faster it is. Okay? Example, the speed, that one is speed up to 1,200 megabits per second. Imagine 1 second, 1 bit. 1 second, 1 bit. This one, the speed, 1 second, 1,200. So this is really fast. It's really fast, up to. So it's really good for, I should say that maybe like a family of 3 to 4. Okay, every day you just stream your 4K, like Silver. She just told me she like to watch TVB show. Yeah, we are just big fan of TVB. So after the show, we're gonna have a coffee and talk about TVB series. Okay, so anyway, Silver she'll be taking over the stage later. So anyway, the speed is up to 1,200 megabits per second. So this is one. Okay, and giving a free Tapo smart plug. Okay, let's jump into the next one, which is the D-Link cover. D-Link cover is this. I really like D-Link cover. Really love it. Look at this. Link is very, very strong in all these products. Okay, and this is the D-Link cover, known as 1100 AC 1200. You hear it like, like what? What are you talking? What AC 100, 200, 300? You don't know, right? Never mind. The speed, same, up to 1,200 megabits per second. Okay, but one thing is simple to set up. Comes with the parental control, smart roaming, that means seamless roaming. And 2 things which I really like about this. 你要 zoom in 吗？你不要 zoom in 我不帅，你 zoom in 这个东西就好啊！不要 zoom in 我，我已经跟 camera 讲不要 zoom in 我了，拍谁啊 ？Anyway， 因为这个 video 会留在那边的 ，video delete 掉不用紧的 ，video 留在那边我拍谁的 ？OK， 这是 cover 啊 ，OK cover 啊 ，guys，this one 啊 ，OK 看得到吗？不用紧，我看得到这边哦。This one 啊 ，guys got 2 things which I really like. D-Link cover comes with MU MIMO technology. Then you must be thinking, what is MU MIMO? MU MIMO means you give this thing multitask, it can handle well. So if a lot of user, please go for this. One of the you can go for other brands as well, but this will be highly recommended for this show. And most advanced security for stronger encryption, which is important. Which is very important. Okay, let's not go into detail. Very deep, ready. So this is mesh Wi-Fi, guys. First thing, okay, get a smart home. Means you go downstairs, buy a web mesh Wi-Fi. Pew, pa, 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 pa. Everybody get mesh Wi-Fi. My wife get mesh Wi-Fi. That's the most important. My wife get mesh Wi-Fi. Your wife, your girlfriend get mesh Wi-Fi. Okay, that's the most important. She can stream 4K. She can stream her Korean show. She can buy whatever she wants from our website, hachi.tech. Okay, she can watch vehs.com or the live show tomorrow. Okay, seamless roaming. That's the most important. She's happy. The whole family will be happy. Okay, so after that, your children, your kids playing game, all this got 100% Wi-Fi. Then second thing you need, guys, to get smart, to make yourself smart home, which is this. Da, da, da. Google. Wait, don't say it wrong. Google Nest product. Even though I see this product every day, or most of the time for the past so many years, but sometimes, okay, I may not know everything. Like I said, you don't need to know everything. You are the user, you just need to know how can this thing bring excitement, enjoyment, entertainment, and convenience to your lifestyle. So this one, guys, is the Google Nest Audio. This is the whole entire thing for smart home. This is one of the most important. So Satu, this one over here, known as, it's talking. It's cute, right? It's cute, right? Okay, anyway, this is the Google Nest Audio. Usual price is 139. Right now it's 122. I promise, our organizer won't talk too much, okay, on every specific product because they have another show to go. So let me jump into the next one. This is a really huge speaker. Next one is the Google Nest Hub, which comes with a screen, okay, digital photo frame. And lastly is the Google Nest Mini, which is usual price 79. Now it's buy one get one free. So I repeat one more time 你要 zoom 回去吗？zoom 回去 ，cameraman 很辛苦，他跟着我跑。他 like this guy jump here, jump there, don't know why. Okay, just one camera, I got very busy, Okay, this one here. Google Nest Audio, usual price 139, right now 122. 1块 Google. Sorry, cameraman. This one usual price 129, right now is 89. Known as Google Nest Hub. Okay, this one is 79. Buy one get one free. Buy any of this. It will work very well with all the gadgets we're going to mention later. Work very well. And it's going to be really a cool thing because you will transform and make your home a smart home. But of course, you have to get it just to try it out for your room. Please do so. Start from small. Start from small. If you want to renovate your house, hey guys, talk about house. Sorry, I still do demo first. Okay, before I forget. Okay, I'm going to do demo, guys. Smart home, right? Wireless, right? Watch here, watch here. I'm going to tell, okay, imagine I just reach home. Okay, can I get out a camera? 你可以不要拍我，你不要拍我。Okay, 我回到家，我很累 I'm very tired. Okay, Google, play me any song from Spotify.
Music on Spotify.
Can you hear? Can you hear? Can. Okay, Google, off the music. Okay, Google, off the music. Okay, good, it's off. So guys, this is how it works. You command the Google. So it's like a digital assistant at your house. But it will not help you to wash your clothes. It will not wash your clothes for you. It will not sweep the floor for you. It will not cook for you. Okay, but it will be a digital assistant to entertain you, to make your life really convenient, your lifestyle, and to be comfortable. Just example, you are working from home. Then you just have a really tiring Zoom meeting or whatever. Then after that, then you want to play music. You can just say, okay, Google, play some music, something like that, okay? Something like that. You don't have to walk from here, walk until all the way to the speaker, just to, Bluetooth or whatever, no need. Totally no need. You can just use voice command. 要做什么？你要换麦啊？不是哦 Okay. Okay, so this is how it works. Okay, so back to here. Okay, what am I supposed to say? I said renovation. Talk about renovation. JK, I'm sorry. I got to talk a little bit of VHS.com. Guys, if you want to renovate your house, please do it. Please do it. You're thinking, you already get a flat. You're thinking what to do for your house. This one, this is 心底话. This is really from my bottom of heart. Please do it. Home is the most important. That's the reason why it's always called home sweet home. You don't have to spend so much like others. No need to compare, this, compare that. Spend within your limit. Spend within your spending power. Look for any of our exhibitors, which is brought to you by VEHS.com. Okay, we should click on Challenger booth. Remember to visit www.renoexpovehs.com and register. Click on Challenger booth for our crazy 12/12 promo. Yeah, please click on our booth for all the banners promotion. So please renovate or please get a house really done nicely. Get the trusted, they call it the interior designer or contractors or people to do it. Get it. Don't arty-pa-liang down here, get there. No, get a trusted one. Since they have a show, please do it. Okay, sorry. 这是为了 Challenger 做，所以我不好意思哦。Okay, so yeah, this is the one. So this one is the most important, guys. Please get Google Home. It's really cool. It's fun. A lot of things. You can tell Google to tell you a joke. You can tell Google, how's the weather today. And yeah, and the most important, you don't have to speak like me. You don't have to speak my Lee, okay? Because my aunt watched my show. Then she say, I tell her not to watch. Where can't they? Then she speak like that. Hey, must you talk until the English like that in order to activate Google? No need. Okay, I tell you how my aunt speak. Okay, Google, please play music from Spotify.
Playing some music on Spotify.
That's how my aunt speak. Okay, I tell you how my uncle speak. Oh, okay, Google, stop the music. Okay, this is how my uncle sleep. Okay, so this is how it works, guys. Okay, next, we're gonna move on to the next product, which is here. Over here, the smart Wi-Fi plug. Now, this is the TP-Link smart Wi-Fi plug, which is known as Tapo P100. I can mention again, this is over here, small little thing, but super powerful. 不要 zoom 我，谢谢。哇，我很拍写的 ，OK。remote control, schedule timer, voice control, multiple safety guarantee。这个要 zoom 我一下啊，不要 zoom 我，远一点，远一点，远一点，谢谢你。哇，这样我建议 camera 的，OK， 看一下。Guys, when you buy plug, you buy plug. I understand some plug is 2块、3块、$3, $4, $5. You use the plug, you gotta plug it there. Nobody is there, it's fine. But you gotta use this kind of plug and plug it there. Your family members are home, your colleagues will be in office. Please use a better one. I'm not trying to condemn any stores, okay, any stores. But sometimes they put the sticker there with certified. It's not. Get those really reputable brands. Same thing goes to the rest. That's the most important. Let's don't talk about the features. The safety first. So this is multiple safety guarantee, easy to set up, compact design. Okay, so this thing, like I mentioned again, this thing works exactly how it should work. You just get a fan or whatever electronics you have, just plug it straight away. It will become a smart device. And it can control via Google Home. You can say, okay, Google, switch on the fan for me. Then it will switch on the fan for you. You don't have to walk to the fan and do it. No need. You can, okay, Google, switch on this, switch on that for me. The device, the home appliances, no need to be smart. No need. It will just automatically help you to convert it. With this, plus Google Home, which is like a voice command. Okay, secondly, they have this TP-Link Casa Smart Wi-Fi Power Strip 3 outlets, they call it. This thing is 3 because it's only one. So that one, if I'm not wrong, I'm going to show you the picture, right? I'm going to show the picture. That one is an extension cable, so-called extension cable, but it looks like one, okay, but it's not one because it's a smart plug as well. It's 3. Instead of 1, it gives you 3. Okay, instead of 1, it gives you 3. So that's the most important. So that's about all. Okay, so please get it if you want to. The smart plug, I'm sorry, back to here. Usual price is 26, now it's 18.50. Then the smart plug, the TP-Link Casa Smart Wi-Fi Router Power Strip, usual price is 79, now it's $49. Please get it at Hachi.tech because it's 12 sale. Please get it, guys. Please get it. Next one. So it depends on you. You want to get the Google Home bucket, get this. Then it depends. I want to get this, for my fan. Get this for wherever I want. Then I want to add on to this and that. So it's mix and match. Huh? It's up to you. You don't have to really get everything. It doesn't work that way here. Just get some of the things you need, or you think that must well get everything. But please go ahead. Please go ahead. Okay. Please go ahead. Haji.tech. So next one, guys. We're gonna move on to this. This is the Tapo dimmable smart light bulb. This is really cool. Energy saving, multicolor, dimmable, voice control, easy to set up, schedule timer. Usual price is 35, now it's 19.90. This one is dimmable. So it's energy saving, which is save cost saving, multicolor. So you can use Google to command, okay, Google, on the light for me. It will just on the light for you, which we'll do demo later, how it shows. Dimmable, multicolor. You can say, okay, Google, give me some red light. Just the ambience there. Imagine you and your wife, anniversary, at home nowadays, you want to go out, must wear mask, eat also must wear mask. Next moment, you never wear mask, the person, can you please wear a mask? You feel annoying, right? You want to have candlelight dinner at home, right? Then you buy this, okay? The ambience is different. Cannot be very bright, ma? Correct or not? You think what? Eating char kway teow, eating steak, your Wagyu beef down there, you then the lights must be good. Then you get this. It's really cool. Then if you're a gamer, I'm just saying you're playing at home, then the ambience is very different also. Then you want some, some aura light or whatever light you wanna, tune in, you can get this as well. Okay, Google, give me some light because now I'm playing, LL, Dota or whatever game you want to play. Okay, it's really cool. Whichever way you want to use it, it's up to you. The most important, it's easy to set up. Usual price is 35, now it's 19.90. Next one, we have the Aztec Kyla Smart Zigbee Hub plus gang switch. They have 1 plus 1 gang switch, plus 2 gang switch, plus 3 gang switch. You must be thinking why this price. I don't want to go into very deep. This is, how to explain to you. Like for example, your house light. Okay, I'm sorry to use this. Okay, imagine this is your house light. Imagine, okay, I'm not going to use this. Okay, just go use my phone. Okay, imagine this is your house light. Okay, can't see. Okay, imagine this is a house light, guys. The house light of the plug. Okay, you went on and off. With this, Aztec, Kyla, Smart, Zig Hub, you just need to install it to those light switch. Okay, with the hub, you can control your lights. You don't have to walk. That means you are on your bed, lying on your bed, you want to sleep. You do not need to walk over there. 你关灯呢？不要啦，你关啦，你关啦，你关，我在看戏，你可以关吗？不用。No need. You can just say, okay, Google, switch off a light. You just switch off. With this, your home light will become smart light as well. Okay, cool. Then they tell me I got 5 minutes left. The thing come out, 5 minutes. Okay, let's speed up. 要完了. Relax. Okay, next one, guys. This one we have this, my favorite, guys. This is all-time favorite. Lutron R2 Select. I repeat, Lutron R2 Select. I don't know if I can do some lighting at a demo behind. Can I? Or should I? I cannot. Can I turn it a little bit because of all the cables? I can, right? I can. You can drop it. I can scare it. Okay, this is a demo you need. Anyway, Google team really did very well for this good job together with JK as well. They really deserve a round of applause. Okay, good. So this one, let me demo for you how to on this bulb. Okay, watch. Okay, Google, switch on the light. Can you see? Magic. Guys, it's magic. Okay, Google, switch off the lights. Okay, cool. Okay, that's the one here. Okay, guys, right now, wait, back to here. So this is how it works for smart lighting. Now, this Lutron, guys, how it works, this product, they just explained to me. I use a very quick way to explain to you. Now, this is the switch, remote control. I should say remote control. This is a hub. All you need to do, guys, you just need to know, with this thing, install to your light. If you buy a Challenger, it comes with installation, right, JK? Installation is free, right? Buy from us, installation is free. You don't need to know how to install. No need. You just get this set. You get this thing, go to your light, ceiling light, wherever light, okay? And this switch, you can put beside your bed, like hotel. Then you don't need to walk to the main switch there to off it. You can just at your bed beside, like hotel, like, you know, this hotel beside, got a switch on and off. But this switch can be installed anywhere. Or you can use Google voice command to do it. So this is really, really cool. You're thinking you don't want to get Google, you don't want to get this, you don't get that, you just want to get this, okay, to make your house, your room, like macam hotel like that, please get it. But anyway, talking about hotel, I'm talking about renovation is so important. You know why people go holiday, go staycation, all this? Because of hotel room, correct? Hotel room, wow, very nice, jump on the bed, wow, because it's so nice, so cool. Renovate your house or make your house. Bring the hotel to your house. And every day is staycation. Every day is holiday. Ha! 真厉害. Oh, yes. Okay, anyway, back to here. Sorry, Okay, good. So, okay, this is Lutron. Usual price is there. Lutron. What's the usual price? Okay, never mind. This is Lutron. You can check. Click on the banner, guys, and check on check on our pricing, which is at promotion at hachi.tech. Please all purchase at hachi.tech. Okay, quickly move on to IP camera, guys. IP camera right now, going to show it to you. These are the 3 IP camera. IP camera 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, with IP camera, why people not IP camera? Wait, I drink water first. Even got 3 minutes, I got to drink water. They ask me, do I need to drink water? I'm thinking, since which show I don't drink water during live show? Oh, I got 200多人看我喝水啊，拍谁不好意思。Okay, anyway, for you, please get yourself registered. Okay, guys, anyway, back to here. This is the one here. Okay, now the most important, guys. Okay, where was I? We talk about, IP camera. Why people not IP camera? I don't know I have a friend who have children at home. Then he just engaged a new helper. He asked me how the IP camera. Can you believe he asked me how the IP camera after so many years? I think IP camera is for people who need it because you have elderly, you have new helper, you have children at home. So you are always not at home. You need to work. Can be you're working for anywhere. Install the IP camera wherever you want. Wherever the IP camera see, you're able to see. That's all. Full stop. So you're thinking, spend just a little bit of money to make, to feel a little bit more comfortable, feel safer. Please go for it. Purchase at hachi.tech. Now, the IP camera, imagine, okay, you have a Google in the office. Then you have this Nest Hub. or anywhere you want. You can just say, okay, Google, show me the camera. Watch here, watch here. You see? Showing guys. Give me a minute. Showing. You see, can you see? This is the one. In order to prove this, you continue to zoom here, bro. You continue to zoom here. Continue to zoom here. Okay, zoom here. You see my finger? Can you see my finger? Okay. So this is the IP camera. How it works. Okay, stop. Okay, Google, stop. Okay, so this is how it works. So you can actually, guys, to control and see the IP camera using Google Assistant as well. So it's really, really cool. So back to here. Okay, these are the few Google IP cameras going to introduce to you. First one is a D-Link 2MP Full HD Smart Wi-Fi camera, 151 wide angle, AI-based detection. AI-based detection means you can set the IP camera. You want to watch from here, living room to your door. What do you call this? Maybe like that specific area you are more concerned. Maybe like your kitchen when that's the most part which you're more concerned. Like okay, should I say it? Okay, I'll just say, my friend use the AI base to focus on that particular area when the helper pao nai, okay? That means make the milk for the baby. So he really focused on the part, or maybe on the living room, maybe at the door. You can just set, if you want, that's called the AI-based detection. Smart home compatible, true HD clarity, which is very important, 1080p, 30 frames per second, which is very important as well, frame per second, so that when you see the movement will not blur. And also video recording. Video recording put SD card. Auto override. You don't have to think, wow, 1 month later I need to change my memory card. No need. Auto override. Day and night, which is also important because it comes with a night mode, night vision, remote access from anywhere you want. That means you are in wherever you want. You're in Jurong, you are in town, then your home is at Tampines. Just take out your phone. Wow, how's my kids? Okay, who is at my home, who is in my office, and so on. So this is how it works. Usual price $129, right now $79. The next IP camera, which is known as D-Link over here, okay, HD auto motion tracking pan and tilt Wi-Fi camera. D-Link is super strong in Wi-Fi camera. If you're asking me, please take a look at D-Link, all the products we have for this show because it's 12/12 event. Anyway, it's a 360 camera. 360 camera means you place it like a 360 camera, any angle, all you can view. And secondly, you have HD clarity, 720p, two-way audio. You can talk to, you can built-in microphone. So you can use your phone to say, hello, hello. Then after that, whoever at home is say, hey, I can hear, I can hear. You can use this, a lot of people use this to, communicate with the animals, to the kids, to the baby as well. But it's up to you. Then sound motion detect. You can play this, which is near your door, or maybe in your living room, anybody at home, you auto-detect, you send you notification. You can off it as well. Mounting kit, smart home compatible. Auto motion tracking. You can set these also the auto motion tracking. For example, your kids, your dog run here, run there, you just detect, auto-detect. Auto-detect. It's really cool. And the most important, usual price $69. Now, so many specs, right? $59. 59. Okay. 要玩了. Next one, D-Link Full HD outdoor Wi-Fi camera, which is not showcased here. The price is there. That one is outdoor camera, 137-degree wide angle lens, 1080p Full HD sensor, night vision, sound and motion detection I just mentioned, cloud storage, micro SD storage, two-way audio. This is maybe you want to go for outdoor. Yeah, maybe you want to see somebody keep stealing your slippers, somebody, at a door. You just want to know who is at your doorsteps. Okay, you just want to know. Like delivery nowadays as well. Yeah, you're not at home. They say, hey, I can't send, the parcel here. You bought it at Hachi Tag, Then after that, you're not here. Then you'll just lay there. Then you can see from a camera. Usual price is 109. Right now is 79. And last one. Hoi. 最后一个了 Okay, last one, this one over here. This is the IR Blaster Aztec Smart Station, Aztec Kyla Smart Wi-Fi plug. Now this is really cool. This one is to support, for example, you want to use Google, tell Google to switch on your aircon, TV, and many more. This works very, very well. I just imagine you are, maybe on your way home, you can use the smart hub, okay, from there to switch on and switch off the aircon before reaching to your house. But of course, You are feeling very cold. Maybe you sleep, then it's very cold. You want to switch off aircon. You want to find the remote control in the dark. No need. You can just say, okay, Google, switch off the aircon. You just switch on for you. Something like this, or not something exactly like this. You can set schedules as well. It's easy to set up. Converts any regular power socket into a smart one. Okay, and for aircon, TV, and many more. These are the one. Did I miss out anything? No, I'm okay. I'm done, guys. I'm done. I'm done. Wait, I'm done. Okay, sorry, guys. Okay, wait. So wait, before I continue, before I end everything, wait. Let me summarize, guys. Okay, you want to get mesh Wi-Fi, please go for mesh Wi-Fi, which is just showcased to you. These are the series. Of course, there are more brands, but it's 12/12 event. We have all the promotion at hachi.tech. Google Nest product. Please get one. It's fun. It's really, really fun. Smart plugs. All these are here. Lightings, which is very important. And all these are the IP cameras. Guys, please, guys, you're spending all these on your loved ones. Can be renovation, can be gadgets. All these you are buying for your loved ones. Not go there, eat one meal, go and drink, or wherever, go holiday, come back, don't have already. You spend $200 in the hotel. You think, the hotel, very nice. Like I say, bring the hotel back to your home. Look for any of our exhibitors from vehs.com. And also, most important, convert your house into really no need everything, but just certain part if you want to. Okay, so I gotta introduce you back to, I gotta bring back to Sylvia. Sylvia is really cool. Okay, Sylvia 我跟你讲哦 Sylvia 是美到她比镜头还美。我跟你讲 it's really I'm so fortunate to see her live in person. I was like, I'm a big fan of vehs.com 嘞。I was like, 哇，美女嘞！哇，I gonna see her later，偶像嘞，女神啊嘞！I gonna see her later。You know how excited I am, Okay, guys。
我跟你讲，他今天是吃 honey 才出来的。He drank honey before he came out。
其实我是吃 honey 长大的。Okay, guys, let's not waste time. I overrun. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Thank you, fans, for watching. Thank you. I know you come from my page as well. Thank you so much. A lot of supporters from VHS. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, all yours. Thank you,
Ivan. Yes, of course. Wow. Once Ivan come on the screen only, immediately the boom, the energy level immediately shot up. Thank you, Ivan. He's a superstar right here. Thank you very much for introducing all the products right behind us over here. Now you can see the Google Home earlier is absolutely fabulous, right? All right, now once again, if you have just joined us, please not forget to log on to www.renoexpo.vehs.com to register for this event. Now, why is that so? Because if you register for this event, you stand a chance to join our grand lucky draw, whereby we have lucky draw prizes that is worth up to $20,000. Now, not only that, we also have a ultimate grand draw giveaway where you will have a chance to drive home a brand new Mercedes-Benz A200. And every $100 that you spend with our exhibitors over here, you stand another additional chance for you to drive home the Mercedes or win prizes that's worth up to $20,000. Another thing very important, all right? Now we have a click on the chat button, okay? All you need to do is click on the chat button over there and you will be able to speak to our exhibitors directly via our live chat system. Yes, okay? So don't be shy. I know a lot of Singaporeans out there, you might be a little bit shy. Don't worry, click on the chat button. That's when you gain access directly and you can speak and ask all your pressing questions to our exhibitors over here, all right? Now coming up next, there will be at 7 p.m., all right? We will be having a panelist discussion. Now, this is all about what is Daikin Smart Home Solutions all about. So please do not go away. Stay right here. 7 p.m. panel discussion. And of course, for our speaker, we have Mr. Eric Tan and Warren Chin from Daikin Air Conditioning Singapore. We also have our Jonathan Quag for Dinling and Miss Ashley Chan from Rest and Relax Interior Design. So stay tuned. I'll see you at 7 p.m. sharp. Hi, good evening, and once again, a very warm welcome to our Singapore first virtual Home Reno Expo 2020. Now, right now, I know this is a moment that you all have been waiting for. We are right into our panelist discussion. Now, today, it's all about what we'll be discussing. It will be what is Daikin Smart Home Solutions all about. I'm going to introduce to you all our speakers for today. Sitting on my left over here, this is Mr. Eric Tan. He's from Daikin Air Conditioning Singapore. Hi, Mr. Eric.
Hi.
All right, and next to him, that will be Mr. Warren Chin. He's also from Daikin Air Conditioning Singapore. Say hi to everybody.
Hello.
All right, and next up, we have Mr. Jonathan Quack. He is from D-Link. Mr. Jonathan Quack, hi. And sitting right there, which is another beautiful lady over there, other than me, that will be Miss Ashley Chan from Rest and Relax Interior Design. Welcome, guys. Thank you very much for taking time off to be on our panelist discussion. All right, and I think aircon is a must for Singapore, right? I must say, since we are always in summer condition, in summer mode. Now, the first thing people will definitely look for is aircon when it comes to interior design. What do you think, Eric?
Oh yes, definitely. For the interior design, is very important part of the home renovation. So definitely that will be the first to look for. Yep.
Yes, all right. And of course, how about Ashley point of view over there?
Oh, yes, definitely. Because usually once we finalize all the designs, so sometimes, right, the customer will ask us additional items to assist them in, for instance, like aircon is always the must, especially, Singapore is a very hot weather.
Yes, definitely. And okay, how about, buying aircon? How can aircon be linked to smart home solutions? What do you think?
Okay, so basically, smart home solutions entails the connectivity between devices. Our smart home, our aircon itself is actually Wi-Fi enabled.
Ah, fantastic. And also, I understand from Eric earlier on when he presented, there's 6 action that you can save, So
yes,
within a
6.
day, you can cool your room before you reach home. You can switch on and off your aircon at any point of time you want, right?
Yes, correct.
That's nice. All right. And not only that, most importantly, I think the smart aircon is built with Wi-Fi, just like what Warren have said earlier on. And you know what? Every time I think about Daikin, I always remember the TV commercial. Always get stuck in my brain one. Every time you play or don't play, till today I can still sing, I sing for you. 5 takes Daikin, da 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 da, right?
Very good.
Precisely. And of course, Eric, I know that recently smart home is a hot topic in Singapore.
Right, yes.
Just other than what Warren have said earlier on, is Daikin Aircon part of the smart home as well?
Yes, as I mentioned in my previous session, right, our iSmile series actually has the inbuilt Wi-Fi adapter inside, which allows smart control. And of course, it can also control to a larger system, which is our own Daikin Smart Home, which integrate to our own developed smart home solutions. Yep.
Okay. Can I ask, earlier on you say it's being connected to Wi-Fi. May I know what's so great about built-in Wi-Fi?
well, Wi-Fi in a way it is a general communication protocol which can link to other devices. Yeah. So maybe Warren,
So basically, once you have that communication protocol itself, you enable us to actually control the aircon through various methods.
Okay, control and control. And understand that, we have the iSmile series, right? Are we able to actually upgrade our iSmile series to maybe, I don't know, to the smart home?
Yes, definitely.
How do we go about doing it?
So basically, we develop a solution to encompass all of the household controls, such as aircon, lightings, air purifier.
Cameras.
And air purifier also.
Correct. Our own air purifier as well.
Okay, if I want to upgrade it, right? How long does it take? Very fast?
It really depends on
how many aircon units I have.
Solution required, so to speak. So what we offer over here as a service, we have to do a site survey first. So to determine what the customer actually prefer to control and how their lifestyle actually plays a part.
I see. That's why I always say that Daikin always find out your needs and they always give you a solution for it, you know. And Daikin also provide our smart home solutions. I'm very amazed with it. I know that Daikin is doing very well in the aircon industry now, but right now even smart home, you guys are doing very well also, right? Okay, how about discuss a little bit more about the iSmile aircon? Tell us a little bit more about it, Eric, or
Well,
Yeah.
iSmile Aircon, as I said, this is a smart, this is our latest series of air conditioning system with the built-in smart control. All right, so basically, users can actually download the apps and control and monitor anytime, anywhere in Singapore. All right, and of course, with that control, right, if the user wants something more, they can actually combine or upgrade to our Daikin smart home solutions. Well, this is a customized solutions. That's the reason why Warren has mentioned that they have to go. We have to go down to have a survey to see what is their need. Yeah, so we'll customize that solution based on their needs. Yeah.
I see. Okay. And you know, talking about aircon in smart home, right? Maybe I would like to ask Ashley, in the interior design point of view, what do you think about it, smart home?
I think right now, right, the recent trends and most of the homeowners are actually, I think, pretty into the smart home because everything is all controlled by the mobile phone itself. So, like what actually Warren have mentioned about this, when before even you reach home, right, you actually can set this aircons, or it may be perhaps that when you are at home, once you want to set some of the customized moods, you know, the lightings, the atmosphere into it, and then everything is all within one click itself.
And I must say something, you know, nowadays you must have smart home even for your air condition also.
Yes,
you know why?
yes,
How late my friends come and hey, my aircon smart home one, you know. Oh, very important.
Other than just the ID looks nice, and also it feels very magical when you have the smart home inside the house.
Exactly.
That's very true. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. How about the little bit of technical part of having a aircon that is actually smart home? How about the networking side, networking solution side? Is there any problem or anything that we should take note of?
Definitely. Okay, regardless of smart home or the solution, actually wireless is the one of the key important thing because it acts as a communication between all the smart devices. So wireless itself, right? If let's say there's a coverage issue or what, you can actually go for the latest technology, which is called mesh technology, which really help you do a home coverage so that you can enjoy the aircon or the smart device all together seamlessly and easily. Yeah.
And what happens if you don't have Wi-Fi? Then how? I know it's built in, right? But what happens if the Wi-Fi is spoiled or whatever? Am I still able to like switch on the aircon or?
Okay, for this part, there's actually two different scenarios of Wi-Fi's downage, so to speak. So one example is external Wi-Fi. So your internet connection. Once that's down, internally you still can control your aircon through your phone app. But however, if your home network is down, you will only be able to control it through the remote control.
Okay, but at least I still have a remote control that I'm able to do it, right? That's nice. All right, shall we speak a little bit more about our Daikin Smart Home? I understand that your solution actually comprises of four main categories, which is comfort, lifestyle, security, and energy. Can you expand a little bit on each part of it?
Okay, so for comfort, it encompasses our main product, the highlight of our products, which is the aircon and air purifier. And then for lifestyle, we cater to different people's preference of just as what Ashley has said, the moods. So we customize the scenes to cater to their preference and convenience. And then for security wise, we do have sensors and cameras to offer a peace of mind to our consumers as well. And then for energy, most of our products actually monitors power. So from there, you can actually determine your electricity usage and from there you can take measures to save electricity.
Wow, I didn't know that you can actually take a look at your electricity consumption also, and you can save on it, right? That's fabulous. So there you are, that will be our Daikin Smart Home. It actually comes with 4 main categories, which is our comfort, lifestyle, security, and energy that Warren has spoken about earlier on. Now, how about the coverage on home wireless? How about maybe Jonathan, you might want to answer this question?
Okay, actually it depends how big your household is, whether it's a 3-room, 4-room, condo, or even landed property. Okay, typically, right, let's say the coverage area is small, a router might be enough, or with the latest Wi-Fi 6 technology is perfectly fine. But let's say your house is a 4-room, 5-room, or even a concrete wall bomb shelter, you can go for a mesh solution, which you can add 2 or 3 more, do a home coverage. And in the extreme scenario, let's say 3-story high landed property, you can even go for enterprise solution. All right, when you can use put a multiple AP to do a home coverage. So regardless of what type of environment, definitely there will be some solution that is to it. Yeah.
Wow, that is absolutely fabulous. All right, how about maybe asking about Ashley? You know, Daikin, the smart home app can be integrated into any products, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
I think it's quite a good inventions because basically, right, I think it's very convenient to the homeowner itself because I think home is something is very comfortable. You must have something that you're looking forward to go back home. But actually, I would like to ask some of the questions. Like, maybe is it only applicable in new homes itself?
Okay, so we offer various solutions that actually caters to both new homes and existing home. So it depends on the selection of device. Of course, for works involving the light switches, light controls, it is typically more ideal to actually do a site survey and some planning before renovation as compared to an existing home.
I think it's quite a good idea that perhaps that in the future we can work together, right?
Yes, I think so too. Fantastic. Now, there's another question that I always want to ask. Maybe I'm a little bit silly, I don't know. I always think that smart home always equal to voice command. Is it correct?
Okay, that's a misconception. So voice command is actually just a small part of smart home. So what Daikin is selling is not just the individual products, but the solution for you. So in addition to voice control, we actually have app control as well. And then we can even use our computer to control the devices as well. So
Wow, that's fantastic. So you can actually use your app, you can actually use your voice, you can use all sorts of it, right?
correct.
Okay. Now, Ashley, how about you? You know, some of your clients, you know, they might be staying with their parents, and sometimes they might be worried about them coming out of their bedroom at night, right?
Yeah.
What do you think?
This one, I think maybe these questions, right?
To
I
Warren
think
or Eric also,
yes,
yeah.
correct. Maybe they can give me a solution because sometimes, right, we do have some customers that are more worried about elderlies and
Correct.
also kids at home.
Yes.
Correct. So that's actually one of a very common concern. We do offer some motion sensors that actually detects motion. So in the event that someone actually walks past the sensor, you will receive a notification on your phone, depending on what time it is. And of course, a door sensor. Whenever someone opens a window, a door, we can also send a notification for it.
Wow, that is so fabulous, isn't it?
Yeah. I think it actually creates more better securities and assurance to the main homeowners itself.
Correct. And I think earlier on I was just talking to Ashley. Ashley also had another question, which is she want to know about what about those with kids? What would you recommend? You know, kids nowadays, they're very naughty, you know, they run around the house, climb, then your sensor will tuk, 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 like this. And what to do?
Okay, besides sensor, right, actually, we didn't also offer some cameras. Okay, for cameras, right, there's a motion sensor also. Motion sensor day and night. So even have person detection. So just to differentiate between whether it's your kid running around or your pets running around to prevent false alert. So when it detect a human or a person moving around, it send alert to parents that, hey, someone had go to area that they are not supposed to. All right, so parent with the apps, right, they can on the spot call, okay, they press a button and you straight away call back home, and they will understand. Or even press a button and straight away they can look what had happened around that home area. Yeah, so it's a very quick way of doing that. Yeah.
Okay, so we have no worries about kids running around or whatever and switching on and off, right?
Yes, yes, in such a way that definitely kid will be running around. I mean, that's their nature. So what we can do, right, is just that in certain area, of course, physically, whatever not supposed to, you should lock it out. Other than that, we can use all the smart device to do additional control. Yeah, to make sure that no accidental, thing happen or whatever, so that anytime you can just view back and call them. If something not supposed to do, you can call them back. Or even, you have a two-way audio, you can through the apps and talk to them through the cameras also. So it's quite instantaneous.
Okay,
Yeah.
wow, that is very cool. I actually have another question. What are the common items for a typical house? Maybe you want to start with Eric or Maureen, then we move down.
Well, the typical devices, right, usually are controlling of air conditionings, lightings, curtains, blind, and of course that includes also doorbells, smart locks, and even security, locks.
Okay, how about voice assistants also, right?
Yes, of course.
Voice assistant and of course camera both internally and externally too, right?
Correct.
Wow, that is so fantastic. Okay, it's really a great time to be here. Is there anything that you want to add on? Like Ashley, is there anything you'd love to say?
I think today is a very good talk itself because I think I learned a lot from Eric, Warren's, and Jonathan's about the smart home. And I believe that as years goes by, right, we ID ourselves, we also need to learn to know more about the smart home device because I think as these social medias that actually goes on, people actually start to ask us about all these kind of questions like, like what Eric has mentioned about the lightings and the curtains. So these are the things that we always get involved. So I think it's pretty a good talk itself that I can learn, and also I'm pretty sure that next time when I actually can talk to my clients about all these things, it actually integrates into my design and make it a very perfect home.
But Dima, just out of curiosity,
Yep.
can you share with us what do your customer normally ask you about this smart home solution?
Oh, okay. Normally, right, okay, most of the things that they always ask about the internet's networking. So especially like, let's say, for instance, Jonathan was asking about this landed house. Okay, landed house always has a very big concern, especially like because the house is very big. So the network is always the key issues that, I could say that in Singapore, right, everything you don't have, but you must have a Wi-Fi or a network in Singapore, correct?
So you're those kind that, you would rather live without rice, but you must live with Wi-Fi,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, this is like this is a trend in Singapore.
Yes.
So I think we are quite used to it. So we always get this kind of concerns from the homeowners itself, okay? So for like houses that's very big or like penthouse with high ceiling, I think it's pretty good that this smart home actually goes into it because especially, right, they will be concerned that, if I installing the curtains, how am I supposed to turn on? How am I supposed to really get these things to work out and all these things? So there's a bit of more concern about the convenience itself. So I think this actually integrates very better, especially when we, as an ID, right, we can provide a little bit of knowledge to them that, you don't have to worry about getting this aesthetically very nice, but at the same time, right, you can conveniently access to all these things with a touch of a mobile phone.
Yes, definitely. And I'm sure you have very savvy or very lazy customers who come to you and say, Ashley, can you design something for me whereby I don't need to move at all? Sit down there. Oh, everything can be done.
Yes,
Do you have this kind of
yes,
customers
yes,
you have?
They will
right?
be saying that, when the moment I enter the house, right, I want everything is all automated. I just want a voice command. I just want to click, because, right, let's say, for instance, like I talk about mood and ambience, there's always a lot of lightings and switches. So that is where there is a concern that when the design is very nice, but the convenience to access it is always like what you mentioned. people tends to be a little bit lazy to, okay, I have to switch on to this. But with this, everything all remote by this mobile phone, I think it's very simple. You just sit there, relax, you just have to click.
Yes,
That's
especially earlier we've heard about Ivan. He actually said that, when everybody go to sleep, you and your partner are like, 你关灯呢? No lah, you off the light lah. Why must me? You off leh. But if you have smart home solution, you won't have this problem at all.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, another question is actually to Jonathan. Ashley was saying earlier on that most of her customers are actually very concerned about, they're staying in huge bungalow that maybe 3,000 or 5,000 over square feet, and the coverage isn't there. What do you think?
Okay, definitely my advice to her is that for landed property, right, there's a 234. I strongly when you're doing the design, right, you recommend them to build in the lamp point also. That would be the best solution. Okay, basically because 234, every structure is different, so sometimes wireless coverage is not so easy to link from one level to another. But with the lamp point, right, you will ensure a very robust and stable Wi-Fi system. Yeah, actually Wi-Fi itself, right, a lot of people is a really should I say understate, or rather say that a lot of people just buy a router and expect everything just work well, but thing doesn't move that way. Because at home there's microwave, there's a lot of other devices that are causing a lot of interference. So wireless is actually a very, very important, I should say that it's a central of all the smart home, because it do all the communication. So don't just get a 20-baht router throw down there and expect a wonder out of it. So so do choose your Wi-Fi carefully, especially now with the latest technology on the mesh. If not, for the landed property, I strongly suggest at least have the lamp point built in so that you can expand your wireless easily. Yeah, right.
Okay, there's another question. How about fire protection wall? Does it create any hiccups to the coverage?
Definitely. Okay, because Wi-Fi is just a wireless signal or wireless radio. So if let's say in your home, right, the place where you place the router, where there's a thick concrete wall, everything, definitely will cut off the signal. So if let's say, for example, living room, I have my router and I'm using at my study room, which is at the very last side, and there's multiple wall. I may not have enough signal with just one router, so I would need to use another one to expand the coverage. So that's what I say about the mesh. So once you expand, right, when you walk around, your device will automatically go to a stronger signal. So even you walk around, right, you still can enjoy your video and all these things. And at the same time, of course, to ensure a wide Wi-Fi coverage will help to connect all the smart devices like Daikin Aircon, all the smart devices together, and using voice command, everything can work more seamlessly. Yeah, and user can really enjoy the total solution.
I see. And you're saying earlier on that create another LAN point on maybe level 2, level 3, if let's say. So it's really a physical LAN point, right?
It's a physical LAN point, maybe a bit too, I hope not too technical. Okay, basically, right, it's a pulling of the wired cable to second floor and third floor.
Okay.
And from there, right, you can actually connect additional router or extender to extend the coverage. Yeah,
okay.
Instead of just using a wireless to repeat from one level to another, we use the LAN point as a backbone, as the back end. This way of solution is more stable. So I would strongly recommend that for landed property.
Okay.
Yep.
So back to you, Ashley. If we were to create that LAN point, right? I mean, is it a challenge for your interior designing?
I think usually once we are able to talk to people like Jonathan itself, right? At this point in time, we will try to integrate our design aesthetically to look nice, especially when he actually explains a bit like how it works. So for our side, right, it's our job to actually ensure that the whole thing looks perfect, aesthetically nice to the homeowner, and at the same time, right, the homeowner, once everything is done, right, they're able to enjoy the design as well as the, or the conveniency in the house itself.
Correct. So there you are. Isn't it fantastic? Huh? All right. I have a few questions over here. Can we stream IP cam live video on TV via smart home?
Yep. You actually can stream the IP cam video to a TV. Depend whether, let's say, you can use it a Chromecast, all right, or even you can mirror from the phone to the TV itself. So definitely it can be done.
So there you are. We have answered your question. Definitely, we can do that. Okay, there's another thing that I'd love to ask our Warren and of course our Eric too. Is Daikin smart home usage on both Android and iOS phone?
Yes, yes, yes.
Both.
It's available on both Android and iOS.
Is it very different? I mean, is it like just one? Let's say I have a family member. Some uses Android, some uses the iOS. So are we still able to control it at the same time?
Yes, yes, yes. We have actually tested for more than 50 users simultaneously with no issues.
So there won't be like challenges or whatever. Like
No, no,
I want to switch on, my mom don't want to switch on, but she used iOS, I use Android. Is there no such problem, no such conflict at all, right?
Don't have.
That is so fabulous. Okay, and also, how about Eric? What makes Daikin Smart Home different from the others?
Well, I guess this is our own customized, developed solutions in house. So it is very unique to different customers. So you can probably it is hard to find the same kind of customized solutions outside as compared to Daikin.
Okay. And maybe you might want to tell us a little bit more, like to what extent does the customers accept a smart home system or products? Maybe start off with you guys first, or Ashley?
Okay, so basically we've actually seen a rising trend towards the acceptance of smart home system and products. Recently, we have quite a fair bit of viewing to our showroom. So for that video, we actually we have a video for tomorrow to show.
What is the video about? Maybe you just give us a bit of teaser. We don't show them now, we show them tomorrow, so you got to tune in tomorrow, all right? But meanwhile, maybe just a teaser.
So it will be actually a tour to our Daikin showroom.
Nice, all
So
right.
what we have there is almost a full solution. Smart home devices.
Okay, so there you are. You got to stay tuned with us tomorrow, all right? Because we'll be showing you that video that Warren has spoken about earlier on. All right, another question. There's something I always like to know. Are all the smart home product voice control, and can it be controlled remotely?
For our devices, the lightings, everything that can be actually controlled can be used for voice control, except the door lock. Due to security concerns.
Yes.
And whereas for remotely, definitely everything can be controlled remotely.
Okay, what happened if, let's say, like I have a sore throat that day? Will I still be, I have seen videos online whereby, the fella actually says switch off, but it went louder and louder.
Okay, it actually depends on the pronunciation of the words. So it doesn't actually voice match to person. So
okay.
anyone can actually control anything.
Okay, so it doesn't voice match to anybody.
Correct.
So the moment, as long as I get the pronunciation correct, like switch on, then it will actually be switch on.
Yes.
Wow, that is awesome. Okay, what is the recommended D-Link mesh router that is being recommended for a 3-room condo, let's say?
3-room condo, offhand itself, right? I recommend our mesh solution cover 1100. So basically, right, it kind of pair of two, and user can just add on to do the expansion. So I would recommend you just get 2 and try it out. If let's say the coverage is still not ideal, you just add on, and user can just seamlessly and easily just do a whole home coverage. It actually the setup is very simple.
I see. Okay. Sometimes router, right? It can be quite huge, right? I don't know about my home router is really huge. It looks like a big black spider like that.
Actually, nowadays with the technology and chipset development, the router can be very small. Okay, for example, the one that I mentioned just now is just such a small size only. Yeah, and it's without antenna, so it's look very sleek, and it can just be really blending well into your deco and home, so you'll be non-intrusive with the 3-4 antenna all standing out like ET or whatever.
Correct. It look like a black spider, inverted black spider to me.
Because now with the I think we actually start at the ID, right? I think most of new house prefer everything to blend in, look
Yes,
good.
everything will be concealed itself.
Yeah, correct. So actually, just a small whiteboard, so nobody know that that's a router. They just thought
Okay.
it's a display or deco. That's all.
So even if it's concealed, it's still fine, right? The coverage.
It's just fine. It's still fine. Depend when I say concealed because it looks so unprominent. You just put there, right? Of course, when I say concealed, it doesn't mean you put inside the
The safe.
the safe, the storeroom or somewhere, right? You still need to do a coverage. So just that it's just pretty small, so that it's non-intrusive and it's very blending very well. So nobody know that is a router.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. Actually, how about you? Your point of view? If you have like a huge router like mine that look like an overturned spider, I mean, what do you think? How are you going to conceal
Usually,
it?
I think I'll suggest that you change it. Maybe you can look for Jonathan to change
You
it.
can find me. I'll give you a discount.
Yes,
Because
yes.
actually, like what Jonathan has mentioned, that right now, right, most of the router actually is very sleek, the design itself. So actually, sometimes, right, other than just doing the carpentry works or doing the color theme for the house itself, right, this actually acts as a little bit of a deco, like accessories itself in the house. So like what Jonathan said, it's really not prominent to really notice that this junk is actually representing a router itself. Sometimes, right, after one of our projects we've done, we just do some photo shootings. So we realized that it doesn't really look, it looks like it really blends in, especially the color and the design itself. It looks very modern line as well.
Correct. And with the router there, at least you can scream to the world that my home is a smart home, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, now this is a question back to Warren and Eric. What happened? You know, earlier on you were saying that there's no voice recognition to anybody, right? As long as you pronounce the word correctly. But if let's say my mommy or my grandmother, they speak Chinese or Mandarin, so can I still use the smart home system and does it recognize Mandarin?
So currently we do use Google Voice Assistant. A while back they actually launched Chinese, but only on the phone itself. Sadly. So for the Home Mini, the voice assistant that you place around the house, they are unable to actually recognize Chinese at this moment.
Okay, so you're saying that the other one, the mobile one is able to recognize.
On the phone
Do you
itself.
carry that or not yet?
It's your own phone's voice assistant.
I see.
So they actually recognize Chinese.
All right, so there you are. Fantastic. Actually, I have another question over here from all our viewers. How can interior designer integrate the homeowner's design with smart home system in order to enhance the overall house design?
Okay, so usually this one, right, for our designing part, right, okay, before we actually go into like the detailings, right, make sure that we will actually understand how they actually runs the wires or maybe how they actually runs the whole thing, the system itself. So after that, once we're actually able to get to know, we usually show, like let's say for instance, I have to work with Jonathan. So usually I will show him the drawing, say, okay, this is part of my design. So perhaps is there some things that I might actually interfere or making it impossible for these smart systems to work out? So he will be telling me that maybe perhaps that there are certain areas that he needs some of the areas to do it. So from there, right, I will think of a solutions to change maybe my design or maybe my drawing, so to make sure that I get the correct finalized thing, and then I will let the homeowners to know about it. Yeah.
So there you are. That is, of course, from our interior designer point of view. Jonathan, you have something to say? Because you lit up your mic.
No, okay, basically I just do a touch on is that, okay, what actually say is correct. So we actually, all of us just work together because depend on the smart icon, the smart devices, where it will be, how is my Wi-Fi coverage and her design, so that all of us can integrate all together as a modern home for the home user to enjoy all their smart device together.
Yes, definitely. All right. Just one last question for myself. Don't call me Swaku. I just want to know. You know the Daikin smart home aircon, right? Am I able to even control the temperature?
Yes, definitely.
Temperature also can. So it's not just switch on, switch off. I can literally go 24 degrees Celsius, please. It will go down or it will go up.
Correct. So as you mentioned, there are six action So basically, you can put in temperatures or operations command. Yeah.
So this 6 action can be determined by whatever that I want it to be, right?
yes,
There's
yes.
no fixed parameters to it. There you are. Isn't it fantastic? And once again, thank you very much to our all our panelists right here for our panelist discussion. And of course, once again, we would like to thank Mr. Eric Tan and Mr. Warren Chin from Daikin Air Conditioning Singapore. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you. And we also have Mr. Jonathan Craig from D-Link. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you.
And last but not least, also a very big thank you to Miss Ashley Chan from Rest and Relax Interior Design.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And of course, thank you for watching too. Now, please not forget, remember to log on to www.renoexpo.vehs.com to register for this event. Now, why is that so? Because if you were to register, you will stand a chance to win our lucky draw prizes that is worth up to $20,000. We also have a ultimate grand draw, right, which is we are giving away a Mercedes-Benz A200. Now, with every $100 spent that you spend with our ex-beaters, you get an additional chance to win the lucky draw. So for all you know, you might be the one who's going to drive home with our Mercedes-Benz A200. Now, do remember to click onto the chat button. At any point of time, you want to talk to our ex-beater, all you need to do is click on the chat button and you can speak to them via our live chat system. All right? So remember to stay tuned for tomorrow, because tomorrow we'll be back here once again for all our webinars from 10 a.m. all the way to 10 p.m. But please not go away, because our Singapore first virtual Home Reno Expo 2020 will still be open all the way till 10 p.m. My name is Sylvia. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going to see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Goodbye.